Yep.
Grab me a coconut.
We are now broadcasting to allow attendees in.
Okay, thank you.
Nellie, can we go ahead and start?
I believe we are ready to go.
We have Lydia and Greg on video. There's one.
Lydia, no. Greg, no.
There we go. Thank you. Okay, good to go.
I don't have Greg, Tom, and Lydia yet.
I see them.
Okay.
I'm here. Lydia's here.
Thanks, Lydia. Okay, it is 5:01 p.m. on Monday, May 11th. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Palo Alto City Council. If the clerk would please take the roll.
Councilmember Cormack.
Here.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Philseth.
Here.
Mayor Fine.
Here.
Councilmember Niss. Councilmember Niss. Councilmember Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
And I do see Liz on the video. 7 present.
Sorry.
Great. Okay, thank you, everyone. Thanks for joining the meeting. Just a bit of housekeeping. The very last page of the City Council agenda for tonight has instructions on how to join this meeting as a member of the public. There are a number of ways you can comment, either by joining the Zoom meeting, by dialing in, or you can watch on YouTube in mid-pen. Our first action item has been removed, so we go to agenda changes, additions, and deletions, and so item number 1 has been removed from the agenda. Anything else, Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, I would just note for the public's awareness that the revised agenda does include item 7A on your consent calendar, approval of emergency services order requiring the wearing of face coverings, as well as item 11, which is the supporting Santa Clara County's COVID-19 testing, tracing, isolation program. Those were added as part of the revised agenda.
Thank you. And I think item number 10 also has a memo attachment. Great. Okay, let's go to oral communications, where any member of the public may speak to items not on the agenda. Each member will have 2 minutes, and to the clerk, if you could please help me with folks who want to speak up.
Any of the members of the public that wish to speak on oral communications, raise your hands in the lower right hand of the screen if you are on a computer, or *9 if you're on the phone. Hamilton Hitchings, you're got time to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to make a general comment, but I do have a question. Do you know where I can get a good haircut? No, I'm just, no, I do have a serious question. I want to talk about item number 7A on the consent calendar. I think that's qualifies as not on the agenda. It's about the face masks, and I read through it carefully. I do support this as written. There are 2 things I wanted to point out. One, I think it would be good if when the city council, when the county comes out with something, any attempts to sync with it would be good, just so we don't have all these piecemeal things, but I think it's good for now until the county catches up. The second thing, and I think this is really important, is we need to get serious about temperature checks. We should be temperature checking everybody who is in certain roles that interact with high-risk people prior to or at the start of their shift. This includes, we should check all fire and police at the start of their check before they go on duty. I mean, the EMTs are transporting elderly people. In addition, we should be temperature checking people who work in the senior housing facilities like nursing homes and senior care facilities. Every one of those employees should be temperature checked at the start of their shift. 50% or 1/3 or 50% of the deaths in California are like senior citizens, I think in nursing homes. So I would like Palo Alto to do something along that guard and to advocate for this at the county. I've already sent an email to the county about it. Thank you again for listening to my comments.
If there are any other members of the public that wish to speak on oral communications, please raise your hand. There are no others, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. That concludes oral communications. Let's please move to the consent calendar, items 2 through 7A. Councilmember Koo, first I'm going to go to the members of the public, and then I'll come back to council. Beth, if you'd please help me with members of the public who wish to speak on the consent calendar.
Any members of the public that wish to speak on the consent calendar, please raise your hand. Right now I show one. Stacy Olgato, do you want to speak on the consent calendar?
No, I'm sorry. I was hoping to speak about University and California Avenues, the conversation I'd had with Greg Tanaka. I'm sorry if I'm just joined probably a little too late for that comment period. I'll circle back at the next opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Fine, there are no others.
Okay, thank you. I hand from Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I want to vote no on 2, 3, and 4. And I'm wondering if I might have support for 7A.
What do you support? What do you mean support for 7A?
Pulling 7A.
Are you voting no on it or?
No, no on 2, 3, and 4. Oh, sorry. I think I renumbered. I'm voting no on 2, 3, and 6, and proposing to pull 7A if I have support.
Okay. And the other hand I see is Councilmember Koo.
I'm also voting no on 2, 3, and 6, and also requesting to pull 7A to move into the agenda for just a quick slight change.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
I was going to move to approve consent.
Okay, thank you. So there's a motion to approve consent. I'll second that. I see more hands, don't worry. Councilmember Cormack.
I am supportive of pulling 7A to discuss tonight.
Okay, so we have 3 votes to pull number 7A, so it's gonna be pulled. I do want to remind my colleagues, it is really helpful if you let myself and the city manager know beforehand. It helps us organize the meeting. We have a lot on the agenda for tonight. Did I see a hand from Councilmember Niss? Okay, Mr. City Manager and City Attorney, any comments on this? I see.
If the agenda time permits it, I don't see any reason that we couldn't deal with 7A this evening. We don't need specialized staff for that unless the city manager has a different view.
I agree. I think really the question of sequence, when would you like to hear that? Presumably, and I think typically it would be held at, is it at the beginning or the end of the action agenda item?
Well, we thought maybe doing item 11.
They're separate items, so I'm inclined to do it at the end of the meeting.
Works
Okay.
fine.
Item 7A has been moved to the end of the meeting. And just a reminder, folks, if you do want to pull something, please let myself and the city manager know the day before. Okay, so there's a motion.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Mayor. Would you like a response to that? Or shall we just discuss it then? About the timing? I'll just say that members of the public in the past 2 hours have delved into it and provided information. So I sincerely apologize for not providing that in advance, but literally within the last hour, I've had multiple conversations with people. So I do apologize for the late notice.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack, for stating that.
Okay, so there's a motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by myself, to move the consent calendar absent 7A. Let's go through alphabetically. Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth,
Yes.
Councilmember Nis,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Okay, so the consent calendar passes unanimously, absent 7A, with council members Ku and Tanaka voting no on 2, 3, and 6. Councilmember Tanaka, do you want to explain your votes, and then Councilmember Ku?
Sure. So we're about to enter a really difficult discussion later this evening, as we all know, about how to deal with the revenue shortfall. And as we all know, have about almost 15% unemployment in the United States. 33 million people are unemployed. Businesses around the community have been shutting down. It's a very, very difficult time for everyone, including for the city. And I looked at, like, for instance, item number 2, the GIS. This was negotiated in 2019. And I've been seeing cities, I've talked to a lot of my fellow council members from other cities today. And a lot of the cities are renegotiating contracts. They're getting 10 to 20%, sometimes even more, back from vendors. And so when I see that, we're going to be spending $700,000 a year, or not to exceed the amount of $3.5 million on item 2, or $410,000 on item 3, I think it's up to us to sharpen our pencils, to partner with our vendors, to share the pain with them, because we're going to have to make a lot of cuts from the employee side to the services to our residents, to support for the businesses in our community. And so I think our vendors should also participate in making ends meet. I do like the fact that we do have the ability to actually not. I think I saw in the item, which is good, saying that we will not, or we have the option to opt out of the contract or stop the contract. But I think that doesn't go far enough. I think we should try to get 10, 20% cut of the compensation. And I saw, like, item 3, there's a steady rate increase from the original amount. And to be honest, I don't know anyone getting an increase this year, right? This seems very, very out of place when the economy is falling apart. People are losing their jobs. People are grateful just to even have a contract. So for us to give a rate increase just seems really not the right thing to be doing for our community here, especially on the same agenda where tonight we're going to be making and having lots of really difficult discussions. It doesn't seem right for us to be doing this. And the other thing that I don't like is, and I talked about this many times, but there are no red lines to the contract. At least some of the I can't say there's no. Most of the red lines are missing, so it's hard to even know what actually was changed. So I know my colleagues, you guys probably think this is more mice. That's why we're talking about this kind of stuff. But this stuff matters, right? We're looking to. I think the proposal was to cut the College Church Library, which is $80,000 a year, and yet we're looking to approve $700,000 a year.
Councilmember Tanaka, 3 minutes, and it's your comments are limited to the consent calendar and your no votes.
Okay. Well, anyways, I think we need to do a better job in managing our vendors and cutting the cost and negotiating with them on these contracts. And anything that's pre-COVID, we should negotiate, and there shouldn't be built-in raises. Doesn't make sense.
Right. Thank you. Councilmember Ku, also 3 minutes.
I won't take that much time. I think Councilmember Tanaka has said most of it. Usually I would not look into these details. However, with the amount of cuts and reductions and the budget that we're going to go through, these are things that we should include into our discussion. And I absolutely agree that some of these contracts were negotiated in last year when times were different. And there's an opportunity to either cancel them or to renegotiate. And this is an opportunity that we need to take a hold of. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Ku. Okay, that concludes our consent calendar, and we move on to city manager comments. Mr. Shikata.
All right, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. See if we can ask the city clerk to put up a quick PowerPoint. I have a few comments. I would note that for the council's and public's just recollection, we're transitioning back to our sense of normalcy rather than having the COVID-19 item at each meeting. We'll do city manager comments. I'll provide updates on related items.
Are you waiting for the presentation or?
Yes, let's see if we've got the PowerPoint able to come up.
I don't have the PowerPoint. Let me see if somebody else does.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, I'll handle it verbally, and if we get it going, then we can catch up. But for the time being, again, with this format, I think we found that using slides can be helpful for the public to be able to follow just some key pieces of information I want to pass along. So first off, in terms of our current activities related to the shelter-in-place order, we've talked about some of this previously, but again, just to reiterate that gardening and landscaping is allowed. I think we've continued to get some questions from the public about that. And just to reiterate that we are under the county's order allowing gardening and landscaping to proceed. Also on tonight's agenda related to the COVID-19 emergency, Council just extended the proclamation of local emergency under your consent calendar, and that is an important authorizing action for the city's ability to continue taking some steps that really reflect an expedited action procedure. Same for the face covering items that we'll be discussing later this evening. And finally, contact tracing and testing also on tonight's agenda related to the shelter-in-place order and the COVID-19 emergency. Also, just to note that we have a pilot project that just got underway. Terrific, thank you, Nellie. Next slide, please. That we're calling, let's see. Oh, this is actually the next presentation. Sorry, that's for the budget item. So for the city manager comments, there was a separate folder. So my apologies, Nellie. We'll just keep going. We have a pilot project we call the Shared Streets pilot, and that began this past weekend with 3 streets, the Bryant Street, Park Avenue, and Ross Road, that are being discouraged for through traffic and with increased awareness of pedestrian activity on those streets. That so far appears to be going well. We're doing some surveys, so we'll be able to get some additional information. Here we are. And the last bullet here, that also ongoing activity, the public will see the California Avenue Garage already underway, and the US Highway 101 bike bridge already beginning with the Lefkowitz underpass closing again on the 18th for that construction activity. Next slide, please. All right, we've also got activity around our recreation facilities with the courts opening, and remembering that these facilities are available only to members of the same household, and that gathering and groups not from the same household are not allowed. So we'll be monitoring that, and we know we are getting some calls. So if that is problematic, we may be forced to close them again. And finally, that our golf course is reopening this coming Wednesday with specific rules associated with singles only play. Then with respect to our open spaces, we are now opening the parking areas during the weekdays. On the weekends, the parking areas are still closed, but we are looking at the possibility of opening those soon. Again, with a specific management strategy around social distancing. And next slide, please. Also ongoing activities, the Small Business Recovery Grant Program. Back on last week, we had a roundtable with our business groups in order to share some feedback on the prior listening session. So we're putting together a report to come back to City Council. Our facilitator, Peter Coughlin, has established a Slack channel for businesses, both that were on the roundtable as well as others, to communicate with each other to support some of the business support that has been identified as one of the areas that businesses indicated they wanted to explore. And then back on the grant program itself, we are finalizing some specificity around that program, and staff from a number of departments are working as a team to roll this out with a third-party administrator. And again, a web page that we've established, cityofpaloalto.org/business recovery, for businesses to sign up for a pre-application and get in the loop on that information that should be out shortly. And we're hoping to bring that back to council for some follow-up report next week if we can. And finally, last slide, please. Just in terms of other updates, as the council knows, we've got budget hearings underway tonight, but we also have additional opportunities for the public to get involved and to provide feedback to the council and the staff, in addition to participating in these meetings through our webpage, cityofpaloalto.org/budget, where we have an ongoing survey with the first phase of results to be available within the next few days, as well as moving into the next phase of providing opportunities for the public to weigh in and give us some feedback on where we are in this process. In terms of homeless services, we are continuing through the public health emergency with programs and shelters that running primarily through the county being maintained. Our park bathrooms, restrooms are now open, as well as restrooms in our downtown parking garages, as well as hand washing or hygiene stations that have been placed around town. And finally, just in the sense of normalcy, May is National Bike Month. And so staff will be providing additional details on information available to the community in order to recognize and participate in this month of biking. And then just we're going to close with our final slide. Just a reminder for anyone who hasn't been tracking our coronavirus updates. We have our webpage and newsletter as ways to stay aware of updates related to the public health emergency and our follow-up actions. So with that, Mr. Mayor, back to you. That concludes my city manager's report.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager. I'll also note, I think this is Police Appreciation Week, so many thanks to our police department. Okay, that concludes City Manager comments. We now move on to our action calendar. We have items 8, 9, 10, 11, and 7A. Let's kick it off with item 8, please. A recommendation to allow the expiration of a 1-year ban on office uses using a downtown parking in lieu program.
Great, thank you. Let me just do a quick lead in as John Lee gets set up. And yes, you can go ahead and get the PowerPoint running, and John will join in a second. Just really want to provide just a moment of context for the council. As the council would be aware, but perhaps some community members may not be, that this item and the initiative to implement this suspension of the eligibility for the parking in lieu program for office uses above the ground floor was really a staff initiative, quite frankly, and it was brought forward as part of the housing work plan in the context of a number of actions that could be taken in order to support the development of housing. So Mr. Late will speak to the specifics of the program, but I do want to remind the public that this is really an item that was brought forward as one of a series of potential steps that the city could take, and really reflected staff's desire to provide a range of options. And as such, coming back as we have with tonight's recommendation, that really does reflect as much bandwidth issues as it does the initial framing of the housing work plan as a primary driver. So there's been some suggestion that this is an inappropriate item to bring forward now, given that we are in this period of public health emergency, and suggestion perhaps that underhanded attempt to slide things by. And I really do object to that characterization, because it is all entirely about, again, staff bringing this forward as a legitimate and considered measure, while at the same time bringing it forward now in the context of our recognition of the limited bandwidth in the upcoming year. So, ultimately the council has your policy decision to make and don't want to impinge on that at all, but do want to assure members of the community that this was and has continued to be a staff brought forward issue out of recognition of the potential here, but also the times that we are in. So with that, let me ask Mr. Late to take off with the presentation.
Great. Thank you, Ed. And good evening, Mayor Fine and City Council members. Jonathan Late, Director for the Planning and Development Services Department. The council may recall that about 18 months or so ago, you were in a conversation about the housing work program and specifically discussing downtown and considering ways to tip the balance to promote more housing opportunities in this geographic area. And the Planning and Transportation Commission had discussed and previously whether or not in-lieu parking was a policy decision that if it was not allowed to continue for office space above the ground floor, that it might be an opportunity to get more housing development downtown. And you had asked the Planning Commission to study this issue while imposing a one-year ban for the time to do that. And unfortunately, during that window, we did not have a chance to schedule that discussion for the Planning and Transportation Commission. You may recall an earlier report with an update on the status of the housing work program, that we have a number of vacancies in our long-range planning program and a lot of assignments that the council's asked us to work on. And so the competing priorities and limited resources created a situation where we weren't able to move forward on that policy discussion. So since the ban expires in 1 year, we wanted to at least give the City Council an opportunity to allow the ban to either expire or to take action, affirmative action, to have the ban be continued. Notably, this is not a change to any parking regulations. This is not a change to any of our fee structures. The program exists as it has before. The discrete issue here is whether or not office would be allowed to participate as it had previously in the in-lieu parking program. As you consider whether to extend the ban or to allow it to expire, the staff report included a number of items for your consideration. We have heard from downtown property owners that they were just going to wait out the ban and see what happens before they move forward on projects. It's anecdotal information. There's no formal survey to that extent, but just some feedback we received. In consideration of the variety of tools that we're trying to roll out for the housing work program, there's some question as to whether or not this one has the most benefit to some of the other initiatives that we're working on. We still have our staff vacancies, and as you'll have your discussion tonight and over the next couple of days, we don't expect that that's going to necessarily improve over the near term. And we do have some existing policies that are in place now, such as the annual office cap, the 50,000 square foot limit downtown, Cal Ave, and on El Camino Real, which may also serve as a measure to slow office development downtown. And then lastly, the City Council not too long ago had authorized planned housing zones, PC zones, for certain housing projects that met certain criteria that the City Council had identified. And that process, probably more than many of the other actions that we've taken we would hope would have more to do to advance housing downtown. So as Ed noted before, this action that's before you this evening is, while it may be steeped in a number of policy considerations relative to housing and office development, the discrete action before the City Council this evening is simply to extend the ban or not. And we've set up the report to enable you to do either one of those two actions. If you want the ban to continue, you would adopt the ordinance that's included in the packet. If you are amenable to letting it expire, no action is required. So with that, I will end my presentation and happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you, Mr. Late. Let's go to members of the public who each have 2 minutes.
Any member of the public that wishes to speak on this item, please raise your hand. Nielsen Buchanan, you have 2 minutes. You're first up. Go ahead.
City Council, this is Nielsen Buchanan on Bryant Street. Very simply, from what the Jonathan Lake just reported, that the incentives for office use is actually working. And it seems to me now is the time to make sure that available resources are working on incentives to make the increase in housing. So let's continue the restrictions on office development that seem to be working, as noted by the developers who are on pause, which is good given the times of the virus. I don't want to take any more time. I think that's the main point. Thank you.
Hamilton Hitchings, you're up. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. I am a little frustrated that this is on the agenda because I think it's, maybe from time necessity it needs to be, but I feel it's a little tone deaf. I support option 1 to extend the ban. My mind is blown that we would allow exemptions to office parking from downtown. We're one of 2 cities in the Bay Area that allows office to park in residential neighborhoods, office workers. There's a huge surplus of office workers who are parking in the neighborhoods. And the idea that we're going to allow developers to not have to provide parking when we will not be putting that money to providing additional garages downtown just seems ludicrous. So I hope we will not be using this COVID-19 or this idea that extending an existing ban is somehow going to consume large staff resources, which I just don't buy that argument at all. So I hope you vote for option 1 and we can move on to some of the more important issues that we face. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hitchings. Terry Holzheimer is there, but it's not allowing him to speak.
Mr. Holzheimer, are you trying to speak on this subject?
Mayor Fine, what comes up is that he's unable to speak because he's using an older version of Zoom.
Okay. Mr. Holzheimer, if it helps, maybe email in your comments. Let's give it another moment or 2. I really apologize for the technical difficulty. Are there any other public speakers on this item?
No, what we're going to do is promote him to panelist so he can speak.
Okay, let's do that. Thank you.
Terry Holzheimer, go ahead and speak. You've got 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I wanted to voice my support tonight for keeping the ban in place. restricting the ability of commercial developers from participating in the city downtown in lieu parking program. I really think it's long overdue that commercial and business developers know that they can't keep exempting themselves by paying into a fund that largely does not build parking spaces. At the very least, the PTC should have the opportunity to weigh in on this issue and allow the ban temporarily, at least, to stand for at least a while they have an opportunity to respond and give their input, especially during this coronavirus situation that we all know impacts everything. Lastly, I'd like to make sure that residents and neighbors are put first in this situation. Let developers that we now know, instead of letting them push parking issues into the neighborhoods, let them build the proper parking that they need for their own businesses in their own properties. It's time that neighborhoods and people and residents in their own streets be protected. I say keep the ban in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Fine, I have no other speakers.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to the members of the public who joined us tonight with your comments and thoughts. So we now return to council, and the first hand I saw was Councilmember Nis, followed by Councilmember Koo. Councilmember Nis, it seems like your video and mic are off. Councilmember Nis. Councilmember Nis going once.
I'm back. Hang on.
Okay, thank you.
I'm back. Sorry. So can you hear me now, Adrian?
Yes, I can hear you and see you, and the floor is yours.
Okay. So first of all, I wanted to ask Jonathan a couple of questions. How many, and I'm going to be supporting option 2, just to tip my hand. So how much do we have in the pipeline to build right now, Jonathan?
In terms of how office development?
Yes, yeah, because office development is always what we're discussing.
Yeah, sorry. I need to pull up that number, but I think the staff report noted that in the last 5 years, we had about 18,000 square feet downtown.
So have we come anywhere close to our allowed square footage in the last 2 or 3 years?
The $50,000, sorry, dollars, 50,000 square foot cap? No.
Yeah. No. So we're not even close to that. So when we're discussing this today, part of the reason that I'm certainly for option number 2 is that at this point, I think we're going to hope some of the activity in the downtown comes back. We're looking at a very bleak economic future, especially when we're talking about cutting $40 million from next year's budget. So and in fact, at this point, I would move option 2.
Okay, so there is a motion by Councilmember Nis to move option 2. Is there a second on that? I'll second it. Okay. Okay, just speaking to this really briefly, this is a proposal that came from staff with which I originally disagreed. And I think we were actually caught in a bit of a confusing circumstance because if I recall correctly, Councilmember Scharf at the time was actually recused as he has a property interest that would have been affected by this. And the negotiation or compromise we reached was let's try this for a year. We've done that for a year and we've seen very little office development. And at the same time, as the report notes, we have other, in my opinion, more effective controls on commercial development. We have the annual cap and the citywide caps. And I think especially in this new climate where the old rules and arguments don't apply, we shouldn't be looking at additional strictures to stop office development every which way we can. I want to remind everybody that stopping jobs or commercial development does not create housing. That's a reality. That's a canard. Can we go back to the second to last slide, please?
Yes, just give me one moment here.
So two things here. So one is the fourth bullet point. Other policies exist that limit office development. We have a lot of policies, and we've had this fight for many, many years about how much office development we want in Palo Alto. We want 750,000 square feet, and we want 50,000 square feet per year maximum. That is an argument we've had over and over. And by removing the in lieu ability of people to essentially put in a payment for a district-wide garage, you effectively stop commercial development in the downtown. And that has two effects. One is you're saying if there's an office building that is being built above ground, it must provide parking on site. And if you look at any of the parcels downtown, very few of them can actually provide parking on site. And if you look further at the codes, especially on University Avenue, we don't allow curb cuts on University for those parking lots. You're effectively restricting commercial development. And through that, you're also restricting mixed use development, which has been in our downtowns the main way we're actually seeing new housing. And so if you're killing the office component of it, you're killing the housing component also. And that is not a policy I want us to pursue. And finally, the last bullet point, the planned housing zone opportunities are more likely to benefit promoting housing than abandoned office development. To my main point, like you get housing by promoting housing, not by stopping offices. And finally, if you look downtown nowadays, I know we're in special circumstances, but there's certainly not a lack of parking. And I would be very hesitant to say we want buildings to build more parking nowadays. Anyways, I could go into this more. I think we should let this ban expire. We absolutely have parking issues in terms of the RPPs, in terms of some of the dollars that go into in lieu funds, in terms of paid parking, all those areas. I think there is an area for exploration, but as the city manager and planning director kick this off, it's also about resources, right? In the next few days, we'll be looking at significant changes and reductions to contracting and planning services. And this is just one more item that we haven't seen much benefit for in terms of housing. And I think it's time to let it lapse. So that's why I am supporting this. Next, I see Councilmember Koo. And if you'd like to speak, please raise your hand in Zoom.
So this, there's a lot of conflicting messages, in terms of what had come about. If I remember correctly, I've always spoken to phantom parking because there's all these buildings that are being built and people are reducing their number of parking spaces and people are paying in lieu fees. But if I remember correctly, if they're paying all these in lieu fees and we're supposed to be building a garage, the only place I can think of is the garage space that many of this council had said that they do not want that garage in order to make it available to place housing on it. So if that is not the spot, I wonder where is the spot that we're going to be building using this parking in lieu fees to build a parking space and essentially warehouse cars, as some of the previous comments that were made. And with due respect to a city manager, I appreciate what you said, but in this time of COVID and people sheltering in place, I think that there has been various people that had said that politicians, city staff, and community members will say that you cannot let a good pandemic go to waste. And certainly this is a way to look at this situation. But we're not sheltering in place to provide politicians and city officials the opportunity to push projects through with loopholes and a lack of community participation. So needless to say, I am pretty upset with this coming forward, but also it may have been a staff intention to bring this to council at the beginning, a staff initiative. However, once council made a determination on it and gave instructions, part of the instruction was to have that 1-year ban, but at the same time have PTC do an analysis on it. It has not been done. And it was instruction, it was part of council instruction. And so now this is again, I would say almost being brought forward as policy. And I don't appreciate that. I do not appreciate that. I want to also say, these kind of actions also place the community and the business butting heads, and it's not necessary. It's absolutely not necessary. It has not, there's no analysis that's been done. And if there is intention to ensure that this is going to be producing conversions to housing, then it needs to be intentional. And so I would like to make a substitute motion that we extend the ban, returning it to PTC with our original motion for them to analyze it. And in addition to that, for them to also look into making this policy or this ordinance permanent, that the ban is permanent. Do I have a second?
Okay, so there's a motion, a substitute motion to, I guess it's option 1 plus review with the PTC to explore making this permanent. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second?
So Lydia, I would second sending it to PTC. I think we need to have them analyze it and then have it come back to council.
So what about so does it not expire? I want to make sure that it does not automatically expire.
Yeah, to keep the ban in place, but have it is what I would support.
I can accept that.
So the substitute motion is option 1 with review by PTC. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to speak to your motion, Councilmember Koo?
I think I said enough.
Thank you. And Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yeah. So I did go back and look at all the minutes. We did pass this on a 6-1 vote, and as staff said, we passed it along with rooftop gardens, housing incentive programs, less parking for retail, maximum housing unit sizes, and the snow and lieu downtown. And we discussed this over 3 different meetings. And actually, Adrian, I went back and looked, you made the original motion that had this component in it. And I do think there's a lot of concern. I think we've seen emails that in lieu fees have been kind of theoretical. They haven't really realized actual benefits. And, it does seem to encourage commercial and office space that's detrimental to housing. Even now, like we've been talking to a lot of retailers, and they're expressing concern that when things get back to normal, they won't have places for shoppers to park and for their employees to park. I mean, one of the reasons given was it hasn't resulted in much housing downtown yet. And developers are saying they're going to wait us out. I do think we need to be clear. We aren't proposing withdrawing any of those other changes that also have not yet resulted in housing. I think we need to give this some time. I think we need to follow through. So, and again, people have spoken to it. I think right now, in COVID, we definitely have other things we should be focusing on. I was surprised it was even on the agenda tonight. I think, if staff is concerned about time, if people are asking for variances, I think we should just be very clear that this is the council policy and that we're going to send it to PTC and then we're going to come back and have a discussion about it. Even, again, the argument that we've been having is that office compounds our housing needs. Even mixed use projects have created more demand for housing. I think we need to have a policy discussion separate from the budget on kind of the impacts that this downturn is going to have on the downtown. I think we're going to see likely trends. I think we're going to see a higher percentage of single occupancy vehicles. I was reading an article today that car buying is up because people want personal space and to avoid mass transit. That's not promising for our parking. And I also think we'll probably see the office vacancies to take demand to build additional office. And if we give office these advantages during the parking, it's just going to be even more headwind against housing development. So I think we should stay the course and encourage housing. I would like to see the PDC look at this. I think the questions are really like, how effective is in lieu? Are costs proper? Should we include the land cost? If for picking these fees but never building parking, the point. We still want housing downtown, and if we want to encourage housing downtown, there's a lot of reliance on the PC zoning. I think there was also some split among council and some hesitation there. I don't think that's a slam dunk depending on how people use it. And so I do think we need to have kind of multiple approaches right now. So that's why I'm supporting this motion.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. May I ask a question of Director Late, please? Both these motions describe extending the ban. Am I correct that the ban has already expired?
Yeah, the ban expired on May 1st, but extending it this evening, we anticipate it being fine.
So perhaps the maker wants to say reinstate the ban?
So it's actually, sorry, thank you, Councilmember Cormack. Councilmember Nissenine moved option 2, which declines to adopt the ordinance. And option 1, the substitute motion, adopts the ordinance. Is that correct, Director Late?
Yeah, and option 1 and 2 was for the benefit of the PowerPoint presentation. I think the fundamental action here is adoption of the ordinance that's included in your packet, because adoption of the ordinance would make the necessary changes to extend the ban 1 year.
Right, and staff is recommending that council decline to adopt the attached ordinance. So it's kind of a negative.
Right.
Motion.
Okay, just want to be sure we're all clear. So there is a time component implicit in the substitute motion of 1 year.
That's how the ordinance is written.
So if we send this to the okay. So then, Councilmember Koo, what I'd like to make a friendly amendment that we adopt the ordinance for a period of 6 months, and during that time, return to the Planning and Transportation Commission for analysis and recommendation.
So there is a friendly amendment to adopt the ordinance. This is a friendly to the substitute, to adopt the ordinance for 6 months, in which time go to PTC.
Yes.
And Allison, your intent is that
Councilmember Koo?
Yep.
You accept that?
Councilmember Koo?
So within 6 months, given the limited number of staff and our budget cuts, how realistic is this to bring to PTC for analysis? I'm hoping that it's not going to be a rush through sort of thing when there is a lot more with analyzing if there's telecommuting, and also the fact that, the in lieu fees is really not going to be building any more parking spaces anywhere. So I hope that it is going to be a worthwhile analysis that is not going to be rushed. And I think it should be extended for another year at least, not just 6 months. But I'll have my second
Do you
see
accept
if it makes sense.
your substitute motion?
No, actually, I don't.
Well, I had the same question. Maybe staff could answer. Like, I think Allison, your intent was that it would go to PTC and come back to council in 6 months.
Yes. And I'm happy to say why, if that's helpful.
Yes, please.
My concern is that this was perhaps the right idea, but it's the wrong process. I really appreciate staff's focus on efficiency, but I'm not comfortable with the fact that the PTC hasn't reviewed that. I think being effective is important in this instance. So it's really a process thing for me. And that's why I think 6 months would be preferable to 1 year.
Thank you for explaining that and also for the clarification. Yeah, okay, I mean,
So
yes.
let's if there is a friendly amendment here, let's get the language right. Is it to adopt the ordinance for 6 months and in that time go to PTC?
Or a recommendation.
Okay.
Well, to adopt the ordinance for a period of 6 months.
And get a recommendation from
During which time
Right.
Planning and Transportation Commission would make a recommendation.
And it would come back to council.
And which would return to council.
Director Lake, does that make sense to you? Does it jive?
It makes sense. It gives me a little heartburn, but yeah, it makes sense.
Okay.
I'll note a couple of things. One, there's been some comments about the timing of this occurring on the agenda. You know, if we didn't schedule it, the ban expires. And so it's a function of exactly what we're doing now, which is embedding an expiration date in the ordinance, which means if the Planning Commission needs another month on it, I'm going to have to come back to the City Council and ask for another extension.
So maybe we can soften this. We'll make it 9 months with an intent to come back in 6 or something.
So my original recommendation was going to be 18 months and we brought it down to 12, knowing that the council would want us to come back sooner. We're going to have a lot on our plate between now and 6 months. I'd like to have a little flexibility having that conversation with the Planning Commission, which, by the way, was previously going to include economic analysis to run some pro forma work to see what that tipping point is to allow in lieu parking. At what point does it become less attractive for housing development? As you're going to have your discussions this evening, we're probably not going to have as much consultant funding to support that endeavor. So the analysis and recommendation that comes forward is going to be from the expertise of the Planning Commission and staff forwarded to the City Council, just as you're considering your options here.
So
Also remember,
I would make a suggestion, maybe just to have a safety net, that we adopt the ordinance for a year, but ask that it go to PTC, come back to council.
So the floor is still Councilmember Cormack's, and as far as I understand, you both have incorporated her suggestion. So Councilmember Cormack, floor is still yours.
I appreciate the problem this poses for staff, but I am unwilling for this not to be reviewed by the PTC. I'm not prepared to make a decision without their input. I understand a consultant may not be available, but I trust the people we've appointed to the PTC and I want their input. So if we say 9 months, can we get past this? Councilmember Koo and Councilmember Du Bois.
9 months is good.
Gets us into next year, and who knows what will be going on next year.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you
fine.
for that.
So for a period of 9 months,
9 months.
and I cede the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, I see Councilmember Filseth.
Thanks very much. Well, I'm going to be real brief here because my head's pretty much where Councilmember Cormack's was, which is, you know, I don't know the answer here, but it doesn't seem super critical urgent because there's nobody building anything downtown anyway, although the developers wait us out comment was kind of curious, but we got lots of stuff to think about. I'd just as soon have PTC think about it and get a recommendation from them on this. I did want to appreciate staff bringing this forward. A year ago, we said give it a year, and a year went by, and so you've brought it back to us. So thank you very much. It looks to me like you're just doing your job. I appreciate that. You know, it is sort of a little curious on the whole housing versus jobs thing. You know, it was to encourage housing, of course. You know, I'm not sure. It's kind of at this point, I think it's kind of an academic argument, but, you know, on the one hand, saying we need a whole lot more office space because the economy is bad and to create some more housing demand. And on the other hand, saying, well, we still got this huge jobs housing imbalance, and so we need more housing. I mean, those two things they're not entirely consistent with each other. The only one other thing I would say about on this, and again, I appreciate have PCC think about it, so I don't have to It is a more complicated problem than a year ago because it's pretty clear now there's not going to be a garage anytime soon. And so if we're collecting all this money for parking spaces, I mean, should we really do that? And so, yeah, I'm happy to have PTC think about this. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Fulseth. Okay, I see no other hands, so let's vote on the substitute motion. Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
Actually,
sorry, Councilmember Tanaka, you want to speak to this?
Yeah, could I?
Go for it.
Okay. So Jonathan, are you still there?
Yes.
So you expressed a lot of concern, I guess, about staff resources and consulting dollars. Can you expand a little bit upon that and what the challenge is?
Well, yeah, we have 3 vacancies in our long-range planning program, and we don't have a manager. So we're waiting to see what the council's discussion is this evening to see how we're going to redeploy our staff resources to address the council's interest to move policy items forward. That's going to have to be balanced, of course, with the number of applications that we get in. Assuming there's a dip in applications, I'll be able to move some staff over to work on some of these long-range planning projects. But understand, these are current planners who are going to have, a little bit of ramp up speed to get familiar with how we do policy work. So, but it's all, we've got other staff to help them along, and we'll move it along. But it's, that's kind of the issue. We've got a lot of policy projects and few staff.
So do you feel that this might impact your ability to service other planning needs and priorities that we have on council?
Well, I think it's more of a question of which priorities does the city council want to prioritize relative to the other items that you've assigned to us. And we have that, I think it's the February 1st or 2nd report that provided an update on the housing element, or excuse me, the housing work plan. And so these are things that this item will be competing against. Of course, with the 9-month timeline that the council's given us, it will necessarily require that we treat this one sooner than some other items that were on that list.
Okay. What kind of planning items do you think this might impact?
Councilmember Tanaka, I don't have that complete list in front of me. And again, I need to understand what kind of resources I have available to me following the council's budget discussions.
So I'm actually thinking what Councilmember Fulseth said, which is it's a little bit academic because I think he's right. Probably not a lot of people can be building right now. There's concern by our director here about the ability to service some of our other planning needs. I do agree that it should have gone to PTC, so I'm disappointed about that, and I think we want to use our boards commissions as much as we could, as much as we can to offload some of the work from council. And so, I mean, I guess the thing I'm wondering is why adopt the ban? I mean, I can actually support it going to PTC, but why adopt it if it's academic? What's the purpose of that? So I guess I'll just like to ask the maker and seconder, because you can get my support on this if we could. I think going to PTC makes total sense, but right now I think Councilmember Fulseth is right. It's a little bit academic. Nobody's going to be really building right now. So why do the ban? Because it doesn't sound like there's going to be much of an effect on. It's a little bit. I think Fulseth's right. It's a little bit academic, right, in terms of the impact. So why not just send it to PTC? Let them do that. And then once PTC figures out whether it makes sense or not, we can decide at that point whether it makes sense to do this ban. So I'm asking the maker and a seconder whether you guys would be willing, and I would support this then, to go to PTC, but basically let it expire as it is.
Then what's the point of it going to PTC? I don't understand your question, Councilmember Tanaka.
So basically it would be, they would evaluate to see whether this ban makes sense to be permanent. If it is, we can make it permanent.
Well, it doesn't make sense to not extend it and then to let it, and then it doesn't make sense what you're asking for. It does necessitate extension in order for it to go to PTC to come, so that they can come back and inform us as to how to proceed, whether it makes sense or not. At that point, then it's ban or no ban. So I might not have answered your question, but I can't understand where that question is coming from.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, folks, it is 6:05 and we do have a lot more items. I do see two more hands. Let's go through them quickly. Councilmember Philseth and Councilmember Niss.
Yeah, just briefly, I want to answer Councilmember Tanaka's question, which is, I think it's academic in this year and in this climate, but 2 years from now, things will be totally different. And whatever policy whatever action we take, if we get rid of it, it's permanent forever and ever. And so it might be highly relevant 2 years from now, just not this year because of the current circumstance. That's all.
Councilmember Niss.
Well, I hope it is relevant 2 years from now, but I rather doubt it. I think it's going to be a long time before we see this downtown really coming back to life, which I know, Eric, makes you delighted. Keep that vitality down. But as I recall,
I'm looking at the charts.
Are you in the background, Jonathan?
Yes.
Great. As I recall, when we were discussing this and going back in time, I think that PTC has looked at this in different lights, perhaps not this direct a question, but am I correct that when we've looked at this in total before as to what happens to the downtown, does it keep growing, does it not keep growing? Am I correct, or is this a brand new item for the PTC, maybe for this PTC to take up?
Well, it's an item that was discussed about 18, maybe longer, 18 months ago, maybe longer for the PTC when we were considering the housing work program. So I don't think it's, new, but it is something that we haven't spent that much time studying.
A different form. Thank you.
Okay, so I just want to make one or two last comments. Haven't spoken on this yet, except to my original support for the original motion. So a few things here. One is I'm going to vote against the substitute motion that I suspect it'll pass. One is Councilmember Niss and Councilmember Tanaka both asked, there is a drain on staff resources, and is this the highest priority at the moment? I'm not so sure. Director Late, with the housing incentive programs that we have in line, the planned housing zoning, would they be allowed to ask for an exemption to this?
Yep.
Okay. And then the final piece is kind of what Councilmember Niss touched on. I think with this one piece, we are looking at one puzzle piece in a bigger puzzle of parking, especially downtown. And it saddens me actually to think about that now in hindsight, that we've had many kind of these interstitial actions on parking. Councilmember Koo mentioned that we froze the downtown garage. There have been other changes, and I think we have not done our best work in looking at these things in small segmented pictures rather than taking a comprehensive, holistic view of our parking programs downtown, whether it's the garage, the in-lieu fees, the RPPs, paid parking, those things all go together. And I think we've missed that a little bit. Anyways, let's please go to a vote.
If I could ask a question. So you had already started the vote process, right?
I did, but then Councilmember Tanaka hadn't spoken yet and he has to speak. So we're going to go back to the vote now. Okay, alphabetically for the substitute motion, Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yep.
Myself is a no. Councilmember Niss. I think you're on mute, Councilmember.
Sounds like a no.
That's a no. Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Thank you. Okay, and that passes. The substitute motion passes on a 4-3 with myself, Councilmembers Niss and Tanaka dissenting. Thank you, everyone. All right, that finishes item number 8. We are now on to item number 9, a discussion and direction to staff about potentially reducing the number of members on the Human Relations Commission and the Public Art Commission. Does staff have a presentation on this?
We do not have a presentation, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. I hadn't flagged this to you both before. So just hold on one moment, Councilmember Niss. So let's go around. Happy to have questions, comments, or motions. The first hand I see is Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. I believe a member of the public may have raised their hand. Do you want to start with that?
Let's do that. Thanks for noticing to me. Beth, if we could go to the member of the public.
Sure. Tyler Hoffman, if you wish to speak on this item, you've got 2 minutes at this time.
Hi. My hand for the budget conversation later. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, there are no other speakers.
All right. Thank you, Beth. Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. We'll hear from you later. Okay, Councilmember Cormack, back to you, and then Councilmember Niss.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
And I would second it.
Mr. Mayor, you're on mute.
You want to speak to your motion and your second?
Certainly. I thank staff for returning so promptly with this. I understand a few concerns have been shared about meeting a quorum. I believe that we can manage those, certainly as we think about the work that the Vice Mayor and I embarked on, and that we hope staff will be able to return to at some point. The expectations for attendance and participation will be made clear going forward. So that concludes my comments.
Councilmember Niss.
So thank you, Councilmember Cormack. I don't need to add much to that other than to say that I've heard from those who have served on this group for some period of time that they felt this number would work better for a quorum and also for a number of other reasons. So I think this is the way we should go, from 7 to 5.
Thank you. And I'll just note that Part B of the motion also reopens recruitments for those two commissions. Anyone else caring to speak on this topic? Please raise your hand. Councilmember Koo and then Tanaka. Councilmember Koo, you're muted.
Thank you. I was just talking away here. So I also have heard from commissioners as well as members of the public, and I'm actually torn on this. I was actually pretty convinced at the last meeting, but now we do have a very diverse community, and so I think and a large community, and I think that with 5 members, it would put a lot of power in, I think, 3 commissioners at this point. So I have concerns about that. I think that it would be great to just have the 7 so that there's more diversity amongst the commissioners and they can reach out into different areas. And when I was a liaison at the Human Relations, they were really figuring how to put their programs together and without exhausting each other. So with the limited number and Human Relations being such a big committee, not big committee, but rather so much matters to delve into, it does concern me. As for the Art Commission, they have a lot of different areas that they provide benefits to Palo Alto. So it would be a concern to me. At this point, torn. So if anybody has anything else to say, to support this, I'd love to hear more.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo. Councilmember Tanaka.
So probably adjusting the size of these different board and commissions makes sense. But I think rather than us on council deciding on the number, why not let the board or commission decide for themselves? They could take a vote among themselves if they need to make it bigger, make it smaller. I think the cost to us is the same. I think there's advantages of having bigger boards and commissions, and there's just also disadvantages. I mean, the advantage of having bigger ones is you can be more inclusive, you have more viewpoints of the community. Disadvantage, I suppose, is probably a bit slower. But anyways, for me, I guess I firmly don't have an issue with changing the size, but I just wonder if it might be better for us to let the boards of commissions, like in this case, the Arts Commission and HRC, determine themselves what the right number is. So,
Mr. Mayor, may I respond to that?
Sorry, who's that speaking actually?
This is the city attorney, Molly Stump.
Please, thank you.
Yeah, so you could certainly ask boards and commissions for their advice, but the decision on how many commissioners will be constituting the commission is one that is in an ordinance, and that is exclusively a policy decision for the council to make.
okay, so maybe the thing to do is to, and maybe this has been done already, but has there been a vote among these two bodies as to what the number should be, a recommendation?
Yeah, we
Staff
can't
know?
in the middle of a meeting.
Does anyone know on staff? Like, have they voted on this?
Good evening. This is Kristen O'Kane with Community Services. So the commissions have not voted on this item specifically. They have provided some impact or some input on this, but they have not taken a vote.
Well, not, I mean, so maybe if the maker of the motion would accept, maybe the first step would be, let's see if they agree with this. If they agree with it, then we should just make it final. So I don't know if we can amend the motion to say that, if you guys are open to this.
So there's proposed amendment to, I guess, query the relevant commissions on their thoughts for this change.
I thank you for the suggestion. I decline to accept it, having spent as many months as the vice mayor and I have reviewing the input, all the comments. You know, we asked people to take a survey, everyone who's currently serving, and there were a fair number of comments about particularly the Human Relations Commissions being smaller. With respect to public art, we've certainly had problems finding enough people occasionally to fill it. So fundamentally, I think the board members and commissioners have very recently been able to provide input. The number of members was not the biggest issue for them. It was more how they function together, but this was part of some of the information that came out of the survey.
I see. Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. Do you know from that survey, did the majority of members for each body, did they desire for the commissions to be smaller?
I'm so sorry. Point of order, Mayor Fine. So as the maker, am I still answering his question, or I've declined the amendment?
Yes, I mean, the amendment's been declined. There is a discussion, which you're welcome to answer. Or Councilmember Tanaka, you can ask of staff as well.
Okay, I don't know if staff knows the answer.
I think that Councilmember Tanaka was asking you in your position as a member of the ad hoc committee on boards. And
okay, so can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, I was just curious to know, because if the majority of the members desire for this to happen, I'm totally supportive of this. If they don't, then I can't see we're not asking them. It was not statistically designed for that. It was designed to get their input on how they do their work. So I cannot answer with any confidence, nor do I believe could staff, because I don't know that all the members of the commission responded. So I would not consider it a vote or data. Okay. Then I'd like to try to propose a unfriendly amendment for this then, to see if I have a second.
And sorry, what is your unfriendly amendment?
Oh, the same thing, the same motion, the same amendment. So basically, just get to get their recommendation on the size.
Okay. So Councilmember Tanaka has an unfriendly amendment to ask the relevant commissions about their thoughts on the change in the makeup of their bodies.
So Mr. Mayor, this is Molly Stump. That is not an unfriendly amendment. That's a substitute motion.
Okay.
Substitute motion then.
All right. Substitute motion on the floor. Is there a second for that? Going once, going twice. All right. The substitute motion fails for lack of a second. The floor is still yours, Councilmember Tanaka.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. if you'd like to speak on this, please raise your hand. I have just one or two comments. I'm going to support this. I think this is the right thing to do. I think it does occur to me that after this, I think we will only have 2 commissions with 7 members. So Parks and Rec and Planning Commission. And there is work that remains to be done by our ad hoc. Thank you, Councilmember Cormack and Vice Mayor, for continuing to serve on that. In terms of what this means, you know, one of the things from your early research did show that these commissions are actually quite costly in terms of their staff dependency and running the meetings. So that is something for us to be aware of and think about, especially in this economic crisis we're in. And then, yeah, I mean, in terms of the substitute motion that just failed, I have rarely seen a body asked, you know, how would you change? And they want to limit their scope. I think most of them would want to enlarge it and ask for more staff resources. And so I'm not sure that would be a helpful exercise, but I'm supportive of the motion on the floor. Any other council members who want to weigh in on this? Okay, let's please vote on the main motion. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Vote yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Myself is a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
And Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. Thank you, council members and staff, for your work on this. So now we're done with item number 9. Our next item is item 10, kind of the big item for the night, review and discussion of the revised FY 2021 operating and capital budgets. Because it is such a big item, I know we're a few minutes ahead of schedule. I'm going to ask for just a 5-minute break. So let's all try to be back here at 6:25 or so. And in the next item, you know, if you need to leave, just turn off your camera quickly, or maybe we'll pause halfway through if we see the need. See you all in a few minutes. Okay, excuse me, it's 6:30. Ask for break is a little bit over, but I see three of us and we had Liz just a moment ago. So I'll have to wait. There we go. Okay. We have four, and given how long I expect this topic to take, let's get it started. Mr. City Manager, if you want to maybe quickly just outline what the process is for tonight and the next few days, and then dive into this presentation. I have a couple quick comments after that, and then we'll go to members of the public.
Okay, great. Let me see if we can get our PowerPoint up and running as well, just so we won't lose any time in transition. And also ensure our CFO, Kylie Noze, is also queued up and ready to go. It's that ever pleasant present pause, waiting to make sure that someone's not stuck waiting to hit the mute button, or that actually they've gotten back from the break. Kylie, you ready to go?
Yep, I think everyone's on, Brad's on, so we're ready.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Well, Mr. Merritt, to your point, this item before you kicks off what will be 3 days, fairly solid days of budget discussions in the really detailed work that the council has before you in working through staff proposals that will ultimately become recommendations in your adopted budget for the upcoming fiscal year. So with that, we've got a few points we'd like to cover with the council, talk about the process going forward, and then walk through some of the specifics. So why don't I go ahead and jump in? And so with, let's see, PowerPoint, let's go ahead with our next slide. Just by way of introduction, this has almost become a cliche, but that this is an unprecedented time in our history, certainly in our lifetimes, and quite frankly, in looking at both the multiple dimensions of the issues before us, certainly the public health emergency that is really a worldwide emergency, but then coming locally to recognize the magnitude of the economic impact and the resulting fiscal challenge that is before the council as it relates to the budget. And then finally, just the speed by which this issue has all come to a head and really needing to be addressed such that really over the course of a couple of months, where we are today and now planning forward for your upcoming fiscal year. In that context, I would like to say thank you to the council for having been to this point very thoughtful in your approach. And as you may recall, in the council, the community perhaps could be reminded that we took a very thoughtful and intentional approach to address the emergency in two phases. One was to address the emergency itself, and I believe that the community was well served by our organizational approach to opening our emergency operations center, working with our partners, both in the public and private center and sectors, and addressing the emergency conditions such as we have. And while that work continues, really being intentional about separating that work from the work that we're talking about now, which is looking forward both to the fiscal year and beyond, and the fiscal realignment that's necessary in order to address the new normal and at least the new for the foreseeable future conditions that we're confronting. So on May 4th, the council adopted just a week ago, believe it or not, the council adopted the overall revenue assumptions that led to the package of proposals that you'll start to discuss this evening. And that laid the groundwork really for this $39 million general fund deficit to be addressed through a series of proposals. The staff report that you have before you tonight that was dated May 7th provides a starting point for this council discussion on a variety of topics, from the general to the very specific, and that based on the council's feedback tonight and over the next 2 days, staff will refine our budget strategies and return to you on May 26th. So essentially 2 weeks out to come back and take the feedback that you'll have over the next few days and turn those into actual budget recommendations that should be close to a final form for the council to consider to provide your policy direction. And then we'll come back with the specifics and the details on the actual budgetary actions necessary. As this proceeds, we have community input processes also underway, both our ongoing push notifications where we're letting people know what's going on, but also two-way communications through ongoing survey and additional opportunities for feedback that will be rolling out over the upcoming few days, and really providing multiple methods for the public, both residents, businesses, and other stakeholders to advise the council on their perspectives. And then finally, while service level impacts are anticipated, that it is really important to remember that essential city services will be maintained and these services will continue over the upcoming year. Use the term essential intentionally here, recognizing that this term in particular has been used in a variety of contexts. And ultimately, this term does have a context for each one of us. And the question of what's essential is highly subjective, but certainly one in Palo Alto that has a variety of dimensions to it. So next slide, please. So as we proceed with the discussion of your budget, we're reinforcing something of a framework that we have adopted and perhaps taken into our format here as a way of providing kind of a top line description through these areas of city service, whether they be public safety, infrastructure, environment, or the like, as a means through which while we are so much of our work is done in detail, that we also have the ability to step back and take a big picture look at effectively how are the city's resources, our taxpayer resources, invested in the services that the city does provide. And so this graphic provides that overall picture in terms of our general fund expenses and how they are divvied up effectively among the major categories of expenditure. And so as you see here, the largest share of that general fund expenses goes to public safety, which is our police, fire, emergency services. Next largest being with our infrastructure and environment, including public works, but also our highly robust environmental initiatives. Next being our community, neighborhood, and library services, really community serving, but in no way less essential, certainly from the perspective of providing the quality of life that really typifies Palo Alto. Next up is at 12% our administration and governance functions, which includes our overall management of the operations of the city, as well as the governance, the city council itself, in providing both the window and the ensuring the engagement of our community in the decisions and the operations of the city itself. Then we have planning and transportation, which looks forward, but also manages so much of the community's focus around land use and our transportation system. And then simply a sliver associated with economic sustainability as an ongoing area of attention for certainly as we come out of this economic and public health emergency. Next slide, please. So stepping forward in terms of the next couple of days and then what comes back on the 26th, oh, there it is. The next 2 days, the council will be first tonight talking about the operating protocols for the hearings that you'll have over the next couple of days. I'll call your attention to an add places memo that we distributed early this morning. Just food for thought for the council to consider in how you'd like to proceed with the discussions over Tuesday and Wednesday. These were largely built upon what has been typically the finance committee's procedures, but obviously needed some modification based on the full council being a part of this discussion in detail. Then, as as you're hearing now, staff will provide an overview of the revised budget balancing strategy based upon the target that has been set. The council will hear the budgeting actions that could be necessary based on meeting that target, but having the input from our subject matter experts within each of our department's service areas. And then finally, that the council will have opportunities to review these progress at the end of the sessions that you have on Tuesday and Wednesday, and provide any macro guidance that you'd like to provide to staff as we then take your feedback and prepare recommendations for you for May 26th. Then on the 26th, you'll receive what we hope to be a close to final balancing strategy based on your feedback and direction you provide to us over the next couple of days, and then giving us a final direction for the detailed actions that are necessary as part of the appropriations, the ordinances, and all the actions required for your budget adoption. Next slide, please. And then the last slide for me before I'll turn it over to Kylie and Jose for the purpose of walking you through some of the specifics would be to talk about some of the principles that got us to this point. First, the council has adopted budget principles that have and continue to guide our work at the macro scale. And in addition, over the past few weeks, we brought forward for the council's discussion these budget and fiscal recovery priorities that have guided the recommendation, well, not really recommendations, the proposals that are before you that you'll be discussing over the next couple of days. The first is to recognize the importance of economic recovery in our particular moment in time, much more so perhaps than it has been on an ongoing basis, really emphasizing the interrelationship between our local economy and the ability for the city to provide services to our community. Second, that we're focusing on resiliency over the long term, and as such, recognizing and to the extent we can, identified reductions that could be restored over a longer period of time. We have used as a planning milestone the expectation of a 2-year reduction period through which we, in direction to the departments, have focused on areas that could be sustained at the reduced level for a 2-year period, recognizing that in many cases, these reduced service levels, if going beyond 2 years, could become somewhat problematic. But again, this is the planning direction that I've provided to our departments in coming up with these recommendations or these proposals. Third, that we will continue to seek new ways to identify efficiencies and in many cases use technology as tools in our ability to leverage our resources and continue services and in some ways evolve services where we can. Fourth, to apply broad-based, which is different from broad-brushed, in that while recognizing the uniqueness of each of our service areas, try to avoid disproportionate impact to any particular areas of interest and of focus from our community broad services. And then finally, to recognize and use bridging strategies where that might be useful, recognizing that in the short term, that we may have more extraordinary revenue losses than would hopefully be the case in a slightly longer term. So these are the basic principles that we've used to develop the proposals that will be discussed over the next few days. So with that, let me ask Kylie to step in and we'll do a walkthrough on the particulars.
Unmute. Thank you, Ed. We'll go on to the next slide and really talk and set the stage for the uncertainties that we are continuing to face. So we provided council with a roughly $20 million impact estimate for FY20. So that's this current fiscal year and the likely draw on the budget stabilization reserve. Staff continues to track that. There's no significant movement. Obviously, different things come in at different levels, but that's an uncertainty in terms of whether or not it will be 20 million, if it will be more or less. We're dealing with lags in information and data. As Ed alluded to, things are moving fast. And as such, we're moving through imperfect data. For example, if you think about sales tax, we receive it on a quarterly basis and there's a quarterly lag. So we won't know our sales tax receipts from January through March until at the earliest mid-June of this year. So we're really working with imperfect information, but doing our best to make estimates and provide assumptions so that we can, understand where we're coming from. As we look at what's being proposed as part of the potential balancing strategy that was issued on March 7th, two major components remain in flux. One is the cost of transitioning to implement any changes in service levels. That could be anything from the meet and confer process to training staff if we work to redeploy them, to working to amend hours, schedules, et cetera, from an administrative standpoint. But really working through the details of how we operationalize what's being brought forward, there will likely be costs associated with that. Also, as such, these proposals are really works in progress and will continue to be refined further. So these are, given the time frame, as Ed alluded to, we got the direction on Monday and that report came out on Thursday. We are working on these proposals. So they don't necessarily have all of the detail that this council might be used to, and we will continue to refine those as we move forward in this process. And another major uncertainty that I think we're all aware of is just how this situation will continue to unfold and evolve, and not only from a shelter-in-place perspective, but also from a consumer confidence perspective. Even if the shelter-in-place is lifted, will people go back to business as usual? Will the economy be in a recession and consumers be hesitant to, spend disposably? And so, those are all major uncertainties as we move through the next few days for everyone to keep in mind. Next slide. A bit of scene setting for everybody on this next slide is how to interpret all of the documents. I am sure the public as well as the council are grappling with many documents that staff have issued. At this point, we are really focusing on two documents. We're focusing on the proposed baseline budgets that were issued on April 20th. These show, general fund expenses of $238 million and all funds expenses of about $800 million, about 820. These are our baselines. This is where we're starting from for FY 2021. And then in the revised memo based on council's direction, so the memo that you can kind of see in the slide, issued for tonight's meeting, are amendments to that proposed. So we're really looking at these two documents in parallel. The baseline budgets are what we would be reviewing and potentially adopting with the revisions outlined in the memo. But that memo only outlines revisions in very particular areas, specifically primarily general fund capital, as well as the general fund itself. But again, those are a subset of those baselines. And so really, as council is looking at things over the coming days, we're going to reference both of these documents, looking at the departments by fund in the operating book, looking at the capital projects in the 5-year CIP as amended by that additional staff report. Staff will continue to try and guide, but it is really important to recognize the importance of both documents. So with that being said, and working in parallel of those two documents, the next slide articulates that crosswalk at a really high level. So this chart should look familiar. It's what was in the staff report for tonight's agenda. And it really looks at that top level line of what was proposed and what was included in the baseline budgets that were released on April 20th. That's that top line budget. You can see expenses were $238.8 million in the general fund and $818.9 million in all funds. You can see that the FTEs were about 574 in the general fund and about 1,034 in all funds. And what this chart is doing is subsequently going through the revisions that are outlined in the staff report to amend, frankly, the revenue estimates down and the corresponding service level reductions to balance the general fund and other funds based on the revised fiscal scenario. So on the revenue side, you see council's action, that $38.8 million loss of major tax revenues. And also you'll see there's 5 million up there and another 2 million below the line of other economically sensitive revenues. This is a guess of staff. It's an educated guess based on what our current experience is in loss in things for charges for services and licenses and permits, something the council articulated on the May 4th agenda item. And this is really an estimate in terms of either reduced programming or an inability to serve as many guests given social distancing requirements, as well as just a downtick if we do hit a recessionary period in terms of development. So you'll see that staff has balanced this strategy ultimately to that full, the full impacts of both the 38 million and that 8 million overall. As you look through then, there's about $43 million in general fund reductions. As Ed alluded to, we try to balance the ongoing and the near-term impacts. We obviously don't know necessarily the difference in how ongoing the downturn that we're seeing right now will last, but you can see that staff took about a 60-40 or somewhere close to that in terms of citywide solutions versus department service level reductions. And we'll go through the difference of those in the coming slides. But as you can kind of see in the chart, we bucketed them by service area. So you see that we're reducing neighborhood and community and library services by about $6 million, the equivalent of 20 FTE. As you go down, you can see the different impacts in the different service areas. And then you hit that citywide balancing solutions, which is roughly $20 million in savings. Overall, you see a proposed potential reduction of 91 full-time staff and about 33 part-time staff. Now remember, when we look at that 33 number for part-time staff, that doesn't mean the number of employees. That's the number of full-time equivalent part-time positions. So in terms of the quantity of employees that are impacted, it will be significantly higher than that 33 number. Overall, it's about an 18% reduction in expenses to the general fund, dropping it below 200 million to about 195. And you'll see that the revenues do exceed the expenses in this strategy. So at the very bottom of this slide on the general fund, you can see revenues would result in 196.3 million versus expenses of 195.4 million. So that's a $900,000 difference between revenues and expenses. And ultimately, it will be council's discretion on how to adjust that 930. Obviously, there's a lot of uncertainty in the strategy that we are outlaying here. So to the extent there are unknown costs that are, or delays in implementation of things, that will potentially have an impact on the bottom line. Refining, frankly, of the proposals may have an impact on that bottom line. But ultimately, council can also look at whether or not these funds would go towards reinstating some of the BSR or to reinstate proposals that are included in this balancing strategy. On the next slide, we can look at the historical full-time staffing. And really staff provided this just to illustrate the staffing over the last 20 years. Normally we do 5 or 10, but given the significance of what we're facing, we thought we'd give you a few more. So apologies for the busyness. But the light green line are our citywide full-time FTE, and the dark green line are our general fund full-time FTE. So you can see that in FY 2021, we would be at about 943 full-time FTE, and 496 of those are in the general fund. So some of you might be asking, what's the difference? It's about 450 FTE difference between general fund and citywide, and the majority of that is in enterprise funds. So those are rate-based activities. That would be electric, gas, utilities, storm drain, refuse, airport. And so those are kind of our enterprise activities that make up the bulk of that difference. And then on the next slide is just a high level view of general fund sources. So on the left, you can see the allocation of general fund revenues as part of the FY 2020 adopted. and then in tabular form to the right, and then the 2021 revised levels. So you can see that property tax is still expected to grow a little bit based on the CPI. Remember, there's a lag in property tax. And then you'll see in sales, TOT, UUT, and documentary transfer tax, the revised estimates that the council provided direction to staff with on May 4th. And then the last one, charges for services and licenses and permits, has that adjustment that we discussed earlier in terms of programmatic impacts. And overall, that's about a 15% decrease in revenues from the 2020 adopted levels. On the following slide are those citywide actions. So I'll spend a little bit of time on this slide because these are what make up that $20 million of the balancing strategy. So the first is a transfer from the capital fund. As part of the baseline budget, there was over a $30 million transfer from the general fund to our general CIP. There's two components of that. The first is a base level general fund transfer. The second component is a transfer of TOT receipts that council has chosen by policy to dedicate towards their 2014 infrastructure plan. The $16.5 million reduction is a combination of a reduction in both of those. The reduction in TOT is due to the decline in TOT, so the commensurate levels. So when we took that base, the scenario C TOT, the impacts to the capital fund and that pass through was rolled through to the capital fund. In addition, this recommends an $8 million reduction in that baseline transfer. And we'll go over the impacts later. So effectively combined, these would reduce the transfer to general capital by about 50%, leaving $16 million to be transferred over the coming year. The next is the Cubberley lease, and staff continue to work on the details, and obviously this would need to be worked on in concert with PAUSD. And the balancing assumes a net reduction of 2.5 million, meaning that's both expense changes as well as revenue loss. With the potential change in the lease, the city wouldn't have as many facilities that the city would be able to recoup revenues, either program revenues or lease revenues on, and therefore the 2.5 is a net number. The Section 115 trust and long-term liabilities. The city has a long-standing history of containing, or not containing, frankly, having fiscal sustainability as a value, and has made great strides over the last decade and more, frankly, to proactively fund their long-term liabilities. On the 115 trust side, which has to do with our pension liabilities, council adopted a policy for assuming a 6.2% discount rate for normal cost contributions. So that's our pay-go costs for pensions. This balancing strategy assumes a 50% reduction in that. So we would still do 50% of what those additional costs would be. On the OPEB side, this is actually a good news story that the Finance Committee heard, I think it was on May 5th, where we can actually find savings from a balancing perspective while we continue to proactively move towards that 6.2 discount rate. This has to do with medical costs not increasing as much as expected in prior actuarial studies. I won't go into the full details, but know that that's about $500,000 in savings in the general fund. So we're continuing to proactively fund our OPEB liabilities at that more conservative discount rate. Internal service fund reserve balances. Just a reminder to the council and the public what an internal service fund is. That is when we have all the other city funds paying into a service. So for example, the vehicle fund or the workers' comp fund or our general liabilities fund, where everyone is using that service. And so there's an allocation and everybody pays into that. And staff is looking at all of our balances in those funds, primarily in the IT fund, as well as our general liability fund, and looking to reduce reserve balances or change our risk levels. And we think that that can get us about $1 million in general fund. And depending on the fund, it'll impact all funds as well. So that's, as I mentioned before, we're doing works in progress on these proposals. This is definitely one of those areas where staff has done some cursory analysis, but we'll need to follow up with more details. All right, moving on to city service areas. So the citywide was a balancing strategy of almost 20 million. So it's about 44% of the balancing strategy. Now the second half are impacts to service levels. And we'll walk through these by the service areas that Ed walked you through earlier. Public safety, infrastructure and environment, planning and transportation, economic sustainability and business support, neighborhood, community and library services, and then of course, administration and government. So on the next slide, we will start with, frankly, what will continue. So before we talk about what won't continue, this is what we wanted to make sure council and the public realizes will continue. In spite of all the reductions that we will go through on the following slides, we will continue to respond to all priority emergency calls. We will continue our services for water and electricity to people's homes and businesses, and gas and sewer services. And we'll make sure that we're maintaining the infrastructure from a safety perspective. Our parks and open spaces will be open for the community. We'll have 4 libraries that will remain open, welcoming patrons. We will ensure that our streets and roads, frankly, remain safe for the public to walk on and drive on. 3 community centers will remain open with classes and other programming continuing within those community centers. Obviously, the Development Center will continue to field requests for planning and building permits as are requested by the residents and the commercial businesses. And then, of course, we will continue to maintain things like our traffic signals and the maintenance and timing, as well as the education of our youth through safe routes to school. So this is not everything that will continue, but it is important to realize that even though we are looking at reductions to the tune of $43 million in the general fund, 96 million will remain in terms of providing services to the community in the coming year. So with that being said, neighborhood, community, and library services on the next slide has a potential reduction of 6.5 million, which would bring their FY21 budget to 36 million. And this is the community, CSD community services and library services departments. We would be reducing operating hours at 3 of the community centers and the art center by 1 day each. The children's theater productions would be reduced. We would be maintaining classes and camps for those children theater work. We would look at eliminating program and grant subsidies such as YCS, the Unhoused programs, and Know Your Neighbors. We would look to increase fees for our various programs to increase cost recovery levels, obviously taking into consideration pricing out visitors, but also with that eye towards making the general fund subsidy less. And then from a library perspective, we would retain 4 libraries, and we would be closing 1 College Terrace library. In public safety, there are a number of adjustments on the next slide that total a reduction of 7.7 million. And what would remain, so what the FY 2021 proposed budget would be, is about 77 million. So public safety is our police, fire, and Office of Emergency Services. We would be restructuring our dispatch staffing, looking at reductions in patrol staffing and eliminating our specialized units such as traffic, reducing fire prevention staff, but maintaining our mandatory fire inspections. We would be implementing new emergency response fees, which would be a response fee and ambulance subscription program. So these would be new revenues to help cover the costs of our medical side of our fire services. As a reminder, our fire is both our EMS as well as our suppression services, which is unique to Palo Alto, at least in the Santa Clara County. And we would be looking at reducing incident response resources on the fire side and moving towards more brownout flexible staffing models where we wouldn't be backfilling if there were absences in staffing. In the next slide on planning and transportation, we would be reducing about 3.7 million across the planning and development services department, as well as the Office of Transportation, eliminating both shuttle programs, the Crosstown and Embarcadero shuttles, changing and reducing the administration of the RPP program, really eliminating all of our contract and consulting services unless specialized services for planning and building. And this would really eliminate our ability to do things like next day inspections. And then, as you heard from Director Late earlier this evening, really looking at focusing any long range planning work or current planning work on state laws. And really focusing areas on how to remain in compliance with things like the new housing element. Okay, infrastructure and environment on the next slide, which is primarily the utilities department as well as the public works department. We'd be looking at reducing tree trimming and the city sidewalk programs. Now, this is important to note that this would maintain our 7-year cycle for tree trimming, and it would maintain support for trip fall areas on the city sidewalk program. So again, this gets back to, we are reducing these, but we would still maintain that health and safety of our neighborhood streets and sidewalks. We would be deferring vehicle replacement and maintenance across the organization, and then looking to maintain 0 or close to 0 rate increases over the course of the next year. Internal service appointees will have, these are our general governance. This is the attorney's office, the clerk's office, city council themselves, administrative services, HR, and IT. These are all the functions that ensure that we're complying with our audits and, employment laws and have the tools necessary to do our jobs. And they would be reduced about 2.7 million for a total budget of 22 million across all of those departments. Okay, moving on to other funds on the next slide. Aside from the general fund, before the council in those baseline budgets with minor revisions, as we mentioned in the staff report, are a plethora of other funds and funding allocations that the council will be reviewing as part of the next 2 days. Already reviewed by the finance committee is the CDBG grant funding, which is about 1.1 million this year. This is a combined amount for the additional money that's expected to be received due to COVID, as well as the normal allocation of CDBG. We'll be going more in depth on the RPP parking permit program, which runs out of its own special revenue fund, however, has a general fund subsidy. So it's got that tie-in nexus to the general fund. There is in the downtown parking permit fund, continued funding for the Transportation Management Association at prior year levels. This isn't an increase or a decrease. And then of course the SUMC, Stanford University Medical Center Fund, which stems from the development agreement with Stanford and the hospital development that's been occurring. There's significant investment in our capital improvement plan for our 2024 council capital improvement program. And so you'll see some potential reallocation of those SUMC funds to balance the capital side in the advent of the loss of TOT. And there is about $6 million in this fund that remains unspent. On the next slide, we have a summary of enterprise funds and rate changes. So on this slide, staff really is trying to help crosswalk the many versions of potential rates that have been discussed publicly over the past, 3 months or so. When the baseline budgets were released on April 20th, the rates that are in the first column were included in the balancing of them. These rates were reviewed by UAC and were the information that we had at that time. Subsequent to that, as we were looking at the impacts and wanting to the priorities that Ed went over earlier, we wanted to look at 0% rate increases across the board. So the current balancing strategy that's before the council has a revision to assume 0% rate increases. And to add an additional layer of complexity, on Tuesday last week, the Finance Committee approved by a majority vote a 3% increase in gas. So if the council as a whole would want to continue with Finance Committee's recommendation of a 3% increase in gas, but 0 amongst electric, water, wastewater, fiber, and refuse, one of the tweaks and refinements for May 26th will be to adjust the assumptions for that 3% increase in gas. Overall, the roughly monthly bill will be about $320 per month. On the next slide, we're going to move into capital. So take a pause there. What we just went through really is what the balancing solutions would potentially be in the general fund, obviously impacting capital, and the service level changes that would ensue, as well as the service levels that would remain. One of the impacts of the proposed balancing strategy is that we would impact our general capital improvement program. So as a grounding of the council and the public, this slide is looking at what was released on April 20th. So again, talking about those baseline budgets. You can see that over the 5-year CIP, the bulk of the projects are both in the general capital improvement fund as well as the enterprise funds. And you can see the investment dollar-wise is similar in terms of number of dollars and number of projects. So these are investments that the city is making in their general infrastructure. This is roads, this is sidewalks, this is your public safety building, fire stations, parks. And then on the enterprise side, this is all the maintenance associated with your utilities, as well as undergrounding and customer connections. So this is where we started. On the next slide, as a result of those balancing actions that we discussed earlier, staff has brought forward adjustments primarily in the general capital improvement fund. So how we read this is, again, same thing as the general fund. Those top line bold numbers are what was released on April 20th. These are the baseline budgets. So for example, in that general fund CIP in FY 2021, we were assuming expenses of $169 million. As a result of the loss of $16.5 million, you'll see that there are balancing actions that are reducing costs in the various project categories. And then the following 2 columns are looking at the 5-year impact. Obviously on the CAP side, we're not only looking at the current year that we're moving into, but we're also looking at what's the plan over the course of the 5 years. So overall, you can see over the course of the 5 years, there's probably an impact of about $46.4 million in that general CIP. And you'll see expense reductions to the tune of $41.5 million. When you compound that with all funds, the additional changes are primarily in the vehicle and equipment replacement fund. We just talked about extending the replacement and cycle time for our vehicles. You'll see that on that bottom line. As we reduce and push out those capital investments, we would not charge all of the user departments or departments that are receiving the vehicles for those costs. Ultimately, this would reduce our 5-year CIP down to $290 million in the general capital fund and about $700 million in the all funds on the capital side. So about a $45 million reduction over the 5 years. So that's the technical adjustments and how you get from those proposed books and crosswalk with the report that staff put out last Thursday. And then Brad is going to, our Public Works Director, is going to go over kind of what's left and what's changed in the coming 2 slides. Brad?
Thank you, Kylie, and good evening, Mayor Fine and Council. Brad Eggleston, Public Works Director. So while the reductions in revenues to the capital fund that Kylie just outlined certainly are severe, we were able to work through this and develop a recommended package of project reductions that still continues the 2014 Council Infrastructure Plan progress that we've been making, while also continuing to address important health and safety concerns. And the rebalanced CIP plan does continue funding for the public safety building, Fire Station 4, and the Highway 101 bike bridge project that just began construction recently. The rail grade separation work continues as a priority, as do some important maintenance projects for our existing city facilities, Examples of those are the City Hall Fire Life Safety and Electrical Upgrades project, but there are others as well. Just wanted to also note in terms of things that we are continuing to make progress on. Just last week, we received construction bids for the third and final phase of the airport apron reconstruction project that's been underway for some years. And a little bit of silver lining in the otherwise fairly bad fiscal news. The FAA is expected now to fund 100% of the project cost for that third phase under the CARES Act. So also the current fiscal year and the proposed 5-year plan include work on 6 of the 13 new projects that are under the stormwater management ballot measure. And actually the construction contract for the first of those projects is scheduled to come to council for approval in early June. And then there's significant work continuing as well for the work to rebuild the water quality control plant. Next slide, please. So this slide summarizes the proposed changes to the CIP. These figures are really a summary of the more complex table that Kylie went back through in some detail a few slides back. But rather than go through the numbers again, what I'd really like to talk about here is how we made the reductions that are described in the numbers that are shown in the slide. And so one thing to really emphasize is the city's made a significant investment in infrastructure over the last 10 years. You'll recall the work that IBRIC did starting in 2010 and finishing in 2011. So those investments have put us in a good position to be able to make some temporary reductions in areas of work like sidewalk repairs, street lights, street maintenance, and other areas as well, without ongoing significant negative impacts. And we have proposed reductions in those areas. We have also reduced or eliminated the funding for some projects that seemed less important in the past when they were first funded, or in some instances where there's uncertainty about how the projects would proceed. So a few examples of projects like that are Ventura Building Systems project, Baylands flood protection levees, and El Camino median landscaping. And all of those are projects where the funding has been removed. A significant reduction, all of the funding for the downtown parking garage, except for the portion of that was coming from in lieu parking fee funds, has been proposed to be removed, essentially allowing staff and the council to reimagine the project in terms of the method that we would use for providing additional parking in the downtown. And as well, the Embarcadero Road at El Camino project has been removed. This is a project that's been pushed out several times and has uncertainties about how it will proceed, essentially due to the involvement of the grade separation project in the future. So those are a few examples, but overall, these projects of reductions, we've been able to meet the reductions to the general fund that have been proposed, while I think still allowing our most important infrastructure needs to continue moving forward, and as I said, addressing health and safety concerns. So thank you, and back to Kylie.
Thanks, Brad. On this next slide, it's should look familiar. This is the budget process and timeline. We're already in May. We've moved through April, and we are moving into the budget hearings on the next 2 days to really deliberate with the council and discuss the proposed documents as well as the potential reductions and impacts to service levels. Obviously, these are organized kind of service area by service area for the council's review over the coming days. We're also doing various committee and commission review with PTC as well as the Storm Drain Oversight Committee. I believe the Storm Drain Oversight Committee is done and PTC is scheduled for 6/10. The goal is, as our city manager outlined, that by May 26th, council is reviewing this refined and recommended, frankly, at that point, budget balancing strategy for all funds that the council can then provide direction to staff for ultimate budget adoption on June 22nd. But what continues to be important as part of this is not just the proposals and the service level impacts, but staff continues to try and allow for opportunities for engagement and feedback, both on the push as well as pull side of things. So I'll turn over the presentation to Megan, who will walk us through our first engagement from a public perspective and preliminary results. So Megan.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Megan Horgan-Taylor. Thanks for having me. If we could go to the next slide. I wanted to highlight a couple of the steps coming up or already underway to engage the community around our budget conversations. Currently, we have an online opportunity for the community to share their budget priorities and provide input on what they feel their focus and the focus of the budget conversations should be. What we've done is tried to start the conversation with a very short online opportunity, quick way to engage in this process, knowing that it's very complex. So this is just one of a few ways that the city will be engaging the community online. This first area is a priority, like I said, of our 6 service areas. And so what we've designed is a opportunity for the community to provide their priorities by assigning dots to their favorite and their most highest priorities within these service areas. So as you'll see here, the online survey goes all the way through the 13th. So the public still has the opportunity to provide their input in this way. The opportunity so far, the community, we've had over 1,000 visitors participating in this online opportunity for input. And so of to date, we've had 1,000 people provide the survey, and public safety is currently the highest ranking area for the specific service area at 25%. The second area is neighborhood, community and library services at 22%. And then you'll see the other priorities from there: infrastructure and environment at 16%, and planning and transportation at 15%, and economic sustainability and business support at 12%. So this is just one way, again, that will engage the community. So this online survey will run until the 13th. And then past that, we're providing an additional opportunity for input around the specific proposals that the council will be considering over the next few days. And that opportunity will run from May 13th to May 22nd. So there will be an opportunity for us to report back to council in multiple different ways. So on the 13th, we'll provide an update to you of all of the comments that received to date, as well as a high-level summary like you see in front of you. And then as part of the opportunity for us coming back to you on May 26th, we'll have this second opportunity for public input from this other additional online survey. In the meantime, we are exploring other opportunities for both conversations as well as input. So if you go to the next slide. Oh, I passed it. It's fine. There are opportunities. We are advertising all of the public hearings so that the opportunity could hear directly from staff about the different areas for budget input, as well as the reductions and also services that will be continuing. They have the opportunity, of course, to provide input directly to you through this forum, as well as emailing the council directly at your email address. So those are just a few additional ways of providing input. We're also sharing these smaller city updates through the different hearings in small bursts. So we'll be providing additional videos, if you will, of the presentations that staff will be giving to you over the next few days on our YouTube channel as well. So a lot of different opportunities. We're sharing this information online at a direct website at www.cityofpaloalto.org/budget, pretty easy. And we're also sharing input through our daily coronavirus report that currently has over 66,000 folks that are signed up to receive it. So thank you for your time, and that's it for me so far.
So with that, I think that completes the staff presentation. Mr. Mayor, I just would end with perhaps the phrase that I started with, unprecedented. And I think it is really just a recognition, certainly on behalf of staff, of the significance of the issues before the council, really an ongoing community conversation as to how best to grapple with this challenge. Also recognizing the pace with which these issues are coming to a head, certainly from a community perspective. And so for that reason, we've really endeavored to make this as transparent as possible, which has resulted perhaps in more information and to a certain extent incremental information being put out publicly than might have been our more traditional packaging and polishing of products. But at the same time, recognizing that the council and the community want to be engaged at every step along the way, believe that this is the best way that we can support board deliberations. So with that, Mr. Mayor, turn it back to you, and staff is standing by to support your discussions.
Thank you, Mr. Shikata, and thanks to all of our directors and chief communication officers for that information. Just a quick couple framing comments, then I want to go to the public and then back to council. So as the city manager mentioned, this is really our first or formal beginning to budgeting for fiscal year 21 after last week's direction about a roughly $40 million drop in revenue. I do want to emphasize tonight is not really the place for us on council to weigh in on specific changes or programs. That's really for tomorrow and Wednesday, where we're going to go line by line, department by department, and program by program. So let's please try to focus our comments tonight more on the broad level, operating capital budgets, the transfers in and out, the table of organization, and the municipal fee schedule. There is an attached memo to item number 10, a short memorandum of staff sent out this afternoon and should be on the web. We worked on this as a outline for a process to conduct our meetings efficiently, fairly, and transparently. This is a budget process unlike any of us have dealt with or the city has seen in a very long time. We do need to make tough decisions, and I hope we can all hold each other to that. So just at a high level, just going over this, what this memorandum includes. So first of all, it highlights that the agenda for our budgeting is organized by service area, as was detailed tonight. And we're going to allow public comment for each of those items, each of those service areas, rather than just the beginning of our 1 p.m. meetings on Tuesday and Wednesday. Council questions will be done in rounds. We'll see whether it's alphabetical or by hand raising. I want to make sure everybody gets a chance. But because we can rat hole in some of these issues, I think it's important to limit ourselves. And so we're going to start with a time limit of 5 minutes per council member. And if we need to go for second rounds, we will absolutely do that. As in previous years, we will have tentative approvals for service areas. I think that helps us move certain items off the plate so we can move forward. And then we'll come back at the end for a tentative approval of the operating and capital budgets. There's note number 2 here, which is all participants are expected to foster an environment of professional and collegial decorum. These are difficult conversations. Let's be polite, professional, and productive. Item number 3, there are 2 parking lots we discussed. So in previous budget sessions, we've had 1 parking lot, and we're proposing 2 for this upcoming budget discussions. 1 is the short-term parking lot, kind of what we're used to, where if there's a proposal that you disagree with or you would like more information or data from staff, you can place something in the short-term parking lot. We are proposing, though, for efficiency's sake and so that we have a majority movement forward, it takes 3 votes to place something in the short-term parking lot. There's also a long-term parking lot, and think of that as items that staff is going to deal with after we've adopted the budget. So maybe there is more information or an audit or a new program direction in fiscal year 21. The long-term parking lot is for items after the budget is adopted. As always, council may request or make an alternative action or modification to a proposal with a majority vote. So I hope that's acceptable to most of us. Just reemphasizing, and then I want to go to the public. Tonight is really a high-level overview of the operating capital budgets, the municipal fee schedule, the table of organization, and then also I would love to hear from my colleagues, does this order look about right? And does this process in the memorandum sound about right as well? So with that, if the city clerk would please help me go to members of the public, and we'll come back to council.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Any member of the public that wishes to speak on this budget item, please raise your hand on your computer, or if you're speaking from a phone, dial *9 and you will be put in the order for speaking. You will each have 2 minutes. Our first speaker is Tyler Hoffman. Tyler Hoffman, go ahead. His microphone won't unmute. We'll move to Hamilton Hitchings.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Hamilton Hitchings. To help balance the budget, please consider the following additional steps. Implement a reduction in salary for a temporary reduction salary for all city employees till the budget is restored. Here's the reasons why this is a good idea. Enables significantly less cuts to service. For example, it's been proposed 38 full-time equivalents cut for public safety. This means less money spent on severance and eventual hiring and retraining. I don't know if you're aware of how difficult it has been for the police department to hire and put the police officers through training and bring them on board, but it's at least equivalent to a year's worth of salary to bring an officer on board. This also means less layoffs, which can be catastrophic for employees who will face a very difficult time on the job market. It also shares the pain across all employees rather than some significantly suffering while others feel no pain, especially within leadership, who are the highest paid. For example, Stanford Healthcare just did this at a rate of 20% across all its employees. Although I don't know what number would be appropriate for Palo Alto. Implement an extended salary freeze for 2 to 3 years for 2 reasons. First, we pay Palo Alto staff very high salaries because we want to attract the top talent. Given the new economic realities, we need to help manage our deficit. And the second is to ensure we continue to make progress on solidifying and protecting the pension of our existing employees and ensuring we do not have to pay that retirement through major service cuts in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hitchings. Our next speaker is Chris Acheri. Go ahead. Chris, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Chris Sakari, and I am the president of the College Terrace Residents Association, and I'm speaking on behalf of the CTRA to urge the council to reject the proposal to close the College Terrace Library. Library was built in 1936 and just fully renovated 10 years ago. It's the oldest and smallest of the library system's 5 branches. And it's the city's only community center located west of El Camino Real. It's a vital hub and gathering place for residents on this side of the city. Families with young children listen to story time and escape the heat on warm summer days. Students stop in after school to do homework in the reading room. Neighbors catch up while passing through. And of course, people come to check out books. In fact, according to the library's own report, it's the only branch where checkouts increased year over year. As the community begins to slowly emerge from the isolation of shelter in place, we're going to need more places to gather and reconnect, not fewer. It would be incredibly heartbreaking and short-sighted to lose this long-standing civic gem at the very time when we need it most. So we in the CTRA implore you to keep the College Terrace Library open. That's all.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Doria Suma. Doria, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Doria Suma, I'm a planning commissioner, but I'm just speaking for myself tonight. Most passionately, I'm happy to follow up on the CTRA President Chris's comments. I agree with him wholeheartedly. I want to thank you all, staff and council, for the hard decisions you're going to have to make. But I think closing an entire branch of a library is short-sighted, especially considering the paucity of community meeting spaces we have here, and the fact that we can no longer, for some time now, use schools for rooms for meeting places because of the very hefty requirements for insurance. So it's not just a library, it's a historic resource, it's a community center, it's a child care center, it's a park, it's a public place where any person, it is free for any person to enter and sit down to find a respite from the element and something to educate themselves. So please don't, please share whatever kinds of accommodations you have to make across the library system, and don't pick this one to be closed. Thank you very much.
Hello?
Are we still live here?
I'm with you.
Pat, you have 2 minutes to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, council members, and thanks for the very difficult tasks you have before you. I'd like to focus tonight on two main areas. First is how you're going to frame your deliberations. And I believe that you should really consider a set of guiding principles for this discussion. Those would be including things such as maximum transparency around the constraints you have on labor negotiations and otherwise, the time frame in which you anticipate these impacts will occur, how the burdens would be shared by staff, residents, and businesses, which expenses are deferrable, and this is the big one on capital improvement funds, how reserves would be used, what other efficiencies, such as really looking at a big level of whether cities should be sharing their IT functions, and then what long-term changes to services and policies. And the second thing I want to dive deeper into is on the budget itself and the capital improvement fund. Those of us who spent many years building this fund and getting it to be able to pursue the major projects that are going forward, I would like to say that in this time of extreme budgetary crisis, that there be a real deeper reconsideration of deferring certain unessential but important projects. The public safety building, the municipal service centers, which is $8 million upcoming, the fire station 4, and other capital projects. So I hope that you will re-examine those savings and how they can help defer or mitigate the severe operation cuts you're looking at.
Thank you, Pat. Our next speaker is Kevin Murray. Go ahead, Kevin. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, City Council. Thanks again for your time. By way of quick background, Kevin Murray, Palo Alto resident since 1960, College Terrace resident since 1966. I implore you also to keep our library open. I've used that since being in kindergarten at Escondido all the way through grad school. It is not only a community resource and a great area for us to gather, but I also would ask that you consider other areas for cutting. One of my other colleagues has raised a possibility. One of those would be, of course, sharing the pain. Since we're losing all of these incoming resources, then we should look at cutting our pay to all of our staffers. Those making $200K or more, I would recommend 5 to 8%. Those less than that, no more than 2 to 4%. I also understand there may be a negotiation for a pay increase of 4%. We may have to relook at that down to 2%. I also think the operating cost of the library, as I understand it, was something like only $175K for the year, which would represent an annual income for a staffer at the lower end. And so myself and other recent retirees also would be, as we discussed within the College Terrace group, would be happy to volunteer our time to form shifts or reduce shifts if that helps with any of the budgetary concern. But in essence, this library should not, in my humble view, be singled out as the singular one that's going to be cut. And I also note that the second category of all the service sectors that was most important is the community service and libraries. So that's a huge focus for anybody who's lived in this community years know that, you know, Stanford was our original income source as a research hub, and now we've branched out to the high tech industry. So I think this is emblematic of an important venue that should always be retained. Thanks for your attention. Thanks for your time. Good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Our next speaker is Dan Mahoney. Dan, you have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me? I guess.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, good. Hello, and thank you for all of the work that you're about to do. It's a difficult task. My point is really echoing some of the stuff that I just heard over the last couple of speakers, in that capital expenditures are things that don't affect as many individuals in this city as cutting headcount and cutting services and cutting libraries and and different things like that. You have a bike bridge that was just started. Isn't that unique that we broke ground in December of 2018, and it was just started last week. I'm not going to think that it's because the budget conversation was going to be started today. That's going to cost the city anywhere between $8 and $18 million. That's a lot of money. So that is something that I hope that somebody looks at. You can stop that right now and defer it. You can defer some of these capital expenditures that aren't necessary to do right now. And then in the other thing that I want to just briefly pick up, in 2018, we paid over $8 million in overtime to city employees. I would put a freeze on overtime. Why are we paying overtime? It's because we don't have the right people staffed. We don't have the right people managing. We don't have the right people in each one of the positions, so that they have to fill positions with overtime. So stop overtime. That's another suggestion. Good luck, guys.
What do we do? Should I start talking? Hello.
Yes, go ahead, Lydia. It's your turn. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Yes. Hello, my name is Lydia Callahan. I live in Crescent Park. And thank you so much for the work you're doing. I completely understand the need for budget cuts in this unprecedented time. So I wanted to kind of speak to the future when things hopefully normalize. And I wanted you to consider the importance of Palo Alto Children's Theater. I have twin girls. They both started participating in the Children's Theater when they were in 4th grade. They're both now 15, freshmen in high school. And they were both cast in the production of Cinderella that has, been postponed. And they've built skills, gained community, developed strong relationships with mentors. They've had so much fun, made great friends, and I cannot stress enough how important theater is for the mental health and well-being of our kids and teens. And I really think on the other side of this, it will be critical to allowing our kids and teens to, reconnect and reestablish their social bonds. And my daughter, Madeline Weiss, who has been in the theater at Palo Alto Children's Theater, wants to say just a few words too.
Hi. So basically, my first show at the Children's Theater was Alice in Wonderland. And I think I was in 4th or 5th grade. And I was kind of socially awkward, but I have made so many great friends from this program. And I also want to say that the Children's Theater teaches not only theater, but like things that'll help in real life, like professionalism and public speaking, cooperation, being a part of a team. It's all things that you can take into the workplace. And I think that it's a great resource for kids to have, and what they can learn from it will really benefit them and benefit us as a society in the long run.
Yeah, so thank you so much for listening to us, and thanks for your consideration. That's all.
Mr. Cook, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good evening, council members. I want to say thank you for including the public in this discussion, and I want to wish you good luck on these difficult decisions ahead. I'm a former president of the CTRA, but just speaking on behalf of myself. But I would say that I've discussed one small part of your budget cuts with a number of my neighbors and friends. And I would say I wholeheartedly agree with my neighbors and friends, and we believe that keeping the College Terrace Library open is an important way to promote community and wonder and happiness during a time of isolation, despair, and sadness. So all you could do to keep that one small item still going, it's our one community meeting place, as Doria and Chris mentioned already. The CTRA meets at the library. We've raised our children going and reading many books at the library. It's a great intergenerational meeting place. So you see little kids and adults and seniors there all enjoying the services, and there aren't many other services nearby for our community. And so I would ask that you maybe look for tiny cuts in pay as a possible trade-off, or other larger budgetary items to fill that hole that our library would only just contribute a tiny portion if closed for 2 years, but it would take away quite a bit from our community and our neighborhood here. So I just ask that you listen to what Doria, Kevin, and Chris and others from our College Terrace neighborhood say about that small part of your budget cut. Good luck. Thanks very much for doing this. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Our next speaker is Madison Seitz. Madison, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody, and thank you also for opening this up to everybody. This is the first time I've ever participated in any of these meetings. Maybe a benefit to all of this is that it's actually quite nice to be able to do this remotely. I don't know if it's always been this way. One comment on that, I did hear it mentioned that I was unclear if this was the place to comment on things like the specific line item cuts. And I did look ahead to the agendas for the next couple of days for the meetings and didn't see anything place specific. So I guess here I will also echo the sentiments of Chris, Doria, Kevin, and James, and that I would be extremely disappointed to see our only services building this side of El Camino closed down. Even 2 years, it's a long time for this neighborhood, for this community, especially coming in the wake of all these things. I'm happy to see that we get to keep our parks open and all these things, and yet a little bit disappointed to see that other libraries that are also surrounded by other community service buildings and meeting spaces don't seem to have that many cuts. It's a big ask, and as someone had mentioned earlier, instead of severely affecting a small population so much, it's, I think, a worthy investment to really consider, like, kind of doing some cuts across the board that, like, not so poorly impact such a huge area of the city, like, that already lacks a lot anyway. So please consider all of that. Thank you again for making all this public. I look forward to hopefully getting to participate in these things more in the future.
Thank you, Madison Seitz. Our next speaker is Hank Edson. Hank, it's your turn to speak.
Thank you, council members, for all the hard work you're doing in a hard time. I'm also a College Terrace resident, and I'm a small business owner in the California Avenue corridor. And I just wanted to echo the comments made tonight. I had 3 quick points I wanted to make. One is that when you look at your survey data showing public safety at 25.7% is the leading priority, and then neighborhood, community, and libraries at 22.4%, it's important to look at that in terms of how much money is being devoted to each. If public safety is first, but $50 million is going to that, and then the College Terrace Library is a $160,000 budget item. Those two really are disproportionate, and yet they're of equal importance in public response. Now, I know there are a lot of other libraries and there's a larger library budget, but for our community, College Terrace Library really is a tremendous center point. The second point I wanted to make is just that it's a long-standing institution, and we've been very ambitious as a city about new projects, but it seems counterintuitive to me that we would allow one of our oldest, most beautiful traditions, most beautiful buildings to be mothballed while we go on and do things like build bicycle bridges brand new that are going to cost $8 to $18 million. I don't know what the gentleman quoted, something like that. The last point I want to make is that the Page Mill Corporate Corridor, California Avenue, Stanford surround College Terrace. You take away the College Terrace Library, and it really starts to feel like commercial sprawl is setting in the heart of Palo Alto, and our little communities being squeezed out. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Edson. Our next speaker is Tyler Hoffman. Go, Daddy. Tyler, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, thanks again to everybody for the council and everyone for their energy on this at this time. I know it's brutal. I wanted to speak on a couple of fronts, primarily in support of the Palo Alto Children's Theater. Even before we had kids, spending a Friday night at the hot dog theater was always really a nice time. Once my kids grew up, they got involved in things such as performances, acting, supporting with crew. It's been a really cool activity and area for kids who might be art focused instead of sports focused. It was a really cool community for people who got involved. It was almost like being at a summer camp. And then the performances were fantastic and brought people in from all over the area. And so it's a safe place for kids that might be seen as different. And I think it's a really special place. And I want to request that we continue to support Palo Alto Children's Theater as part of this tough budget exercise. That's it for the budget. I don't know if this, I was trying to comment earlier. I just wanted to make one point, which is as we go through some other challenges regarding the budget, I want to just ask the council to do everything they can to protect ground floor retail, not let any more offices go in, not let anybody try to exploit the pandemic as an opportunity to say that retail can't make it. We lost great places like Zabibo, Diddums, Blue Chalk, Jungle Copy. I can name 100 others that are now offices. So anything you can do to support local businesses, restaurants, and retail, anti-eviction motions or policies or anything to protect them would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. Our next speaker is Annette Ross.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity. Neighborhood libraries are one of the defining features of Palo Alto. They are a resource for people to congregate, to access the internet, to sit down and read a paper, to borrow books and audiobooks and other media, to teach children about the wonders of books and the calming pleasure of sitting down in a quiet place to read. Generations of Palo Alto children have benefited from the Children's Library. It makes no sense to minimize that very special resource. Libraries are also recycling in action every day, and neighborhood libraries are environmentally friendly every day. Each item in a library can be enjoyed by numerous people without multiple road trips by delivery vans or ultimately multiple copies ending up in our landfill. And when libraries are in neighborhoods, visitors can walk or bike to a nearby library instead of driving across town to get to one of the larger libraries. For College Terrace, why not designate the revenue from the accrued fines for not having an operating grocery at the 2180 El Camino Real Center to the continued operation of that library? Go on about that. I know time is short, and I really just want to echo all of the comments that have been made about keeping the College Terrace Library open. More than ever, we need things like this in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ross. Our next speaker is a phone call with the last 4 digits of 979.
Hello,
Caller
this
with
is
the phone
Karina.
number. Go ahead.
Hello, this
You have
is
2
Karina.
minutes.
This is Karina Chang. I'm born and raised in Palo Alto in College Terrace, grew up using the College Terrace Library. I'm also a former member of the College Terrace Residents Association, and speaking as an individual. I wanted to echo what Ed Shikata initiated this conversation with, that there was a goal to not have disproportionate impact from the choices that were made. Closing the College Terrace Library would have a disproportionate negative impact on Palo Alto residents of College Terrace. We are privileged in Palo Alto. We live within 1 to 2 miles of an operating Palo Alto library if the College Terrace Library is in operation. If the College Terrace Library is closed, College Terrace residents would lose that privilege and would need to travel 2.5 to 3.5 miles to reach another Palo Alto library. All other Palo Alto residents, however, would continue to live within 1 to 2 miles of an operating Palo Alto library. And it's worth noting that within a span of 1.6 miles, many Palo Alto residents need go only 1 to 2 miles to choose from 3 libraries: Rinconada, Children's, and Downtown. Under the proposed reductions, Rinconada, Children's, and the Downtown libraries would continue to operate with only partially reduced operations at the Children's Library, which would remain open 4 days, and Rinconada Library, which would remain open until 6 p.m., rather than the complete closure proposed for the College Terrace Library. Instead, please allow partial operation of the College Terrace Library while partially reducing hours at the cluster of libraries, Rinconada, Children's, and Downtown, or perhaps a partial reduction in hours at Mitchell. The other point is that, complete closure of the College Terrace Library would likely add to traffic on El Camino Real, Alma, Embarcadero, Churchill, and Middlefield Road for College Terrace residents driving to other libraries, typically before 6 p.m. Alternatively, public transportation to other public Palo Alto libraries by College Terrace residents would take up to an hour each way, with 0.8 to 1.3 miles of walking each way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Chang. Our next speaker is Elliot Wright. Elliot, go ahead.
Hello, council members, and thank you so much for hosting this conversation.
I'm home with children right now, so I hope they stay relatively quiet. I wanted to focus on two things. First, the power of volunteerism and the current conversation of the libraries. Please consider the role that small nonprofit organizations like environmental volunteers can play in providing the city with support. I think that that's true for our parks and open spaces as we safely reopen, but I think it could also be true for managing other resources like access to nature and to education. One other point that I wanted to make is that as we scale or reopen safe, fun, and meaningful opportunities for our community, it occurs to me that people need access to nature now more than ever, and that with thoughtful planning that the EV is known for, we can increase safe, fun, and meaningful experiences in nature, and that we can do so in a way that reduces the budgetary impact for the city in opening these parks and resources back for the community. Thanks. I'll yield back the time.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Hey, thanks so much for having me. And so basically, my frustration is with the nature of this conversation. I don't think that we can choose between eliminating robust and extremely valuable city programs, such as the only library branch west of El Camino, the absolutely incredible children's theater program, or reduce services necessary for our safety, such as fire or police. The answer to all of those is that we shouldn't reduce any. All of these are necessary to maintain our quality of life here in Palo Alto. Here's what I don't understand. Balancing a budget is not only about cutting costs, it's also about maintaining or increasing the same or projected level of revenues. What we learned through the situation is that our local government's reliance on tax revenues from sales tax and hotel fines with fees was short-sighted. We are one of the few cities in the entire country that doesn't tax businesses. We don't tax small businesses, which seems fair, but we also don't tax multi-billion-dollar businesses that enjoy large presences in Palo Alto, like Hewlett-Packard, VMware, Flipboard, Palantir, Tesla, or even large law firms like Wilson Sonsini and Cooley Godward that often boast of million-dollar profits per partner. These are businesses that can pay, that can afford to pay their taxes. We can't protect city services and we can't protect small businesses unless we tax the large businesses that can afford it. That's what a progressive tax means. I will yield the rest of my time to the extent I have any, and I appreciate your consideration to this question.
Thank you, Ms. Eisenberg. Our next speaker is Chris Rebel. Chris, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, everyone. So I won't repeat what others have said regarding some of the cost reduction opportunities. I agree. One area that I did want to hit on is the outsourced contracts. I believe that the budget showed, which was nice to see, descending order about $80 million of contracts, outsourced vendors. And I would encourage, I mean, this may already be kind of in the works. I don't know. I didn't see it, but really focusing on striving for something, a 10% or so reduction on every single one of those big ticket contracts. I mean, that's $8 million. And I understand that there may not be force majeure clauses or, a specific material adverse change clause that could be triggered. But nonetheless, I think there are some creative ways where there could nonetheless be a reduction, either using a carrot approach or a stick approach. And I've had procurement organizations report to me, so I've used these personally, but a carrot approach would be, approaching the vendor and saying, look, we are in a crisis mode, economic depression. We would really appreciate kind of getting some price reduction and in consideration some term they want, maybe a contract extension or something like that. And the stick approach would be, more informing them that if they would like to be considered as a top vendor in the future, that they need to participate and have kind of shared sacrifice as everybody is. Obviously, there's a lot of shared sacrifice that we've all talked about with employees and businesses, residents, everybody. So they need to participate as well. So anyway, that's, and then another approach is maybe figuring out to restructure the contract where you want to reduce the price 20%, but still get 80% of the service. And I think in a large part, businesses and residents would understand if you get less frequent service as opposed to unilaterally cutting something altogether. I think that's more of a draconian approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. If there are any other members of the public that wish to speak, please raise your hand or dial *9 on your phone. I have one more speaker. Speaker with the last three phone number digits of 184. Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Alfred Bay, College Terrace resident, fellow Escondido graduate with Karina and Kevin and others. I agree with pretty much everything that's been said about the College Terrace Library. I'd like to add another perspective. I'm an architect. I studied at University of California and helped write the seminal work, Nature of Order, with Chris Alexander cohort. I lecture remotely at University of Missouri and at a building beautiful school, as it is called, in Naples, Italy. The College Terrace Library, though not a magnificent architectural specimen, though quaint and cozy in its way, has been included in that curriculum and is noted and is visited by various students as an example of a community nexus, a building and its environs creating a nucleus of life and energy that permeates into the greater community. So people around the world interested in architectural and environmental phenomenology know about this little place and look at it and study it, and here it is right in their backyard. So I'd hate to see that little spark of life that's celebrated in the annals of architecture be closed, be extinguished for a while. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, there's no other speakers.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, City Clerk, and thank you to everyone for joining our meeting and sharing your thoughts and questions and ideas. Vice Mayor suggested we take a brief break before we get into our actual discussion. So let's take a 10-minute break and try to get back here at 8:15 or so. Thank you. I'm just going to give everyone another minute or two to get back on video. Okay, we've got 5 of us here. Let's get started. To the clerk, if you could please clear all the hands on the board. Then we'll start again. Okay, so I want to return to council, resume this item. Just as a reminder, tomorrow and Wednesday, we have plenty of opportunity to go through each budget item and program. So I really encourage us to stay away from individual programs tonight and focus more on the high level of what kind of process we want to do. Is the ordering correct? And any other comments? And then, any other direction to staff. Mr. City Manager, any comments before we go back to council?
No, I think you've laid out the key steps for tonight, and we'll stand by.
Okay. And let's start with one round of questions. Everybody will get a chance. Let's keep it to questions, and then we can come back for anything else. So I see a hand from Council Member Filseth.
Thanks. Hey, I'm back. You can unsuspend my video. There we go. Thank you. 2 quick things. Just a couple questions. There was a slide earlier, one of the very first ones that said citywide. It looks like we're actually going to have a loss of $92 million. If I got that right. Citywide revenue is 660 and expenses was 750. Did I understand that right?
Let me pull up that slide, Councilmember, 1 second. Councilmember, are you talking about the slide with the summary of the balancing actions, general fund, all funds?
Probably.
1 sec.
Can you share it for us?
Yep, 1 second. Is it this one, council member?
Can you display it?
Oh, did that work?
Yes, that's the one.
Okay. So
Down
what's
to
your,
about- yeah, 659 versus 752. Bottom right.
correct. That's
what-
typical,
you need-
council member.
you need-
That's
you need
all
parentheses
funds.
around the 92. No, okay.
Right, that's very typical because on the enterprise fund side, we often use our reserves for the ebbs and flows in revenues and expenses. On the general fund side, there's no draw on the reserve as part of this balancing strategy, but as reviewed by the finance committee and frankly, just normally, given the cycle times of both capital improvements and the operations of things, there is an expected draw on fund balance.
Got it. So that 93 comes out of reserves. Okay. Second, sorry for the gearhead question on your detailed list in the document 11-322, but I noticed there were a couple where the revenue adjustments were actually greater than the expense adjustment. In particular, let's see, I'm looking at building inspections and plan review.
Yes.
Am I reading that right?
You were reading the transaction correctly in the document, and I think what you're seeing is the fees don't, it's not a one-to-one alignment, but overall, the balancing strategy ensures that the development center remains at cost recovery levels. So there's no general fund subsidy and there's no overage in terms of excess fees either.
Okay. I mean, I assume that it's not the right question to ask, but why would you undertake an action that reduces expenses 576,000 and reduces revenues 1.3 million?
The revenue side is really an indication of the expected business activity
Uh-huh.
and the drop in revenues that we expect for kind of the submittals of permits and inspections over the course of the coming year. And so what we're doing is aligning the expenses with that.
Got it. So the cause and effect goes the other way. It's not as simple as saying, well, let's not do that one.
Correct. We're looking at our sources first and then balancing to that.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Filseth. Next, I had Vice Mayor Du Bois. You're on mute.
Thank you. I've got to do that once a meeting. Could you go to that slide that showed the historical staffing? Yeah, so I know around the time of the dot-com boom, the city very purposely started outsourcing more services. So do these FTEs include outsourced contractors?
No, these would be full-time staff in terms of city employees. So to your point, to the extent we outsourced jobs, they would leave this chart and wouldn't return.
So I've talked to people, they were saying it's probably 100 plus. Do you have any feel for how many FTEs we've effectively outsourced during this time?
I personally don't. We'd have to go research that.
Okay, is that something you could give to council? Like, is that a lot of work or?
Well, actually, to a large extent, I think that those figures are shown in attachment D to report tonight. Those are now the contracts, major contracts, and in particular, contracts such as the, let's see, where is our street sweeping? I believe that's RMC, as well as tree trimming, which is West Coast Arborists and others. We've got custodial, SWA services, just to give you a few examples, and I think those are a few of the largest. Doesn't include Pets in Need, which also has some, and things of that nature. So putting together a complete list, I think would be a little challenging, but I think during the discussion with the departments, it should be pretty easy to identify the specific high volume and changes that have been done over the last several years.
Okay, yeah, I looked at that. It's dollar amounts. It's hard to map it to FTEs, but
It's impossible to map it to FTEs, quite frankly, because of the difference between contract rates and that we contract for a level of service, not for FTEs typically, versus, again, the way that we would budget for personnel.
yeah. So it's hard to say that I think our overall FTEs have gone down. They've probably gone up. It's just really hard to account for it. Can you tell us, what items in our current fiscal year have not been spent and will be rolling over to the new budget? And I just wondered if staff could highlight those items as we go through the budget in detail.
Are you referring to fiscal year 2020, like expense savings?
Yeah, or projects that we just didn't get to. Usually we've been rolling those over, right? And I think maybe this year we might want to highlight those and actually reconsider some of them as part of the budget discussion.
Sure. Staff is actually in the process of that right now. So typically the first crack at that is taken as part of the proposed documents. So those reappropriations were included in the April 20th capital budget document. And they're doing a revised estimate now in May. And I would expect to have those numbers for the May 26th City Council agenda. And obviously staff will be looking at that to see if there's any projects that are at a point that we could stop them. But ultimately you have the most updated information that we have right now.
Okay, so tomorrow, Wednesday, I mean, if you could just help point some of those out as we go through, that might be useful. Will we see those in the details, tomorrow on Wednesday?
No, the ones that are already included in the 420 proposed document are outlined in there, and yes, staff can highlight those if necessary, but there aren't any significant ones I think that would be of assistance. Really what I think you're probably looking for is the more updated May estimates that won't be ready by tomorrow or Wednesday, that staff's really looking at what can they get done between now and the end of June, and we'll provide those on May 26th.
Okay. Kind of a similar question, the April 20th document, I think the reserve balances are out of date. So what are the right documents, particularly for the public, to know what our current reserve balances are?
So the April 20th document would be the best document to look at that. Give me 1 second.
I mean, particularly the budget stabilization reserve is like $5 million, but that's not correct, right?
So obviously the budget stabilization reserve is the one that's most likely not correct given what's going on. But in terms of citywide funds in the operating budget document on pages 41 and 42, when you look at the baseline budget for the various funds, you can see the proposed draw or addition to reserves. Now, obviously for the general fund, this one actually showed an increase to the BSR. That's part of the balance, but now that we've readjusted all the revenues and expenses, we're at a $900,000 increase to the BSR. So really, I think from a reserve perspective, this fund, meaning the general fund, is significantly impacted. And then you could look at, or we can review the rate forecasts for the utility funds, like we did with the Finance Committee, which articulate changes to the reserves over the next few years as a result of the proposed 0% rate increases. Those two are the main changes at this point.
I've been getting a lot of questions like, you have $45 million there. Why are you doing all this? So I think we really need to just make sure people understand where the BSR actually is. And then one of the public suggested something. I'm just curious, can council just freeze overtime across the board? Or are there things, what would be the effects of that? I mean,
And do you want to try this one, or do you want me to do it? Freezing overtime across the board.
Right. Well, most of the overtime is driven by essential services, perhaps is the best way to describe it. In particular, police and fire staffing in order to maintain levels of service around the clock. as is our service level needs for public safety. To a certain extent, that can be the case in utilities, and where everything from actual field services to dispatch and covering shifts where we may not have sufficient staffing. So to that point, really freezing overtime across the board is not a viable strategy on because of those issues.
Yeah, I just wanted you to explain that. So we would either have to have more people, or we would have unacceptable outages of essential services.
Exactly. Thank you.
And then my last question, and again, so I understand what you're saying in terms of getting a view on kind of where we are in this current quarter, in this current month, in terms of revenue, but do we have an update on kind of our expenses? And I'm really trying to get a grasp of how quickly we eliminated any discretionary expenses. You know, we've been told it's a $20 million hit to the BSR. Do we have any data to say like how we're doing?
So I will say, when we talk about the $20 million potential hit to the BSR in FY20, staff was already looking at expense tracking at that time. So that $20 million hit is a net of projected revenues as well as projected expense savings. So we're monitoring it closely. Nothing, obviously things have changed within different categories, but nothing has changed overall bottom line. One may go up, another one may go down. So for right now, overall, if you look at the net impact of the revenue and expenses from a tracking perspective, things remain in that range. But staff does expect to come back to the full council in June, as late as we can, but as early as we can, with final adjustments to balance FY20 based on whatever information we have at that point in time.
Okay, thank you, Kevin.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. My first question is, when you were preparing this budget, the revisions to the budget, did you use exclusively a financial lens, or was there a lens of what's going to be possible, what's safe, thinking forward? And I'll just be a little bit more specific. I'm guessing the answer is the former, but it's just something I want us to have our thinking clear on. Large events, small libraries, children's theater productions, TMA, like there's so many different things that aren't happening now and might not happen in the future in the same way. So can you just talk a little bit about whether it's primarily numerical, or if you were able in any way, shape, or form to take into consideration what we might be able to do going forward?
I'll go ahead and respond to that. I think, well, to a certain extent, it was the latter, that we have attempted to try to incorporate our understanding of what's likely to be operational in the near term. That said, that has been really difficult, and especially given that there's been something of a time lag between where we've needed to make the estimates at the program level and then have that roll up to a citywide and a balanced proposal or set of proposals for the council's review. And also, again, recognizing we got these out last week in order to have some public review time to prepare for tonight. So throughout even the course of days, much less weeks, there is a better understanding and perhaps just a different understanding of what's likely to be possible in the upcoming year. So it has certainly been a challenge, and I do believe it would be accurate to describe it as a work in progress, recognizing that, again, at a program level, department staff have taken their best shot based on an estimate basically of when will we be active again, when will we have camps, programs, the ability to occupy the facilities, and at what level of density. But quite frankly, it has been a bit of a swag. And so now, recognizing that work in progress, we're continuing to refine our estimates, and certainly I welcome the council's feedback on how that should play itself out with respect to the proposals we have in front of you and refinements in those proposals between now and the 26th.
That's so helpful. Thank you. My next question is about the capital improvement projects, and Ms. Nose, I think it wasn't the slide that you showed for Councilmember Filseth, but one thereafter that had a few more, it was a different crosswalk to get to the capital fund, if you know which one I mean, because I don't.
I do. Let me share my screen one more time.
Thank you.
It is this one?
Yes.
Perfect.
So the question I have is on the second to bottom line on the left-hand side. So I see the 16.5, which is half of what we would have done had things been a normal year, right? Is that approximately right?
Correct.
Okay. In reduction in revenues, but I only see an $8.8 million reduction in expenses there. So can you help us understand the thinking behind that?
Sure. A lot of what has to do on the CIP side in terms of funding is not just what projects are funded, but the timeline in which they're funded. So remember that when we're looking at the CIP, we're adopting a budget for the next year, but we're also looking at the planned expenses over a 5-year period. And so ultimately, there was enough fund balance to continue a certain number of projects and draw on that fund balance in FY 2021. And over the course of the 5-year CIP, make those balancing actions necessary. So if I can draw your eye to the third column, which would be the revenues over the 5-year period, are reflecting a $46 million reduction. And you can see over the 5-year period, there's a $41.5 million reduction in total expenses. So the difference between those numbers, roughly $5 million, is the actual draw on any reserves that were in the baseline budget. Otherwise, the rest of it is balancing actions to either defer or scale down or eliminate investments.
Great, thank you. That's really helpful. I just want to make sure people don't feel that we're not using the funds in the right way in one year, and that understand the spread across the timeline. And then my final two questions are process-based. I have to say I was disappointed to see the agendas for Tuesday and Wednesday change. They were quite detailed, and I'd done the usual preparation that we did for finance, and now they're just blank. So could someone please share how we're supposed to prepare and how members of the public are supposed to be able to follow along tomorrow starting at 1?
Ed, this is Beth. Do you want to take this one?
Well, actually, I have to admit, I haven't seen the revisions. So I do know what was driving the revision. So that said, I will take a crack, which is we wanted to provide the council some flexibility for how you choose tonight to sequence the discussions ahead of you, recognizing that we wanted to provide the required notice for any changes, and recognizing we are already within 24 hours of when your next discussion will have. So we're hoping that tonight we have sufficient clarity on the sequence of topics that you'd like to take on, so that we will revise the timed agenda accordingly. Did I get that right? I see Molly ready to jump in.
No, I completely agree. So the thinking was the specific problem we wanted to avoid is by setting out the schedule the way we did, you actually would have been constrained if you wanted to pick one of those items from Wednesday and talk about it on Tuesday. So what we wanted to do was provide broader agenda for the moment, but the idea is that council itself will clarify tonight how you want to structure, and we'll issue then a revised kind of tentative or working agenda for Tuesday and then another one for Wednesday, but with the baseline that it's noticed very broadly so that you won't be stopped by wanting to go back and revisit or go forward and grab a topic from the next day, if that makes sense.
That's helpful and leads me into my final question, which is I confess I don't quite understand the task for this evening. So based on what was in the staff report, sorry, I've got the addendum. I guess now we have to be more clear about the order of the first one, which is what we want to see on which day. is it the table of like I'm sorry, I'm just really confused about how you want us to move forward this evening. So if the city manager and the mayor could help us, I don't want us to be leaping into motions without understanding the task.
Yes, and my apologies for perhaps providing too broad a recommendation. So if you were to refer to the staff report for tonight, that is the report that has the ID number 11322, and we have the recommendations 1 through 4. Those recommendations are really what we want the council to do overall over the course of the budget deliberations. So it's not specifically what you will accomplish tonight. It would be miraculous if you actually did that tonight, but I do think it would not be reasonable to expect that'll get done. So given that, the specific goal for tonight would be to nail down your process as well as the schedule for the deliberations that will happen over the next 2 meetings, so that we can finalize and you feel comfortable as a body that you have a game plan for how that will proceed in order to make it through some preliminary tentative decisions, as the mayor described it, that will then allow us to come back on the 26th with a close to final proposal.
Yeah, and just
okay. Can I test for understanding, or Mayor Fine, do you want to try?
Yeah, just kind of rehashing what the city manager said. So one is, what is the process by which we go through these hearings? And that was where the proposed memo is kind of a framework we can work from. And then 2 is, what is the agenda? And as the city manager mentioned, it was abstracted the way it is now because there was an assumption we may be reshuffling things. And in terms of noticing, we wanted to make sure we did that properly. So that doesn't mean we can't go back to the old agenda as was published, but we need to have some flexibility there.
Okay, so you only want questions now, you don't want comments, right?
Let's go through one round of questions.
Okay, thank you.
Is that all? Thank you. Okay, next I saw Council Member Tanaka.
Yeah, so first question is, so when, I'm also with Councilmember Cormack on this, the agenda is kind of like really vague, so I'm thank you, Councilmember Cormack, for clarifying. So when will the public, like let's say for instance, a member of the public wants to call in about the libraries. When would they call in? What day, what time, like how does that work?
We'd like you to decide that tonight. And we have had, again, a placeholder that we put together, and subject to your confirmation tonight, it could be exactly the same, or you could tell us you'd like to change it. And we will republish the detail based on your discussion tonight.
And it is my hope that tonight, by the end of this meeting, if you have a plan of how you're going to go through things, that we can attach that list of what's going to be heard on Tuesday and what's going to be heard on Wednesday to the actual agenda, so that the public can see what it's going to be and when things are going to be heard.
I guess I'm just concerned that, I mean, we're going to intervene pretty late tonight, I guess. And it's 1 o'clock tomorrow. I mean, I'm just wondering, like, does the public have enough notice? But I'll let the legal people think about that. But it just seems like it's a little bit rushed, right? Okay, can you go to slide with the fiscal year 2021 budget, the one that had the CMR 11322 on there, the slide? And just a few questions on there. I know Kylie can bring it up. Okay, great. Just some basic questions, like what is ISF?
That's fair. ISF is an internal service fund. So that is a fund where the revenue sources are other city departments, general fund, enterprise fund, special revenue funds that are paying for a service that is received citywide. An example of that would be the information technology department, where everyone receives the benefit of the IT team and all the technology that we have and their contributions to funding those services.
Okay, great. I just didn't know that TLA, so thank you.
Yep.
The second thing is, I noticed you have the FTEs, but you don't have the part-time FTEs. And I think we have like 300 something FTEs. And I was just wondering why Why only show the FTEs, not the part-time?
That's a fair question, council member. We can get that number. We did it because based on our Muni code, when council adopts the proposed budget, they're actually adopting the full-time staffing level as part of our table of organization. And so staff was just following that, but we can get what the beginning number for part-time FTEs is.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great. Just because I think we have about 1,460 or so employees. So anyways, it'd be great to have it in there, see what the delta is after we do our process. So thank you, Kylie. And then I understand your response to the vice mayor in terms of overtime, but last year we had about $8 to $9 million worth of overtime. I think actuals, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe it was budgeted. How much overtime right now is in the current proposed budget?
Do you have an estimate of that handy, Kylie?
You're muted though. I can't hear you.
Sorry. I have a general fund estimate. I think in the general fund, I don't have all funds. Our actuals are around 6 million. And in terms of the 2021 budget, it's 4.4 million.
Okay. And then on the slide, the page you told us about from the original April 20th budget, operating budget on page 41 that you told us to look at. So is this all the cash that we have? So like, for instance, is 41 and 42, the one that you told us to refer to? Maybe you could bring it up so that everyone else could see it and follow along.
Go ahead and keep going,
Okay.
and I'll pull it up.
Okay, so I just wanted to see, is this all the cash that we have, roughly, at least at that time?
So and let me share my screen again. So I believe I have at least the first page up. So what this is these are the projected operating fund balances. So this is a combination of accounting principles as well as budgetary, and this is where we crosswalk between the two. So I wouldn't say this is necessarily the cash on hand. These are the balances in these funds with adjustments. So for example, you'll see in areas like the enterprise funds where you'll see some negative ending fund balances, and that's because of certain GASB rules and how we need to treat our long-term liabilities in our enterprise funds. But it is so I wouldn't say it's cash on hand. But it is from an accounting perspective, our ending balances in these funds.
Okay, so it's a projection. So it's almost accruals, but not quite cash. It's
a modified accrual basis.
Modified accrual basis. Okay. So then, like the BSR, does that manifest itself as like 47? Is that 47,000? The first line is that the BSR, the Budget Stabilization Reserve?
Had we not adjusted the revenue adjustments as the council provided direction on May 4th, that would have been our BSR figure, but obviously that will change.
Yeah, we're burning 20 million, so I totally get that. Okay, okay, great. So that helps me understand this better. And then, do you guys have, maybe you don't have it handy, but it would be really good to have handy for our budget discussions, but do you have a list, and I've seen it before when I was on the Infrastructure Commission, so I know it exists. I just don't know if you have it handy today or over the next 3 days, of all of the rentable space, all of the square footage that the city has in terms of if we want to rent out space. Do you have that handy? Because what would be interesting is to see, you know, all the square footage that we have, what the current rent is, if there is any rent. Some buildings aren't being rented out now, and then, you know, what market is. So that, because this is another revenue opportunity for us to look at. So I was wondering if you have that handy, and if so, can you bring it up?
The city does provide, based on since there's the city manager has authority to enter into some leases, we do provide a summary of all the leases annually that the city manager is entered into. So I'd be happy to provide a link to that in terms of the report out on that.
Where I was trying to go on it was more, we have a certain amount of real estate, right? Some of it is being rented out at market rate. A lot of it's not. And maybe because we want to do that for community reasons. and then some of it's not being rented out at all. And so I wanted to see if we could have a breakdown of that, because we have significant assets that we're not fully monetizing. And at a time when we're trying to preserve as many city services as possible and as many jobs as we can, it's really important to know what's going on. I mean, maybe we keep it exactly the way it is, but I think we should make a conscious decision about that. So this is why I'm asking this question, is because I think it's going to be important for us on council as we make decisions to know about this.
Sure. I think we can pull the most recent report. If for any reason it's dated, we'll see if we can update it. I would manage the expectations that this is not Class A space, whatever it's not.
No, I get that. I've seen it on iBrick before, and I know, but we have a lot of square footage actually in the city. So I just wanted to ask that question, because I would like to see more about that. And I think council members would be interested to see that in terms of how much. I remember when I looked on the iBrick, which was many years ago, there was a lot of square footage not being rented. Okay. So can the city talk, some of the members of the public, and I've, been hammering on this for years, about our procurement strategy, especially in light of the COVID-19. I've talked to a lot of my colleagues at other cities, and they're very aggressively pounding away at the vendors on reductions, right? Sometimes they get a 5%, sometimes they get a 10%, sometimes they get more. I thought the speaker that called in earlier that talked about, we have $80 million worth of contracts. If we just got 10%, that's $8 million right there, right? If you got a 10% like relief from them, and there's ways to structure it. So I wanted to understand what is the current, given this crisis, it is literally a crisis right now. What is our procurement strategy to try to share the pain with our vendors?
Yep. At this point, we have been taking that up on a case-by-case basis, but to your point, I do think you make a fair point in terms of a uniform strategy. So we'll discuss that with our department heads and perhaps have that report back as a part of the departmental work, if not on a roll-up basis within the next couple of days.
Because I talked to a council member, well, not in our county, but in San Mateo County, and she was telling me that they basically have a mandate that they're going to try to get 5 to 10% from every vendor, which to me sounded pretty good. If you could get 10%, that's $8 million right there. So $8 million a year. So,
well, again, so I'll tell you from experience, we did exactly that in San Jose, went after every vendor and with mixed success. So, and I would expect the same. We'll do it with as aggressively as we can, but we will have mixed success. And we'll report back what it appears to be bearing in terms of savings.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. I just want to know what knobs we could turn here. And then we've talked about this before, but it would be interesting, and I don't know if you have a breakdown because it wasn't really easy to see, but what is like one-time expenses versus structural expenses, right? And to me, it's a little bit mixed right now. It's not so clear when I look at that, the big table of proposed expenses. It would really be nice to know what are the one-time. And so I don't know if it's possible to enhance that so that it's easy for us to see what's a one-time quick fix and what's going to be a more of a permanent structural fix. So I don't know if that's possible to enhance your table on the staff report for tonight. Oh, you must know, you probably know this already for each of those items, whether they're one-time or structural, right?
So I would say for the most part, the operating proposals are ongoing expenses and the capital would be more one time. And so that's a general categorization. And beyond that, I think it's largely perhaps a case-by-case discussion that we would have as we go through them.
Okay, I think probably the other council members would find it useful to know that. And then I guess as you guys created and I noticed a lot of the fees are really going up a lot, or proposed fees. What was staff's strategy about dividing this between residents and non-residents? Because it seemed like we should push as much of the fee raises to non-residents as I suspect a lot of my colleagues would also concur with. So I guess I'm misunderstanding. I'll be interested in knowing the strategy that staff had in terms of these fee increases and how they divvied up the fee increase between the resident and non-resident.
Well, in this case, I'm not sure if you're referring to a specific area, but we do have general guidance for council policy that we applied. And so if there are specific instances you'd like to delve into, I think we should deal with those on a case by case.
Yeah, I don't want to do it now because the mayor wants to keep this kind of high level. So, but in terms of strategy, to me, it would make sense to shift as much, if not the bulk, of the fee increases to non-residents. So, but we could debate that. But that's my thought, and that's why I'm asking about the strategy behind the fee increases. And then let's see. I definitely appreciated the tables you guys provided in the report. What would be really great is to just so that we could do our own little calculation as you know, what makes it in, what makes it out. But it'd be really great to have that in an Excel spreadsheet or Google Sheets or whatever, so that we can add or remove stuff ourselves and do some scenario planning. Right now, it's all in a big PDF, and I mean, you really have to cut and paste every single cell and paste it in, so it's a lot of work. So I was hoping that, and I think members of the public would probably also appreciate it, if we can make that big gigantic table that's on 40 pages into Excel spreadsheet, because it make it very easy for people to. So I don't know, is that possible? Can we increase the transparency to make it easier for people to make trade-offs?
Perhaps Kelly, you could take a shot at that. I didn't quite follow what we're looking for here.
So in the staff report, we have tables. The staff report's like 56 pages or 57 pages, right? Of that, there's like about 30 or something pages of tables, right? Of all like this cut, this cut, this cut, this cut, right? There's like hundreds of lines of cuts, right? And it has a dollar figure in there. And you know, we're trying to figure out how do we squeeze money out of the budget to hit the figure, right? And I know you guys cut a little bit more to give us room to figure it out, but it's hard to subtract and add stuff because it doesn't add up at the end for ourselves. It's all a big PDF file. But if you make it available in a spreadsheet, then we can, each council member themselves could add or remove items ourselves, and it helps us do better planning for what should make it, what should not make it. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I think I understand the point. My response would be, we have limited staff bandwidth, and so I would not want to distract from Kylie's staff and the work that they're doing, essentially to ensure that the work we give you is accurate, in order to provide it in different formats, and recognizing the detailed work that they're into.
Well, I guess if it's handy, if you already have in a spreadsheet, it'd be great to share. And I think members of the public would also appreciate it. Let's see. Can you bring the staff report up and go to vacancies on your screen, Kylie? Can you share that with us?
Sure. Let me pull that up. Too many tabs open. Is there a particular page on the vacancies that you're looking for, Councilman?
It's the first page. So I see the number, actually, sorry, scroll down a little bit. So these are all the vacancies that you guys have, right? So can you scroll down a little bit more? Okay, stop there. So it says 102 vacant positions, right?
That's
and
correct.
Okay, and I was looking at our average cost of the city employees, about $230,000, right, a year. So if I do the math, 230,000 times 102 positions, that's $23 million, right? Okay, so I mean, let's say, I think the city manager already did a hiring freeze. So let's say we don't fill these 102 positions. Is this $23 million right off the bat right here that we have? Or how does it work? Because I guess that's why I'm asking the question, because it looks like that's a lot of vacancies, and this was budgeted, and the average salary of the city, not salary, but average cost of a city employee is $230,000 a year. Do the math, that's 24,000, but yeah, $23 to $24 million a year right, of vacancies. So of that 39 million, if you could just subtract off this, I mean, are we not almost there? So that's why I wanted to understand the vacancies a little better.
Sure. I wish.
Yeah, I know this by wishful thinking. That's what I'm trying to understand. Like, what is this table telling us?
So a few points. First of all, the 103 vacancies are citywide. So if you look at the different columns, those are the funding sources. And really, the funding sources, you really, for the most part, can't move in between them. They're restricted. The first column is your general fund column. So off the bat, that 103 is dropped in half by just your general fund positions, which is what we're talking about from a balancing perspective. Beyond that, obviously, there are some essential positions within those vacancies that are right now perhaps vacant, but are being backfilled either by a contractor or by temporary staffing.
Okay.
And then lastly, just that $230,000 number, you're absolutely right, is the average total cost on that citywide average salary.
Yeah.
But that includes the unfunded accrued liability payment. That's a mandatory payment for us to be making. So every position that we're cutting, we actually need to reduce by that UAL payment, because no matter what our head count is, we have to make sure we fund that base level of our pensions. So I hear you on the math, but it's a little bit more complex than that.
Okay. Well, I guess it would be great to, if you can translate this 102 into real dollars for us, because I think it would be interesting to know. Because it's not simple math like I did, not $230,000 times 102. Although if it's 52 general fund people times 230, that's still like $12 million, right? So I guess we need the magic decoder to translate the vacancies into dollars. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, it's hard for us to understand these vacancies very well.
Well, I think the point is that's the problem with vacancies, that they don't translate to savings because they're rarely in the place that you want them to be if you were to cut positions. Because that's the reason the discussion you're having over the next couple of days is focused on the service. You know, ultimately, these are choices among the service, and the vacancies will, or the position needs will follow the services you decide are the highest priority, or conversely, those that can be reduced. The vacancies are a product of that decision, not the other way around. And so if you take, for example, just even on that page, you can see at the top of that sheet, those are all positions in the police department, with the largest number being public safety dispatcher 2. So we're continuing to recruit for those positions while we have a hiring freeze, because again, so those are some of the critical positions that we have ongoing recruitment needs for. So there's not a direct decoder from those numbers and where we will end up after you complete the decision making around the budget.
See, but the flip side of thinking about it, though, is that the city is functioning, maybe not as best as it could, but it's functioning without these 102 people, right? So if you don't have these 102 people, life will still go on. So that's where I'm coming from on that.
Overtime, I'm sorry, not to interrupt, but I think with the flow of thinking here, with overtime expenses, as well as in some cases that are unsustainable certainly for that 2-year period. So that's the planning period during which, again, my instructions to staff is you need to advance cuts to the extent that that is the right way to describe it, that can be sustained for that 2-year period. I think if in the reality of in some of these positions, if we were to try to maintain those vacancies for that period of time, we'd have more vacancies very immediately. And so we wouldn't have the ability to keep that service going over that period of time.
I want to keep this a question, not comments. So let me keep going, continue my questions. So, I was wondering if it's possible for our process to divide up the cuts, like the gigantic table of cuts you guys have, like on 30 pages or whatever. Divide that up into, there's things that are very visible to residents, right? Like crossing guards, right? Or closing a library, right? And then there's things like they're not very visible or aren't very impactful or don't really add a lot of value. Like for instance, 5 PR people or social media people we have in our city that cost us over $1 million, right? So there's things that like crossing guards and libraries, and then there's like, $1 million plus worth of PR people, right? So is it possible for us to divide up those hundreds of lines into the like things, services that the residents use, and then others, right? And that way, I think will help us as council to understand the priorities better in terms of what needs to stay, what needs to go, right?
Just jumping in here, Councilmember Schnock, I think part of the challenge there is, residents use all the services in Palo Alto, and although you may call them PR people, they're communications folks, and there's some residents who may value the communications more than the library. So I think that's almost an impossible task for staff.
Well, okay. I'm going to leave it at questions before, unless you want to get into comments now. Otherwise, I could bait you on this. but yeah, I mean, okay. Let's leave it at that. So the other thing is, and it's something that both the vice mayor and myself have brought up multiple times, but it's a span of control. I think we both noticed that the span of control in the city is relatively low. It's about one manager for every 4 people. And it strikes me as a very top heavy. And if we're looking to try to, and I think the goal of all of us here on council is to try to maximize the services that we are able to deliver to our residents. And one way of doing that is to have more of the people who are delivering the services and less of the people who are managing the services or managing the people doing the service. So I guess I've started talking to my fellow council members from other cities about what is their span of control, and it's not necessarily really available. But I guess one thing that I didn't see in all the documents that we've gone so far is a plan of how could we increase the span of control of managers to employees, and that way minimize the service reduction impact to our constituents. So I guess, what is staff's plan about trying to move in that direction, to move it from a 1 to 4 to maybe 1 to 8 or 1 to 7, something that's more normal for a span of control?
Well, first, Councilmember, I would not agree with, first off, I can't validate the 1 to 4. I'm not sure where that comes from. If it is what we refer to as the management and professional classifications, you should be aware that we use the title manager when it is, in some cases, personnel, or a person who manages people, but also could be a person who manages contracts, could be manages nonprofit relationships. So there's not really a normal, to use your terms, that applies across the board. We use a hybrid, a wide range of service models, from directly in-house staff, such as might be the case in the police and fire department, to, as we talked about earlier, fully contracted staff, where janitorial or custodial services, tree trimming, street sweeping are all provided by contract. So the single person who you might consider not having any staff, but is in charge of $1 million contracts, is a manager. So that span of control metric, to the extent it's applied across the board, really misses the specifics of the services that are being provided. So I would suggest that rather than looking for a uniform metric that washes over the specifics, and much less the specific skill sets that are required by our staff that are managing a variety of service models, that if you have questions in that area, that we tackle those on a service area by service area basis.
Yeah, maybe the way to do it is, because you have a good point, because if a manager is managing like 10 vendors, okay, that's actually a 1 to 10 span of control. It would be interesting to see, because this was done based purely on title, so maybe it's not a fair assessment, given that maybe they're actually managing vendors, right, or projects.
Or projects.
It would be interesting to know what is the true span of control then, because all we could do from in the public point of view with the information we have, unless you have an org chart, would be good. Do you guys probably have org charts, right? And like a complete org chart would be good, and maybe an org chart with the programs or projects or vendors that they're managing. That would probably solve the problem. I don't know if that exists.
Well, once again, I think it's a hybrid of a few different things. We typically have personnel org charts, but it wouldn't reflect the full complement of projects. and again, everything from public works to IT to a variety of ongoing services, community services department could be really dramatically different in terms of their complement, their portfolio of assignment.
Where can we find the latest and greatest org charts then, at least for personnel? Then we could look at the programs and projects and vendors part later. Where can we find that?
Go ahead, Kylie.
I was gonna say, it's in the budget documents. So on those April 20th documents that were released, there is a section for every single city department. And right behind the city's mission statement and purpose is their functional org chart.
I remember those being pretty high level. They don't go down to the actual people.
It
They're
has
like,
FTE by classification.
okay, so it goes down to each individual person?
It goes down by work group, by job classification.
Okay. But it's not clear as whether those are like one of the 102 vacancies, or it's like a real person. Or is it? I'm asking. I don't know.
I'm not sure what the distinction is that you're drawing, Councilmember.
So is it like a filled position or a not filled position? Does it distinguish between the two, or is it showing it could be either?
Well,
it doesn't distinguish between filled or unfilled.
Okay. Okay. Is it possible for us to be able to get one that, so we have a personnel one, but one that encompasses the programs, projects, and vendors that people manage as well? So we could actually see what the true span of control looks like.
Well, that's a combination of the org chart you just described, as well as really the budget documents and the city services guide that describe at a program level the services that are provided, as well as the number of people that are allocated to those individual programs. So that information has been provided as a part of the documents you have.
Well, I guess, but it doesn't say this person managing 8 programs. It's just an FTE, right?
Well, it would describe the programs and the number of people assigned to that program, or number of people that we allocate to the program. So again,
I don't want to waste time on this. I'll go look at it more closely.
Okay.
And then last thing is I know you guys publish the average cost for each department, or cost of each employee, and that's in all the budget documents. But do you guys have a form with this kind of time series that shows it over the years? I mean, it could be compiled, but I was wondering if you guys had that already. That shows like what is the average cost of our employees over time.
Well, I think the best source of what you're describing is effectively what becomes the Transparent California reports that are published every year on classification, actual people that are distributed as a public record.
It shows over time?
Well, it shows each year individuals or classifications of positions and fully allocated salary, benefits, and the like.
OpenGov is also another good source for that historical data.
I saw it has individual salaries for individual people, but I didn't realize it actually shows, you can actually see the average over time, because we have an average, but not over time.
We publish annuals, and it's on our open data portal.
Okay, I'll go take a look. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka. Next, I have Councilmember Koo.
So just so I understand, basically tomorrow we're going to go through the document that's ID number 11322 and go through attachment A, exhibit 1 by 1. Is that the plan?
Subject to your confirmation of tonight, what will happen tomorrow.
Okay, so it's not actually going through the budget books department by department.
There is really a combination of the two documents that are useful in all likelihood for the level of depth that the council's discussion is likely to get into.
Okay. I was going to ask, I was reading about the debt servicing. I was just wondering how long ago has these ones been refied, and is it worth a look into refi if the rates are any good right now?
Thank you for the question. And you are correct. And actually, frankly, prior to COVID-19, staff was already looking at refinancing existing debt that we have and working with our outside financial advisors. We are continuing to monitor the situation and we'll bring forward any refinances as appropriate. I will say that our existing debt for the most part is in non-general fund areas. So although absolutely we would want to pursue this from an overall financial proactive saving strategy, I don't know that that would result in savings to help with the situation at hand in terms of the loss of tax revenues.
Okay, thank you. When the discussion was going on, especially with community services programs, right? Were there discussions in terms of, due to the COVID-19 physical distancing and so forth, what kind of classes can resume, what cannot, and what would be ones that you would continue on, and what would be ones that you would defer or put on the shelf until we come out and until a vaccine is found and it's a lot more safer now to be able to have those classes. So just wondering if those programs, when you're looking at them, was the discussion part of it?
Yes, I think made some reference to this previously, that staff is making an estimate. There are actually a variety of scenarios that community services is evaluating right now. And so we've put our best estimate in the budget documents for the time being, recognizing that those really are almost guaranteed to change based upon what's ultimately playing out over time with respect to public health orders.
And then also, you were talking about janitorial services earlier on something else, but, in terms of some of the, like, for example, libraries, right? If they open, there's going to be a need in terms of really sanitizing, how much more above budget would that be? I mean, today's budget, would that be, et cetera? So that would be something that would be interesting to kind of discover.
That is an excellent point. And in fact, I believe we made some estimate to accommodate enhanced cleaning. Whether that's the right level of enhancement, I think is subject to a further discussion.
Okay. And when it's subject to further discussion, is it within the budget timeframe, like tomorrow and day after, or is it somewhere down the line?
Well, probably both, but for something like this, I don't expect we'll have a lot more information through which to revise an estimate. Let's say if there came out, if there's vaccine tomorrow, then we immediately get on revising things. But that said, wouldn't expect major breakthroughs like that to change much in the near term.
And say, for example, because of uncertainty with the conditions and so forth, it's ever revolving. Would you be bringing back to us an update in terms of where the economy is, what is the revenues, what has been restarted and how much more better there is, what are the vacancy rates at the hotel? Do we do a 6 months, or what would you guys be proposing?
That's a really good question. And we have not settled on a recommendation as to when there might be a revisit on the actions that are ultimately going to be made as a part of this budget. I think that is another topic we'd like to engage the council in to test your comfort level. And I think we should bring forward some of our own expectations as to how long it will take for us to know certain things, such as our actual expenditures. We are going to be making really dramatic changes within the organization over the course of June, July, August, as a part of the personnel changes that are embodied in the proposals that are before you. So actually seeing on the expense side what has changed is going to take some time for us to actually see those changes. Meanwhile, on the revenue side, as Kylie just described, we have a lag in being able to get really comprehensive data through which we'd expect the council to want to have in order to be making any changes to budget direction. So I actually do think it will be a several month period before we're likely to have information from which the council can even make any type of discussion, much less adjustments to the budgetary actions you'll be taking in the next month.
So several months, huh?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. We were talking about, so how far along are you with the discussion with Palo Alto Unified School District?
Yes, thank you for asking. We have talked about the issues, in particular as it relates to Coverly. And so the estimate of savings that we went over this evening and that are part of your packet reflect a scenario of basically our terminating the lease with the school district for the majority for the property overall, but then leasing more a la carte specific facilities such as the field, the gym, the theater, and really looking at what our ability to pay would be for those specific facilities. And so the estimate that we've talked about tonight have been discussed with the school district. I wouldn't say we have agreement, but we have exchanged that information and the understanding that our position is really not that we have much discretion in the necessity of major reduction in the expense there. The real question is, what can we afford to buy back in terms of that a la carte facility lease as I described? So that's kind of where we have left it. The same could be said with respect to the school resource officers and crossing guards that we know are major areas of really shared expense from the city with the school district. So we've expressed our need to revisit some of those expenses, but we've really focused in on the Coverly expenses, the largest piece of that puzzle.
And who sets the a la carte price?
Well, we haven't really settled on it yet. So we really haven't gotten into the particulars of what would be involved. We have talked to the superintendent about really any revenue that we could gain from those facilities being part of what we would turn over to them, recognizing that our goal in having access to those facilities being access to the public. It's not to make money on it, so we can be relatively austere in terms of our own expectations of revenue, given that, again, our focus is the availability of those facilities, while also recognizing that we just don't have the discretionary or the discretion to continue the lease as has been the case over the last many years.
Because that's a great concern. There's a lot of nonprofits in there that, in many ways, they're seniors with their cardiac therapy and all that really doesn't have the means to afford facilities and so forth. And the city is really providing a benefit to them. So in any way that the Palo Alto Unified School District can kind of participate in partnering and sharing in the cost, that would be greatly appreciated. Another area is middle school sports after school programs. Has that been considered a discussion there?
We had some early discussions of that, and perhaps when we get into the community services department, we could talk about where that stands in terms of expense. I'm not prepared off the top of my head right now to describe where we are.
Okay. Oh, another one is shuttles, because most of the shuttles, I think it's proposed to eliminate them, right? But if there's any way to kind of keep them, and since shuttles, when schools are here, I understand it's mostly used by the students. So if they want to keep it, maybe that's something that we can discuss as well. I don't know if it's worth it or not, but is it worth it?
Well, so once again, perhaps under transportation, we'll be prepared to talk about the shuttles and the status of that proposal.
Okay, that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ku. Councilmember Nis, you are last, well, then me on questions.
And when you're last, there's not a lot left. So I would just highlight quickly, looking ahead, it's 6 weeks until we go into the new fiscal year. And in 6 weeks, this town is not going to be back to normal. We're not going to be back to normal till Thanksgiving, if then. I think there are a number of places that we have woven in either income or cost in some way that we should look at much more carefully. As we go into the fall, I doubt the Children's Theater is going to function for quite a while. I think they'll be extraordinarily cautious with that. Putting that part of it aside and the library discussion, I hope we'll also look at rebidding where it makes sense, because there's certainly money to be saved there. Also looking at our vendors, and I think, Greg, you nod your head. Is that one of the ones you brought up? Right. So looking at that, and that may be a mixed bag, as you said, Ed, but maybe not. These aren't real times, you know. This is just not, we're not normal. And we're trying to do a normal budget in an abnormal time, which I think is really difficult to deal with. Dealing with the school district, you're sounding semi-casual about it, but as I recall, we don't have a lease right now. We're month to month, am I right?
That's correct.
So therefore, when we're not breaking a lease because we're month to month tenants, but there will be some unhappiness from the school district about what we're doing. My question back would be, we've needed to share things for a long time. This is a great time to start doing it. So with that, Mr. Mayor, those are my questions, and on to the next.
I've got a couple questions, and then we'll come back. So thank you all for those questions. Definitely agree with Councilmember Ku's question about like a future revisit, you know, depending on economic circumstances or more information about Stanford or hotels or a business community. I think that's a good thing for us to have some work done on in the next few weeks. And then she also briefly mentioned, you know, COVID implications. And I think Councilmember Nis also mentioned it. Are there any service changes we're looking at driven less by the budget, but more than the public health crisis? For instance, is it like the College Terrace Library? Is it the Children's Theater? And anything there you can give us some color on?
Well, I would certainly reiterate that it is a work in progress. We have been looking at the changes to our facilities that will likely be necessary, both, you know, in terms of, as just described, our smaller facilities in particular, and we're really kind of at the beginning of understanding the physical separation, the impact of physical separation on the operations, as well as all of our services. You know, everything that involves interaction between people, having to be revisited in terms of how the operation has changed. It's already happening with our ongoing essential services, and in terms of number of people in vehicles, in terms of the shifts of people coming in order to minimize the interaction among crews, much less everything that's been described in terms of staff to members of the public and programs, much less, again, youth programs and how those will be affected. So those are all in progress. Again, we probably have more questions than answers in terms of implications, but as that work proceeds, we'll be bringing that forward to the council in terms of, you know, what adjustments to our budget would likely be involved. We have taken on, as was noted earlier, recognition of the enhanced cleaning that would be required. So some of that is known, but again, this is certainly evolving.
Great, thank you. Let's keep on that. Turning to page 19 of the staff presentation. This is on enterprise fund rate changes. Are my calculations roughly correct that if we followed the baseline rate change recommendations, which are to cover the cost of the commodity and administration and delivering that commodity, So if we went with the 3%, 5%, 0, all the way down to 2.5, that the monthly bill average increase would be about $8 or $9. Is that correct?
Let's see, I don't have that handy, but Kylie, would you? Or
You,
others may?
1 second.
What's it like?
Can you
2.4?
give us a page when possible?
This is page 19 of the staff report.
Of the presentation.
Presentation, sorry.
Yes, and actually the number you're asking for, Mayor, is in the proposed budget document on page 80 of the operating book. It would be a difference of about $7.50. So the proposed bill would go to $326.79 per month instead of the current proposal of about $320.
Okay, so $7.50 annually or monthly.
Monthly.
Okay, and that's residential.
Correct.
And we'll go through that and commercial too. Okay, I just wanted to flag that to my colleagues, what the difference between the 3, 5, 6% and zeros are. And then kind of changing to the CIP. So in reducing our transfer by about half from 32-ish to 16, was that driven largely by the project costs and what you thought could be delayed, or by a target of reaching $16 million? Of reducing $16 million? Like which one was the bigger driver there?
I think it's really a balancing act between the two. So, we're trying to divine exactly where the council will ultimately feel comfortable. And we thought that this would be an appropriate placeholder for you to tell us whether we got it just about right in that balancing of projects and again, the appropriate level of transfer.
Okay. And then does staff have, I don't know, kind of rank orders prepared that if council wanted to reduce that transfer further, 1, which projects would be off the list next? And then 2, where that money would be reallocated to other uses in the city? Like if we went from, a $16 million transfer to a $10 million transfer, what would that $6 million affect on the project side? And then what would it affect on the general fund side?
So direct answer to that question is no, we do not have a list prepared. The one consideration I would flag for you is the recognition that about half of that 16 is general fund and half is hotel tax or TOT. And that we would recommend not going beyond the general fund transfer, recognizing the commitments and expectations set around the TOT funding for CIP. So that'd be one boundary condition that might be helpful in your thought process, collective thought process here. Certainly, if the council were to say, let's back off of the $8 million general fund transfer, that we could certainly come back with recommendations of where to move the line in terms of cuts, but we do not have that prepared for you at this point.
Okay. I just raised that to my colleagues, if we reduce our CIP transfer from the general fund, we may lose a project or two, but we may also have less pressure on the rest of the budget. So
I think that's your degree.
I think those are my questions. So let's go back to comments and motions. And once again, just a quick reminder, it is 9:35. This item was scheduled until 9 p.m. We still have 2 other items more related to the health crisis. So really would be helpful for us to decide on the process and agenda. In hindsight, just one quick comment before I hand it back to you all. I think it was a bit of a mistake for us to blank out the agendas. And so I'm generally supportive of going back to the old agenda format that we had. Anyways, that's my comment there. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, so a lot of thoughts here tonight. Let me see how I can get through this efficiently. So first of all, I really think we should start with our values. It sounds hokey, but I think we do have some values as a city that makes Palo Alto a little bit different. And if we kill a lot of these things just outright, I think we will kind of change the nature of our community. So, we heard a lot from some public speakers tonight. We know our community is involved. They're passionate. They're active. We heard a lot about the College Terrace Library. That's just one thing. And I know we all know we're going to be making hard cuts, but I think if we can be creative, if we can keep an open mind, I think there's some places where we could talk about partial cuts and some deferrals and shift the balance a little bit. So the staff talked about some of their values in terms of looking at the budget, supporting an economic recovery, focus on resilience, seeking new ways to conduct business, balancing the impacts on the community, and kind of having temporary solutions for short-term losses. I do think some of the comments about considering other priorities, I think sharing of burdens between staff, residents, and businesses, really taking another look at things that might be able to be deferred for a year or two, particularly some capital projects. We can potentially rebid those at kind of recession construction costs. I do think we need to talk more about the reserves and use of the reserves. Maximizing transparency. There are a lot of numbers flying around. It's hard for us to keep up. I have no idea how the public is keeping up. And then really being careful about what I've been calling one-way doors, decisions that are irreversible. If we can make a decision and go through the door and go right back, that takes less analysis. But changes that are really substantial, that are going to take years to undo, I think we need to have some time to talk about those. So in terms of the procedures, overall, I agree with the gist of the letter from the city manager suggesting some ways that we manage ourselves. I think the ability to put things in the parking lot and maybe request some options rather than just a cut or not cut, but challenging staff maybe to find a partial solution by changing some parameters on a couple of items, whether that's higher fee recovery or offering the service in a slightly different way. One thing I think we really should talk about a little bit tonight is our timeline. We are basically using the same timeline that we use with a 3-person finance committee, spending 2.5 to 3 days going over the budget. However, there's a lot of things that are different this time. This is probably one of the most radical changes to our budget in the lifetime of our city. So I don't think we can just kind of run through this budget. We have 7 people on the committee instead of 3. That's going to take more time. We're using Zoom, which is more limited than face-to-face. And the materials are not as well organized. So I just think we should be aware of that as we talk about the schedule for the next 2 days. And we should maybe be open to possibly not getting through everything. And then finally, what I really like to propose and talk about is approaching this budget, kind of starting with really big picture and then going towards smaller items. And so I'm actually glad that we have a chance to really talk about the agenda. The previous agenda had the infrastructure really towards the end. I think we should actually start with the capital infrastructure fund and the infrastructure projects and discuss whether we want to change any of those priorities. And like the mayor said, if we defer one project, that could be millions of dollars that we apply to some programs, and we'd have to make that decision if it's worth it. But if we start in on the departments first, I think we're going to be kind of locked into these kind of staff proposed buckets of money. So my proposal would be that we start with the really large items, which would be the capital improvement fund, the reserves, and the pension policy. And then once we kind of settle on those numbers, we'll have a number for the total of department cuts. So the staff proposal worked out to about, I think, 20 million from department cuts. If we don't change any of those other things, that'll stay that way. If we do change some things, we'd have more or less money as we start to go through the departments.
Can I just jump in one second. To the city clerk, could you please email council the previous agenda just so we can see the items that were on it? Sorry,
Yes, I'll do that right now.
thank you. Sorry, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just want us to all have the same thing to read off.
Yep.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but would it be possible to have them share the screen instead of sending it via email? That way everyone can see.
Good point. Let's do both.
Thank
you.
Yeah, I'm not really looking at it. I have it here, but the other thing I had some concerns with, really high level, is some of the 2-year decisions and locking things in for 2 years. Generally, we do a 1-year budget. There's a couple of issues I have with the 2-year decisions. Obviously, we don't know what the future holds, but we're also kind of tying the hands of the future council with a rapidly changing situation. So I think we should look at some of those and say, you know, is this a 6-month decision, a 12-month decision? You know, personally, I feel like we made a mistake using 20 million of the BSR for this fiscal year. And I know we all agreed to it. I'll own it. I think it was a mistake. So we have some other reserves. I think we should really examine those reserves. We should even look at the BSR to see if we agree we shouldn't use any more of that reserve, or if we should add back to it as proposed. You know, on the pension, I think the pension discussion could go relatively quickly. Again, it'll take a little while, but we're talking a couple $1 million there. Outside contracts, people have brought up, not really on the agenda. I'm interested in as well. We talked a little bit about, through the questioning, about renegotiating. It's really hard to see what that effect is. There's the last page in the staff report. It's just a list. There's not much explanation of what could increase, decrease. And then when we get to the department level talk, I think one thing that's interesting to look at is, and I don't know if I can share my screen. Am I enabled to do that?
Yes, you should be able to.
Okay, let me see if I can do this right. Let's share the right screen. Yeah, so are you guys seeing this table?
Yes, it's there.
Yeah. So the top part of this table is, I think, one of the first slides the staff showed, which was the percent of the budget that each of these areas is. And then the second table, you know, I added up the proposed cuts. And the ones that are, you know, so, you know, public safety is 35%.
Can we blow that up at all?
I can try, sure. And again, I'm not, what I'm proposing here is not, that didn't get bigger, did it? Sorry, guys. Is that a little better? Too big.
Slightly better.
Okay. So if you can see this top part of the table, 35%, that's what percent public safety is of our budget. And then if you look at the cuts that are being proposed, is about 32% of the cuts. So that's kind of roughly in line. The ones that seem misaligned, and again, this is detail to go into later, but I'm trying to maybe propose one kind of top level view of this. Infrastructure and the environment, which is utilities and public works, is about a 12% cut, even though they're about 22% of the budget. And then the other side, planning, 16% of the cuts, even though they're 10% of the budget. And our community services are 27% of the cuts, even though they're only 20% of the budget. So the ones in red here are either overweighted or underweighted. The other ones line up pretty much. And again, kind of having a little bit of this top level discussion before we dive down into the weeds to say, you know, do we roughly think these degree of cuts make sense? I think that's a useful discussion. So let's see here. I'll stop sharing my screen. So I guess I will stop there. Like I said, I'd like to propose a motion that we start with the infrastructure review tomorrow and the capital fund transfer, and then the reserves. So I don't know if you want me to make a motion or we want to have a little bit of a discussion. I'm open to either.
Are you suggesting, I'm trying to figure out what the suggestion is.
I think he's suggesting to start with the biggest and go to the smallest. And if that is, I'll second it.
That eliminating the agenda that was set for tomorrow?
Rather than diving, I think tomorrow had us, let me see here.
So staff, I think, had proposed to begin with departmental stuff on Tuesday and then work through capital and the other transfers.
I think Tom has it right. We should start with the biggest and go to the smallest.
That's not the biggest.
But I'm trying to be specific here.
That's the biggest.
Yeah, I'm trying to be specific here to suggest that we would start with the infrastructure projects and the transfer to the infrastructure fund. But yeah, that's roughly the concept, to start with the biggest. But it's also to not start on the department level stuff until we've done kind of all of the non-department level discussion topics.
Is that a motion to start with the non-departmental stuff before getting to it?
Yeah, I'm really flexible how we word this, but that's the concept.
All right, so essentially, so the vice mayor has a motion to begin with the non-departmental budgets and then go to the departmental budget finally. And just speaking for him, I mean, the idea being that all these things are interrelated, but we should agree on the transfer outs to the BSR, to our pension policy, to capital before we look at the departmental.
Right.
Is there a second for that?
I'll second it.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Tanaka. Do you want to speak to your motion, or have you done so?
I think I've done so.
Okay, Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I think it makes sense for us to, and I would love it, if the maker would accept, I would love it to be more specific, but I do think your strategy is right to actually look at the biggest items first and then work our way down. And so, maybe, infrastructure are some of the big dollar values. And then maybe for departments, work from the biggest to the smallest, because I think that's, otherwise we spend all of our time focused on a small little item if we do that one first. So I think the vice mayor is correct in his strategy. And I like the idea of us talking about our values. That way we could frame the conversation. So I don't know if you want to make that part of the motion, but I do think it's worth it for us to frame our values so that we have a strategy going in. And then the process would be start with big items and work our way down, smaller and smaller and smaller. Because I think what will happen is, and I think the vice mayor is right about this, we're 7 people, not 3-person finance committee meeting. It's not as organized. And we're trying to do it in the same amount of time. And it's very likely we're going to have to push out to additional time, additional weeks. And so what will happen is the back end items will get compressed. And I think the back end items that should get compressed are the ones that are small items. The big items is what we should talk about first, because if we talk about the small items first, the big items, the really big dollar value items, get compressed. So I think the vice mayor has it right on this.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second here so far, just about the order. Councilmember Cormack.
I appreciate the thought, but I'm not going to be supporting this, and I'd like to say why. We haven't even talked about the biggest cuts this evening, which are in public safety, which is frankly the first and primary responsibility of a city. So I would much prefer to go through the recommended departments. Public safety and neighborhood community library services are the 2, I think, that are going to have the most discussion. So I'll be voting against this. We'll just let it go through. And then if we have come back through for other motions, I would prefer to have public safety first, community and library services. So we have an understanding of what the magnitude is of the concern that we in the community have for the proposed cuts. And I think that will inform the the courage we'll have to make changes on the capital budget. So I much as I cannot wait to reprioritize the capital budget. I know it's been on many of our lists for a number of years. I think unless we understand the magnitude of what we want to do, I think we'll be doing it backwards.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, I saw Councilmember Filseth.
Well, I think it can be done either way, and I think we will get to it all, although I think Councilmember Tanaka's comment that if we leave the really big stuff to the end, we get rushed on it. But, you know, fundamentally, there's three knobs to twist here: infrastructure, the budget stabilization reserve, and services. And I think the Vice Mayor's idea of why don't we deal with at least put a box on infrastructure and budget stabilization reserve first, and that'll put some framework around how we approach services. I think that's a reasonable idea. So I'd be willing to give this a try.
Thank you, Councilmember Filseth. Next, I see Councilmember Niss.
Get unmuted or muted. So I find myself leaning more in Councilmember Cormack's direction. It sounds easy to start out with the big stuff, but I think Allison put it well, you're not going to get a sense of what the community really is all about until you've heard from them. And absolutely, police and fire are what we're all about. Cities do not exist if they don't have police and fire. That began in a few centuries ago. That makes more sense to me, and it seems far more logical. I know it's tempting to take the big stuff first, but I'd prefer looking at it in the way it's currently structured. Good, thank you.
Councilmember Koo, would you like to speak to this one?
Actually, I really like the way that this motion is put. I think it's logical, and it's a good way to look at some of our big items first, and then looking into the department budgets. So, you know, thank you to the Vice Mayor for coming up with this. And I look forward to supporting it.
Okay, just one quick comment. People are saying these are the big ones first. I want to remind you the CIP transfer is $16 million compared to our $200 million, general fund, which is mostly departmental services. So this is actually starting with the smaller things. I think the Councilmember Filseth made a good point of, putting a box around some of those transfers. I'm pretty agnostic on this. I'm not going to, die on my sword about it. It seems like there are 4 votes for it. I do kind of think it makes sense in terms of who and what we are as a city to lead with those services and essentially lay out what are the essential things that we can do in the next fiscal year, whether it is police or public works or utilities. And then that can kind of drive some of these smaller things. I'm a little worried, tomorrow as we start this, we may decide in our fervor, starting out with the small numbers, for example, in the pension policy, we want to fully fund the pensions. And then that has knock-on effects to other areas that it may be, it's like when you fill a bucket, start with the small stones, start with the big ones, and then end with the small ones. We're kind of doing a different way of thinking, where we're starting with some of the smaller stones. We may not be able to fit the big ones in later. Anyways, poor metaphor. But why don't we put this piece to a vote?
Mayor, if I might add a suggestion, just something for your consideration. So don't want to derail the motion that's on the table, but one simple way of getting perhaps at least part of the way to where the discussion is headed would be to swap what we had previously put as the public works and utilities discussion, which would be 1:30 to 3 on Tuesday. Swap that with the CIP, the general fund capital budget, which is currently scheduled for 2 hours on Wednesday of 3:30 to 5:30. That would not again, perhaps accomplish everything that Vice Mayor had suggested, but it would be a relatively small change that would, again, provide the opportunity to discuss the CIP on the front end. I will caution, maybe that's probably not the best term, but I will caution the council to not have too high hopes with the ability to free up money from the CIP, given that projects in the capital improvement program are put together with a mix of funds, typically utilities, allocated funds, a variety of sources for any given project. So the dollars in are not so easily decoupled and then used for other purposes. So I suspect that may be a bit of a frustrating discussion. Not that I'm suggesting we start off with a frustrating discussion, but just want to set expectations appropriately. And if we did that simple swap, then it wouldn't be as disruptive, perhaps both for the public who are already gearing up for some discussion, as well as for the staff who are putting together their presentations as well. So just something to
just reiterate that suggested swap you said.
Sure. In the old agendas on Tuesday and Wednesday, we had infrastructure and the environment, which is utilities and public works, first up for Tuesday. And so we would swap that out and swap in the general fund CIP, which was previously scheduled for 3:30 to 5:30 on Wednesday. And everything else would stay the same. So for Tuesday, your agenda would be general fund CIP, then go into public safety, community library services, and we can decide beyond that, but at least it would cover those major buckets that have been identified as priority areas for discussion.
And then on Wednesday, we would get to the budget reserve and pension policy.
Let's see, let me ask Kylie to chime in on that one.
Sure.
Yes.
I actually think that this the suggestion works nicely. The previous schedule for Tuesday started with going over the non-departmental section, which is where that CIP transfer is in the general fund expense operating budget. So we would start there, then go into the general CIP fund, then go into, as the city manager said, public safety, and then community library services, and figure it out from there. On Wednesday, we would continue anything we didn't finish on Tuesday, and then go into the municipal fee schedule, planning and transportation. We would take up utilities and public works, and then we would take up the pension policy on Wednesday, as well.
Mr. Vice Mayor, does that sound reasonable to you?
It sounds like a reasonable direction. I just actually want to ask my colleagues, I mean, from your comments, it sounded like you thought we were going to be able to circle around on some of these items. And I guess my understanding is we're being asked to review these and potentially tentatively approve them. And so I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Like, with whatever we start with, if we had started with police and we said we wanted to add more stuff into it, I guess we might get to the infrastructure plan and be at a loggerheads there. So it feels like we want a little iteration somehow, but I'm not sure when that happens.
Well, I think, given, I mean, just some commentary, given the size of kind of the three non-departmental ones, I think the CIP is probably the one that we as council have the most to weigh in on, but per the city manager's comment, may not be as flexible as we'd like to think it is.
Yeah.
I'm also have some interest in not, completely blowing up this schedule.
Yeah. No, I think it's a good suggestion. I'm happy if we want to move forward with what was.
Okay. So the suggestion then is to move item number 4 on Wednesday to replace item numbers 1 and to replace item number 2 on Tuesday.
Yes.
And Councilmember Tanaka, are you okay with that?
Do you guys want to just swap it right now so we can see what it looks like? These are Word documents.
The timing is slightly off, council member, so I would advise that you let staff go back and refine that. I mean, we're talking about 30 to 15-minute increments, but just in defense of the clerk's office, I don't know that just swapping it over will work from a time perspective.
Yeah. I mean, I think the mayor brings a good point that we're not going to strict biggest to smallest, which I'm actually fine with that. But this is something that needs to work for all of us. So I don't feel like it has to be this way or that way. But I think if we are able to iterate on it, I think that's good too. But I'm just worried about whether we hit the schedule then, if we could iterate, right? If we are going to iterate. So if we're going to follow what this memo said, which was up, down, all the way down, and there's no going back, then I think the vice mayor's proposal makes sense, right? We got to start with the biggest. If we're going to be able to iterate, then it doesn't matter which way we do it, right? Then it's probably okay. So that's
just one thing, we will absolutely be able to iterate. That's what the parking lot is for. Any item across any of these that gets in the parking lot will get revisited in the wrap-up discussion or beyond that. Okay, so I think we have some compromise here to move item 5 on day 2.
Well, I mean, the other thing is, I mean, is there going to be ability to extend this past?
If we need to, we absolutely will.
Because I'm worried that if we start with the College Trust Library as an example, right? Maybe this can be a very big discussion, and we could rat hole on that for the whole day, maybe, right? And then everything else gets crushed. So that's why I'm wondering, what's the process going to be?
Well, I mean, we have 2 7-hour blocks or 8-hour blocks, and we can certainly go later than 9 p.m. most nights, although as we all know, we don't do our best work. And if we need to, we will absolutely add another budget meeting or more.
Then I'm fine.
Okay, let's do that. And to the clerk, if we could update it according to the city manager's suggestion. I'm not sure the exact language. And I see a hand from Council Member Cormack.
I just think we should be clear about the iterating, because the memorandum, the App Places memorandum says the short-term parking lot is for the 26th. So we should just decide, and I don't know that tonight is the right time to do it. Maybe it's tomorrow in that first half hour after we've all had lunch. Just to be super clear about when we can iterate, because this is not a normal budget process. We are not going to be able to just approve things as we go. It doesn't matter what order we do it in. We're gonna have to make some trade-offs at the end.
And I mean, I think there's 2 places. One is the 26th, right, where we have a full day of wrap up, and we do have some float time on day 2 for, we could potentially revisit some of those parking lot items.
To the mayor's point, on the original schedule, there is at the end of the second day on Wednesday, a period of time to wrap up the discussion from the past 2 days, basically. And then also at the beginning of every day, we'll kind of go over any continuation from the prior day. So rest assured in the sense that staff will at least keep council apprised of the decisions that they've made thus far in outstanding areas. And ultimately it will be up to the council when they choose to address those outstanding issues. Obviously with the need to deal with them by May 26th in order for staff to go for budget adoption on June 22nd.
Sorry, I was muted. Okay, I think we have some agreement on this, and I hope it will pass. I'm going to just take the floor for a moment. So the one thing I hope is agreeable to all of us is roughly what's in this memorandum here. Sorry, you can see me when I pick something up. I think this is just a good set of ground rules. It's not perfect. You all know me. I try to be flexible with our meetings and let everyone speak and have their chance. But I do want to emphasize that I think some tentative approvals, some kind of idea around the parking lots is helpful. And then of course, majority votes to make a change. So I'll make a friendly amendment to incorporate this memorandum for our budget discussions.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Niss. I think I've spoken to that. Councilmember Niss, you want to speak to your second?
I agree with it.
Oh, and sorry, that was a friendly amendment. So I should have asked the maker and seconder if you guys would accept that first. Sorry.
Figure out what that procedure was.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I think the only thing that just said is we are going to try to have some iteration. So this letter says that we're going to tentatively approve. I guess we just marry those two thoughts. Like, how do you see this working?
Sure. I mean, I think it's like we do in a normal budget year where we do tentatively approve departments, and that's just kind of to begin locking down certain areas. But of course, we can reopen it if we need to. And then in the 2 wrap-up sessions we have this year, you know, we have to go through and fully make sure those all kind of link up, each of the tentative approvals. So if we tentatively approve the capital budget, you know, we can certainly go back and relook at it. There's no problem there. But it's so we, like, you know, put things to the side for a while. That's all.
So one concern, I think maybe Allison voiced this as well, is the public are they watching carefully enough that they're knowing what we're doing? There are certain things that they really will want to jump in on, and these meetings are running 8 hours. It's a long time to hang out on the phone. We've agreed that police and fire are front and center from any number of vantage points. What is your thought about that, or a staff's thought, or how do we keep the public up with us?
So Mr. City Manager should comment. The one thing is in the memorandum, it does say we do want to invite public comment on each of these numbered sections, not just at the beginning of the meeting.
But now we're moving them around.
No, we left public safety exactly where it was.
So if I could make a suggestion here, and this may work or may not, which would be, we've got the last item on Wednesday on the old agenda again. This is the pension funding policy. In general, I don't think that's a big issue outside of City Hall. You know, certainly we've got a few folks who are following it closely, but certainly not to the level of the community serving services. So one thought might be to push that over to the last or close to the last item on Tuesday evening. This is tomorrow, believe it or not. So that if you get through everything else, that we take care of that issue as well tomorrow evening, and that frees up some capacity for the council on Wednesday to do the iteration at the tail end of having gone through all of the community facing services. So that'd be one suggestion, and Kylie is trying to see if the juggling of the people involved would work for that.
Ed, are you suggesting we take off the internal service departments, or we're actually trying to do more tomorrow?
Well, I'm thinking if we actually were able to stay on schedule to have it after the internal services department, so it'd run till 10 with the internal service departments and then the pension policy, and then give you a shorter fixed agenda for Wednesday. And again, provide more capacity for iteration based on you'll have had all of the department presentations by that point.
We can also do that on the fly if we need, right, Mr. City Manager?
You could. I think the trade-off has just been discussed, is to try to provide as little variability for the public as you can. And that way, in each of the days, we start off with the more public-facing issues. So again, we'll have the CIP, public safety, community library services on Tuesday. Then Wednesday, we'll have planning and transportation, and then public works utilities at the front end of both days. And then the latter part on both days, more internal facing for Tuesday, iteration for Wednesday. That was sort of a thought, but again, not fixed to it.
I leave that to the maker and seconder.
You know, I still haven't got the ones on the web are just blank, right? They just have one item. I still don't have the Word documents, so it's really hard for me to judge. That's why I can't tell, because I can't see it. So can someone send it to me?
I think
Councilmember Tanaka, it was, I apologize for interrupting, but it was sent. I think the city clerk sent them in the past day or two. That would be the prior version, and I think it was in a PDF format. So I suggest searching for the prior version in email rather than using the one on the web.
It's called CCM budget hearings. It was in the budget zip file we got a few days ago.
The subject line was agendas from Beth.
We have a lot of emails with that. Anyways, let's try to wrap this up, folks. We are a little bit behind schedule. We still have 2 items, which could take up some time. So Mr. Vice Mayor and Councilmember Tanaka, does the city manager's suggestion make sense to you in terms of kind of putting the internal service facing items at the end of the day where there may be less public interest?
I think we're just talking about moving the pension item up to tomorrow.
Right, and then having wrap up time on Wednesday evening?
I think it's ambitious. I'll be surprised if we get there.
Okay.
I don't know if you need to add that to the motion. I think we'll just play that one by ear.
Sure. If we can do it, we can do it, but I agree, it's pretty ambitious. Okay.
Can we do it by consensus or not?
Well, we can do it, I mean, tomorrow evening, if we have, miraculously gone through everything we've scheduled quickly, then we could decide to take on another chunk of work.
No, mine is, can we decide on this?
Oh.
How are we doing it, by consensus, or do we need to vote on the motion?
We will need to vote on this motion, and I'm hoping we can do so. All right. Board is clear. Any last comments or questions on this one, or should we vote and get on with the work?
Be a good idea.
Councilmember Koo.
When can we expect an updated agenda then?
This is Beth, the city clerk. We will have to look at this and look at the changes and work with Kylie's team to try and get it out either tonight after this meeting, depending on what time it ends, or early tomorrow morning.
And will the Wednesday agenda be also determined at that point?
We will try and update that one also with the changes to tomorrow's meeting and link that also up to Wednesday's agenda.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo. Okay, let's go through and vote on this motion, alphabetical order. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you all for going through that item and starting our budget process and working on some of our procedures and the agenda. I appreciate the work. We are about an hour and 15 minutes behind schedule, but let's just keep on going, and maybe after this next item, we can take a quick break if we need. So we are now on to item number 11, which is supporting Santa Clara County COVID-19 testing, tracing, isolation program. And does staff have a report on this one?
Yeah, just briefly, if I could, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, you have in your packet basically a transmittal memo that provides the most recent report from the county administration to the Board of Supervisors on this topic of testing and tracing that, as all have heard, is really a national and a state issue of concern. The availability of testing, as well as how the tracing workflow relates to getting our economy going again. So we thought that memo might be helpful for you just as a foundation for your discussion. I think that the council and Councilmember Niss in particular should be very proud in having pushed the county to the level of activity that we currently have in this area. I would note that we have, I think with us, Nancy Olson from Stanford Healthcare, who I was able to touch base with today. And Stanford has been ramping up their activity in the testing arena. Might be helpful to hear the latest word as to where they are. The work that we've been doing in this area has pointed out clearly the multivariable supply chain issues that have been coming into play, again, at the state level, certainly at the county level. And so having our homegrown healthcare provider a part of the conversation might be of value to. And with that, I would stop and turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Shikata. Let's go to any members of the public who may have comments on this, including Nancy Olson. If you would care to share your feedback.
Hello.
Go ahead, Miss Olson. You have 2 minutes.
Yes. Oh, thank you. I have to tell you, I'm a city council member in Palo Alto. I'm in the middle of doing a vote. Can I give you a call back?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, perfect.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, great.
Much better.
That would really be helpful.
I just wanted to update you where we were because we, as with the county, have had tremendous issues with getting supplies, which is really the rate limiting step for all of the testing issues that have gone on. And that's both, it's primarily the swabs and it's also the reagents. We have been ramping up our testing. We probably a couple weeks ago, we were at about the 500 level per day, and now we're approaching 1,500 per day. This includes testing for our hospitals, other hospitals in our region, and our 6 drive-through sites. So we have been following the CDPH, the state guidelines, and also the county guidelines, and that's prioritized the symptomatic people, the people with known exposure, the first responders, and healthcare workers. I am happy to say that as of Wednesday this week, we will start testing asymptomatic first responders and essential workers. We have an aliquot of tests that are available. It's 2,500 this week, and we will do testing at, it's 8 sites that we have throughout the Bay Area. We will do the testing of the asymptomatic workers at the Galvez site in Palo Alto. Our concerns have always been about whether we have enough tests. So we will, we think we will have enough for this week, but once we run out of test supplies, we will stop for the week. So we will do testing of asymptomatic essential workers, first responders at Galvez this week. And we will stop and if we run out of supplies, and then we'll assess again for next week. It has to be a week by week process because we never know exactly how many supplies we have coming in. We've been resourcing very aggressively throughout the private market because we just are not getting it from governmental entities. So either the state or the federal government. We were, this last week, as I said, we were able to do 1,500 in a day, but that is also including hospital workers and the work we do with other hospitals in the area. Our testing is fluid. We do have, to make it easy, people who are asymptomatic and essential workers or first responders do not have to go through the telehealth visit or go online. They can call our number for testing, which is 650-498-9000, and I can give that to you later. But that way they can talk to a person on the phone. They will be told whether they meet, that they'll be confirmed that they're an essential worker and that they don't need to have any symptoms. And then they will be directed to Galvez, assuming we have supplies. There are no charges for anyone, no cost to anyone, no balanced billing. If you have Medicare, Medicaid, commercial insurance, or even are uninsured, there is no charge. And that's basically what the law says, but we would do that anyway. I want to see what else I want to add. I think those are the main points. I just want to be quick about it since I know you have a lot of people to hear from and would be interested in a follow-up questions if you have any.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate your input. To the clerk, do we have anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
No, I do not.
Okay, let's return to council, and I'm gonna, the first hand I see and was going to go to Councilmember Nis and then Tanaka, since I believe you both brought this up in the prior week.
But Adrian, I want to be able to talk to Nancy. That's my first goal.
You can go for it.
Good. So Nancy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good.
I can hear you.
So let me just ask 2 or 3 things. As you remember, we're heading toward a 4,000 a week. No, we're heading for 4,000 a day goal in Santa Clara County. So what sort of contribution are you making in our county that contributes to that number per day?
So I don't know that I can give, let me look. I don't know that I can give you daily numbers. I do know we provide testing to El Camino Hospital at a very substantial number. I know we provide testing to Santa Clara County.
In our county though.
Pardon?
In our county, in Santa Clara County?
Yes, we provide it to Valley Medical Center, a quite substantial number, and also to Santa Clara County Public Health. I have figures, but I do not know what the period that it covers is.
Okay, and you've now said that by calling a phone number, they can get an appointment.
Yes.
And there's no cost.
No cost.
Okay, now, but if they're insured, there is a cost, of course.
Well, it gets billed to their insurance, but the patient does not have any copay or any deductible, no money from the patient.
But if let's say we have someone who's lost their insurance, will they cover them?
Yes, that's covered.
So your goal is to essentially absorb the number of tests that you think we need in Palo Alto or the North County every day?
Our goal is to absorb the testing needs based on the supply we have. The supplies of both the swabs and the testing reagents are extremely, extremely tight. We were light last week, and so we do feel comfortable that we can meet this need of 2,500 tests for the week. And that is for all outpatient tests.
Every day?
It's 2,500 for the week.
7 days.
For 7 days, yes.
Okay. So have you considered going to an outside vendor to buy the tests?
That I don't know the answer for. I do not know. I don't think so.
Okay. There are outside vendors who have tests, and you're probably well aware of that. Because
yes.
We hear about those on a constant basis. So anything else you want to add to what, and just to let people know who are my colleagues know you and I have talked frequently, so that and they should know that you're a nurse and an attorney, so you come at this from a very professional point of view. So the number of tests you're doing is good. It would be good if it was higher.
Yes.
But we can discuss that more as we are discussing this tonight. But
and we would love to do more. We just are severely constrained by our supplies. I have also worked with our supply chain on a daily basis initially. So I'm very familiar with the challenges in procuring. And it's just been really impossible. It's been very hard.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, may I go on from there?
Yes, please.
Please. So for my colleagues, this has been a really difficult and very challenging kind of problem that we have faced, not knowing how many tests were being done in our county. And you probably have either read in the press or you've heard from some of the meetings that you have gone to, that the goal that the county has right now is 4,000 tests every day. The goal long-term is, of course, to test everyone in California, which no one thinks will happen. But the reason for doing testing isn't simply that you might have symptoms and therefore you need to get a test done somewhere. And you will be able to do that. It isn't always that easy. But the problem really is long-term that we need to test enough people to be able to have what, as Adrian referred to as surveillance. We need to know where the cases are and where the cases aren't. And that's why you've been reading in our county that certain census tracts are much higher than others, and that we have had difficulty in certain census tracts in San Francisco. So my concern has been that we have sufficient testing here in Palo Alto for all of those people, hopefully, who are going to go back to work in June and July, that they'll have a chance to get tested before they go back to the hair salon, the restaurant, whatever it may be, that they have that opportunity to be tested. I know there's also a lot of interest in serological testing, which is looking at the antibodies. I have not heard of anyone yet who has a reliable test. I can tell you about a couple of other situations that are existing right now. Alameda and Contra Costa are both doing a lot of their testing in cities, and they're being reimbursed by the county. And I have heard today, and I haven't investigated this one yet, but supposedly Abbott Labs has a 15-minute test, and apparently a part of Contra Costa County is doing that. So let me just, I want to get out of this for a minute. So my goal at this point is to have sufficient numbers of tests being done in this north end of the county. And so, Ed, I want to look to you because you've not been enthusiastic about this goal that I've had. So at the same time, I think a city should take responsibility just as the county should take responsibility when the county doesn't take sufficient responsibility. So you brought Nancy on tonight. Are you guessing Stanford has sufficient testing capability to test everyone we hope will get tested before we go to the reopening?
Well, I think that the issue that has been talked about a bit this evening is that the constraint is not the people to administer the tests, it's the availability of the materials necessary to do that testing. What we really haven't talked about is how that then feeds into a workflow that, again, gets our economy going again, which, as you referred to, is testing, contact tracing, and isolation. So that entire workflow is not something that the city of Palo Alto is able to execute on. The county has asked all cities for identifying human resources to participate in the contact tracing piece of that workflow. And we've actually had a great response, a really impressive response from our emergency services volunteers. So we have some possibilities there. But again, this is not something that the city could take on in isolation from the county. And so that's where really working with the county to be supportive of what they're trying to do, in my mind's eye, quite frankly, is a better role for us than to stand up an independent testing operation, at least at this point.
However, Ed, if the county is willing to put a county testing site in either Palo Alto or some part of Mountain View, I presume you wouldn't have any objection to that.
Correct.
Okay, that is what I want to hear. And I don't know how to impress upon people how important it is to do the testing, not simply if you might have symptoms, if you don't have symptoms, whatever it may be, but it eventually gives us a whole view of what we look like as a region. And right now, as you know, we're not meeting the criteria for reopening. And it may be that people don't want to reopen yet, but I think a lot of people do want to reopen. So that's the area that I'm most concerned with right now. I know that you've heard a whole lot about the antibody test. I cannot find any place that seems to find that this is reliable enough to engage anyone in our city either employ or any of us to do that. And if any of you have a different answer to that, I'd be delighted to know it. But my goal tonight was to extract from Ed what he just said, which is that we would not object if the county was willing to set this up. And they may be, they may not be, because I know that they're concerned about the numbers. And frankly, the city of San Jose has done a lot to up the numbers as well. So that's my goal. And I think that answers the question I have had, but I'm also looking for the mask question in here. Is the math, we wove it in, didn't we?
No, that's item 7A next.
It's next. Yes.
Oh, it's next. Okay, so I've said enough on this one.
All right, I do see Councilmember Cormack's hand, but I wanted to go to Councilmember Tanaka first. I just think you and Councilmember Niss are the ones who asked for this, so
Sure.
I'd love to give you an opportunity.
Yeah, so I mean, I think Councilmember Niss has already said it, which is we've been sheltering in place. We're sheltering in place hopefully only until the end of this month. I don't know, maybe longer. But to successfully reopen the economy, we have to do testing. We have to do contact tracing. Masks need to be pretty standard in terms of how people are able to reopen up. So I kind of spoke about this last time. And so I think, I think Councilmember said it, if the county's not quite doing enough, we should try to help as much as we can. And I'm really glad to hear that. I think, and you're saying our employees, or is it the community volunteers that have stepped up for the contact tracing?
I believe it's our community volunteers. Again, this is the beginning of a process for the county, and I believe they're really kind of standing up their ability to make use of that capacity. But it is it's a optimistic sign.
Okay. Well, I was hoping that some of the idled employees would also be interested in stepping up. But I think, in any case, I think we need to have this in place with in mind that hopefully by the end of the month we're reopened up. And if we open up, we want to open up safely. And that means having all these pieces in place. And it's pretty standard if you look at other places that have opened up that doesn't have a resurgence of COVID-19. These are the steps they've taken. And so until there's a vaccine, I think this is kind of almost going to become standard operating practice, and hopefully not for very long. Hopefully, all the great vaccines and drugs come out that alleviate the need of all this. But in the meantime, we're gonna have to get these things in place so that the barbershops could open, the restaurants could open, people could start working again, because I don't think we could keep doing this for that much longer.
Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka. Next, I have Councilmember Cormack, then Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Thank you so much, Mayor Fine. I have one point on each of the three. First, with respect to testing, and I think I may have mentioned this before, my primary concern remains health, not the economy. And I think the testing capacity I would like to see would be a mobile testing that's available to go to senior residences, especially the staff. Like, if you want to talk about what could be a real problem for us in this community and look at where all the deaths have been, so many of them, that's the testing that I want to see. I'm less concerned about, I know a lot of people are focused on the rest of it, but that's the part I don't hear about. And I think the mobile thing would be a fantastic thing for us to have available, including when schools reopen, right? Because everybody says there's going to be second waves at some point, right? So we have, so having a mobile thing, okay, made my point on the mobile, and I'll let the staff work with that as best they can. With respect to tracing, the county's looking for 680 case investigators. This is not, repeat, not a paid position. They want people who speak Spanish and Vietnamese, and they prefer people who have a health background. So certainly anyone is welcome to apply if they're able to volunteer for 6 months, preferably a year. But I just want everyone to understand that they're not looking for just anybody. You need some technical skills, and you also need the ability, to work from home, compassion, preferably other languages. It's a unique skill set, and I encourage anyone who is available and has time to do that. And then third, the county has asked all of us, in response to the letter that the city sent about providing safe places for people to isolate. So once we do all this testing, we're going to find some people who are going to need to self-isolate and quarantine, and they may not be able to do that in their homes. So hopefully we're thinking a little bit about what happens if that happens here in our community, and how will we provide a safe place, for a cluster of cases, for example, to isolate. So those are my comments on that. I certainly appreciate having Ms. Olson here from Stanford. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah. So I did see a lot of comments kind of online that I think people had questions about exactly what we're proposing here. So just to iterate a little bit more, as Luke said, I think the benefit of testing really has to come combined with good tracing, right? And so we test, we know who has it, who doesn't have it. And when someone's detected that has it, we trace who they came in contact with, and we have to isolate. And so the whole point here is to get a much better statistical sample of how it spreads, where it is. So I was thinking that Councilmember Niss, you were going to make a motion, but I think what we're asking for is the city to work with the county to help ramp up testing in North County. And once that's established and tests are available in volume, then I think we start to have a lot more options. And if we even reach the point where we had plenty of tests, we might be able to enable companies to get their employees tested. I know it's for a different purpose, but I'm also interested in understanding the role of temperature and oxygen testing for, say, people working in stores and that kind of thing. It's great that we put out the word for the emergency volunteers for the tracing requirement. I do think we should go ahead and advertise those in our city COVID newsletter with all those appropriate caveats about the requirements for the position. I think we probably have a lot of people in Palo Alto who have a lot of those skills. They may not be emergency volunteers, but I think we should get the word out.
And to that point, Vice Mayor, just to confirm, we are working on it, and I'm trying to check to see if it might have already gone out, but if not, it will certainly shortly. Oh, Megan says it's gone out.
Awesome. Yes, we're working really fast. The last point on the isolation, I do wonder if again, this is something maybe the city could help coordinate to work with our local hotels to see if they might be willing to have some rooms offered for isolation at a discounted rate. It could be a win-win where those rooms are empty, and people may need to isolate from their own families even.
That's another area I'm pleased to say we've already investigated, identified a few properties. We need to confirm with the county what their specs are in terms of specific needs, but that conversation is well underway.
Okay. So Liz, I guess I'm looking at you. I don't want to make the motion, but I think the idea is if we just want to push for a testing location in North County and maybe get regular updates from staff about progress. But I'm kind of wondering where we're going with this discussion. So I will stop there, and I'd be happy to support something along those lines.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor Du Bois. Anyone else would like to comment on this one? We don't have to have a motion. We could just.
Adrian, could I just mention one last thing? I don't know if you feel we need a motion. I need to find out if Ed needs a motion to go forward.
Well, I think just to confirm my understanding of the discussion, we are supportive of the county placing an additional testing facility, or maybe I even suggest any additional capacity if it is with Stanford or PAMF or anyone else who could provide it. But the risk of stretching it a bit, we're not talking about a city standing up an operation.
No, I think that was clear.
With that, no motion needed.
And I think as long as you got the wording of that, Beth, did you?
Sorry, unmuting was a little bit difficult. We got it. Thank you.
Good, which means that I hear what you're saying, Ed. I know you don't want to basically be, committed to any funding, but I want to underline something that Allison said. Both Hayward and Fremont are using mobile units to an enormous advantage. They are going into rest homes, they are going into rehab facilities, they're going into crowded apartment buildings. And they've had incredible success because that is where they find the greatest number of cases. So that is one of the things I'd like to work on with you, Ed, as we go forward. So the motion is the motion. I'm not seeing it right away. I'm sure it's here underneath one of these screens.
What staff, this is Beth, what staff suggested was direct staff regarding the County of Santa Clara's COVID-19 community testing, contact tracing, and isolation plan and its relationship to resuming economic activity in Palo Alto.
I don't think it's economic activity, unless that is what you said, Ed. But I think what we said is we would attempt to work with them in order to, if we could, set up a site. I don't think we said it's specifically for the economy. I think this is specifically to identify people who actually have the virus or don't have the virus.
So if I might suggest, since it sounds like we maybe are doing a motion here, that it's to support the county's efforts to increase testing in North County. I wouldn't make reference to a site, given that you just described mobile testing as perhaps one of the scenarios.
All right, then why don't we leave it somewhat ambiguous, and let's see where the county goes from here, because they just offered this to me last Saturday, so it's pretty new.
Just to keep the meeting going, Councilmember Niss, are you making this motion here about?
I've made it. I've made it and I'm speaking to it.
Okay, great. Do you have a second?
I do not yet, no.
Second.
Thank you. Councilmember Cormack seconds it. To support Santa Clara County increased testing in North County.
Yes, to support us in doing that, and us to, yes, it's fine.
Okay.
Councilmember
Cormack, do you want to speak to your second?
I do not need to.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Tanaka, I see your hand.
Yeah, this seems to make sense to me, so I'll definitely support it. I was wondering if the maker of the motion, the seconder, could also consider to have us identify, and I realize that there's certain qualifications that people have to have, but any city workers, especially ones that are idled already and that we're paying for, who could also contribute to the county's contact tracing initiative.
I'm fine with that, but I think we've got to ask Ed again if these people exist.
I would say in general, these people do not exist. We do not have idled workers at this point. We have identified areas for redeployment for our current staff. Again, just to not assume that you're familiar with it, that the county's request is a minimum of 32 hours for a minimum of 6 months. And I am certainly hopeful that our disaster proclamation will not be in place for that long, because once that proclamation expires, our ability to redeploy staff would perhaps be much more complicated.
So I think we're going to have to go through the coronavirus daily, whatever we've called it, and have that be the mechanism for attracting people to work on that.
Okay.
I wish it were different.
Okay, just in the interest of time, let's please vote on this. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Did he go home?
We have Councilmember Filseth. I see him on the attendees.
Not here.
He's there. He's just muted and no video.
Yeah,
I hear.
How do you vote on this one?
I vote yes.
Great, thank you. I vote yes. Councilmember Niss,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Great, thank you. That passes 7-0. Thank you, everyone. And we now move on to our final item of the night. Item number 7A, approval of emergency services order requiring the wearing of face coverings. I don't believe staff had a report prepared for this one.
Do not.
Any comments, Mr. City Manager, or should we just?
Again, I think we are prepared to support. Perhaps the city attorney wants to weigh in on this as well.
No, I'm just eager to hear what it sounded like people wanted to discuss it or make some change, and I'm not aware of what those issues are, but we can respond.
Sure, thank you. So please just hit your raise hand button if, well, actually, let's see, are there any members of the public who want to speak to this one?
I do not have any listed at this time. Any member of the public that wishes to speak, please raise your hand. Matthew Smuts. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes, Matthew.
Thank you. I'm the pastor at Grace Lutheran Church in Midtown, and I'm probably a little late to this resolution, but many of us have switched to live stream worship services, and this would impact that. And we're keeping good distances. The Santa Clara County guidelines on face masks seem very appropriate. And I'm concerned about the image of faith communities leading worship online with face masks on. Seems like that might cause people to be additionally alarmed. And I'm wondering if that would be beneficial to helping people be calm in a time of shelter in place. So I'm wondering if this might be a little too broad a blanket, and if there might be mechanisms or ideas about how there might be exceptions or different ways of handling it in different circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smuts. If there's any other members of the public that would like to speak, please raise your hand or hit *9 on your phone at this time. Mayor Fine, I have no other speakers.
Thank you. And thank you very much, Pastor, for joining us at this hour. Okay, let's return it to council. I'm sorry, when I was on the attendees list, I did not see what order hands went up. I don't know if you guys remember. Otherwise, I'm happy to just go alphabetically or otherwise.
I don't know.
Councilmember Cormac, Niss, or Ku, one of you lead off, please.
I'm glad to lead off. You probably know that the county, the county guidelines right now, because I think they're more guidelines than absolutely required, but they indicate that you may wear a mask primarily when you wish to. They strongly encourage you wearing it, but they do not require it. So tonight, I would like to make a motion that we require people wear masks when they're in public places, and that the only reason that they would not is if they are exercising in such a way that a mask really interferes with their breathing.
I'll second.
If someone was biking, hiking, if you're in a marathon, you would not need a mask. But for the rest of the time, you would, in order to protect other people as well as yourself, you would wear a mask.
So council member, we drafted this up and we followed, there's a detailed regulation that's attached to the item. And it follows exactly verbatim what was done in San Mateo County and also in Cupertino, Milpitas, and Fremont. And so is your motion to adopt that, or actually the way we've structured it is that the city manager will issue it, but if council supports it. So is your motion to support that regulation then?
It would be, but I don't have the regulation in front of me, Molly.
I don't know why not.
I don't know either. Is it here?
It is. There you go.
think the clerk is providing it for us. So this was item 7A, and there was a short staff report, and then the regulation is attached there.
Okay, well, let me go back then to 7A.
To the city attorney, does 7A, does this regulation include the requirement that Councilmember Niss was asking for, a requirement to wear masks outside except for exercise?
What it says about outside is a little more detailed than that. Essentially, it is that. So it is that, just one moment. Wearing a face covering is recommended, but not required while engaged in outdoor recreation, such as walking, hiking, bicycling, or running. But each person engaged in such activity must comply with social distancing requirements, including maintaining 6 feet. And then it goes on with some additional detail, encouraging people to have a face covering with them. And if they go into an area where they can't maintain that 6 feet, that they go ahead and put that on. But it's strongly encouraging, but not requiring it for outdoor recreation.
However, what this does say, and it is what I would like to see, which is wearing a face mask in public. And I don't want it to be in certain situations unless they are regarding exercise. So Molly, I'm not sure that I read that there.
So take a look at paragraph
6.
3, 4.
4.
Recommendation background, and then discussion.
Keep going, and you'll get to the regulation itself. So let's see. I should pay attention to what the clerk is putting before you. Okay, so clerk, Madam Clerk, could you, you know what? Can I share my screen instead?
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to do that. Oh dear. Maybe that's harder than it sounds.
All I need to know, Molly, is that you're required to wear a mask in public.
Yes.
Exclusion to that should be vigorous exercise.
Yes, that's correct. And it's for people who are going into businesses, people who are going to receive essential government services, people who are accessing healthcare, and it's for all of those workers as well when they are at work, except if they're traveling alone in a car or they're in an area at work like a private office where coworkers and the public do not come. And then it does have that exception for outdoor recreation. Those are the exceptions. There's also an exception for children under the age of, I'll get the age for you, but young children, and this is accepted by the public health professionals.
Yes.
Any child age 2 or less, or then anyone who has a medical condition whose doctor has said it's dangerous for them to wear a face covering.
Yes, so this is, as they say, this is very similar to every other county that was part of that county announcement. And so if this is clear to you in particular, as well as to both Greg and Lydia, I know have been interested in this, I think this is sufficient. So would it be appropriate for us to totally accept this, or simply to have a motion regarding a mask, Molly? Which one do you think?
I would just say to endorse the face covering regulation before the council, and then the city manager as the emergency services director would go ahead and issue that tomorrow. And that requirement would go into effect in Palo Alto on Wednesday.
Okay, so that would be the recommendation, which you see, that we approve the issuance of the emergency order by the Director of Emergency Services requiring the wearing of face coverings subject to certain exceptions to slow the spread of COVID-19.
Is there a motion, Councilmember Niss?
That is a motion. I just read it. Thank
Staff
you.
recommendation.
I seconded it.
Staff recommendation.
I seconded, but I'd like to make a friendly amendment.
Okay, Councilmember Koo.
So, Councilmember Nis, would you consider it in this memo? It does not include. It does say in number 6 paragraph that it's recommended but not required while engaged in outdoor recreation such as walking, hiking, bicycling, and running. So it specifically states walking, but also it does not state anywhere in here when people are in parks, which we have seen gatherings in park and throughout the weekend, especially when it was nice. And these are gatherings of people that are not within the same household or from the same unit. So if they're going to go and sit in the parks or go into open space and have a gathering, they need to have their masks on, because this is exactly how it's going to be transmitted.
I agree with that, Lydia. I think that's inherent in this ordinance as I read it. Because if it says you cannot be out in public, unless we need to differentiate parks from being out in public. Is that what you're thinking?
I'm thinking that when they're out and about, it needs to be stated somewhere that when they're gathering, and the whole thing is also gathering is not allowed because the sheltering in place is still in effect until May 31st. So they shouldn't be gathering in the first place. But if they're outdoors, they should have their masks on. So when they start saying, walking, I've had people tell me that when people are walking, they walk too close when they pass by. And if they don't have a mask, then that's another form of transmission. When they're hiking, that's a little bit less, but then still trails are small unless the city is going to go through ensuring that our trails are one way. Bicycling, that I'm not as worried about. And running, they're doing exhaustive exercising, then yes, no, the mask should not be on. But if they're...
Councilmember Koo, you said you had a friendly amendment to this?
Yes. So if Councilmember Nis would accept that when people are outdoor in public, walking and hiking is inclusive of having to wear a mask.
Can I make a suggestion, council members Koo and Nis?
Sure.
The regulation that's in your packet, one reason that I think we as staff who are not public health professionals feel comfortable with it is that the language was drafted by public health officials. These are in all of the other counties who actually issued this as a requirement. And as you know, in Santa Clara, the public health officer took a more of a recommendation approach. But this language was actually very carefully drafted by those public health officials. I think it does cover what Councilmember Koo has articulated as a very significant concern. And her concerns raises a larger issue, which is regardless what you write down as a requirement, there is an issue of education, encouragement, and then potentially enforcement in very significant cases if it's needed. And so what I would suggest is that we take Councilmember Koo's suggestion as an emphasis for public messaging, that when this, so it's already covered, that requirement's already covered in this regulation. And what I think needs to happen, rather than add more language to a detailed regulation, which frankly, most people aren't going to read, but what they will read is the communication office's coronavirus update, which comes by email, and she has over 60,000 people who get that every day. So I think if she emphasizes it there, that would be perhaps the best user-friendly way to get that message out. And that's what we have to do. We have to be constantly messaging, because frankly, this is not something that you can engineer a change in human behavior by writing it in the law. We as lawyers like to try, but that's never worked in the course of human history. It actually requires kind of more of a conversation and a community effort and education, et cetera.
So Molly, I can accept that. The thing is that in that case, then the shelter in place needs to be enforced as well to ensure those mass gatherings from people that are not within the same living unit does not gather without masks on, and they shouldn't be gathering in the first place. But
Lydia, if you go down to the next to the last paragraph, it says the orders issued, they talk about the other counties, but they say the orders issued by Cupertino, Milpitas, and Fremont are enforceable as administrative citations. So there is an enforceability when you are out of the house, unless you're doing that, unless you're exerting yourself. I think that that covers it, and that you could say to somebody, it's a misdemeanor to do that.
Which paragraph are you on?
I am next to the last paragraph.
So in our order, yeah, it's right at the end.
Okay. 11.
And includes, yes, ma'am, paragraph 11. So like the other cities, we have made this an administrative enforcement, but please be realistic. This is an issue that people in the community need to be talking to each other about, because we don't have sufficient city staff to be responding to little gatherings as they occur. This really needs to be an effort around education through our communications channels, and then between community members and neighbors talking to each other. Mr. City Manager, do you have something to add?
Oh, absolutely agree. As we've heard, and I know the council has heard directly, that much of the impetus for this discussion tonight in and of itself is that community members are saying they want to be able to tell others that, hey, this is the law, so you need to obey it. And so that social pressure is ultimately what will make this most effective.
And it also helps the businesses when they start reopening, that it is a city law, so that they can at least point to that and not be the entrepreneur that is
singled out. Exactly. As
telling their customers what they can't do, and construed as that's their law versus the city's mandate.
Exactly. And in fact, to that point, Megan's already working on graphics that can be distributed and made available to businesses so that there's a common appearance to that order.
Well, thank you for that. And I apologize. I was concerned when I'm seeing people gathering all over the place and they're not from the same family unit. So we don't need this to go any further, because I'm actually taking my shelter in place very seriously, and I'm bored stiff, but you give me a lot of homework to do, so I guess that's okay.
Is that what you said, Lydia? You're bored, Steph?
I am bored, but you guys are giving me a lot of homework and I'm tired of reading, so.
You can balance the budget for us now.
Let's keep this going.
I don't know if Allison wanted to speak to it or not.
Yes. Next, I have Councilmember Cormack, then Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. Ms. Stump, one of the things that confuses me is that I thought that the county issued an updated order that did require people to wear masks inside businesses. Is that correct? Right? Businesses had to establish a social distancing, they had to establish a program. Isn't that right?
The businesses have to establish regulations to ensure the social distancing requirements are met, and then that has to be explained in a document that's available to the employees and to the public. And I confess, I did not reread those just before this item, which I didn't know was going to get pulled from consent. So I can't tell you exactly where there might be gaps, but I can tell you that with respect to this requiring of face coverings very broadly for members of the public and employees in all kinds of businesses, government functions, healthcare, recreation, that's required and not just encouraged, that is something that Santa Clara County did not go ahead and take that step that the other counties took.
Okay, I think the change we're thinking about making is actually pretty minor within businesses, but I'm gonna let that slide for the moment. Does this mean it would apply to delivery drivers, right? If there are delivery people coming in all the time, when they get out of their vehicle, will they have to wear a face covering?
So it certainly applies on public transit. With respect to driving, there is an exception for when an employee is driving alone in a vehicle. But I think
So that means they don't have to wear it in the vehicle, but do they have to wear it now when they get out of the vehicle?
I would want to, if I were the company employing that person, or if they are self-employed, I'd want to reread this language really carefully with that specific question in mind. But I believe it does require them, yes, when they get out of the vehicle.
Okay, so that
the home.
That would be a helpful thing to have in the communications when they go out. Councilmember Koo, I think you asked about the one-way, and I actually was at the Real Foothills Park last week, right after they reopened, and there are one-way trails, so no worries. Staff has already done a great job on that. I want to clarify something because I want to talk about walking your dog, because I heard like 3 different things. And I think this language says if you're walking your dog and you're not wearing a mask, a face covering, that's okay because you're exercising. That's what the language says. But I heard Councilmember Niss say walking is not vigorous exercise. So Attorney Stump, can you please clarify, if someone's walking the dog, do they need to wear a face covering if we pass this?
So the language of this order, and again, this is identical to what the public health officers have done in all of the other counties. There is an exception for outdoor exercise, which includes walking. I would say if you're walking or you're walking with your dog, that's functionally the same thing. The language says it is strongly encouraged, but it is not required. It does say
I just want that to be.
Yeah, you are supposed to stay 6 feet away from others, and you're encouraged to carry a mask, a face covering, so that if you come to a place where you can't be 6 feet away, you can put it on.
That needs to be abundantly clear. So I'm sure Ms. Horgan Taylor is listening. And then the final question, and it was a question from a member of the public I received on my voicemail just this afternoon. So again, sincere apologies for not being ahead of the ball game on this, is what about apartment buildings? We have some multifamily buildings that are not public spaces, but it's hard for people to pass and have 6 feet. Would this apply in there? And if not, is that something we should consider?
So again, I would reread the order very carefully with that in mind, but my understanding is that and the health order itself applies to common areas in multifamily housing.
Okay, and so that would include the hallways. Okay,
hallways,
great.
Elevators, yes.
Okay, so thank you very much for answering all my questions. And I know it would have been easier if this was on consent, but I think the conversation we're having is important.
Sure.
Understood. Thank you. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, I see Pastor Matt is still listening. I think the intent of this order is not that if you're, broadcasting from the privacy of your own church that you have to have a mask on while you're doing it. Would you agree with that, Molly? I mean, it's not a public place. It's not people coming in. He's just streaming out to people online.
It depends on the pastor's arrangement. So if the pastor is working with staff or other members of the congregation together in an area, then they should. The order would require them to have the mask. If the pastor were broadcasting by him or herself in a facility or from their own home, they would not need to.
So does this law, when you talk about a family unit, again, if these are people that are basically in your COVID bubble that you've essentially been living with, how's that defined, the ordinance?
Okay, so I'm off mute. So I'm going to look for the language here. It may be that there's a reference back to the other set of orders about a household or living unit. And those are the people that you live with, that you share a living unit with. It's not those people and a bunch of other people or are related to in some way. It's the living structure itself. Does that answer your question?
Kind of, yeah. So again, and again, the intent here is not that we're going to have our police out enforcing this. So I think it's to a degree, it's going to be a personal decision again. Excuse me. If you're basically setting up a broadcast, I don't know, seem to be an overabundance of caution on his part. But you know, again, we're streaming here from our homes. We're not wearing masks. But I understand what you're saying. So.
Oh yes, that's fine if you're in your home. Mm-hmm. Or if you're in a workplace and you are in a workplace where you are alone and where coworkers, neither coworkers nor members of the public or customers regularly come, is the language.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, no other comments. Let's please vote on this. Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois?
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss? Councilmember Niss, you're on mute.
Am I unmuted?
Correct. How do you vote? Councilmember Niss, how do you vote?
Making me unmute myself in another screen. Yes, it's just lovely.
Thank you. Councilmember Ku?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. That passes unanimously. We're now done with all our items for the night. And we move on to councilmember questions, comments, and announcements. Please hit your raise hand button if you'd like to speak. Councilmember Cormack.
I just want to remind the mayor about the adjournment.
I'm looking for that right now.
I can certainly prompt you if you'd like.
Maybe if there are no other comments, maybe why don't you just adjourn our meeting and read the note you sent me?
I'll wait and see. Is there anybody else?
I don't see anyone else.
Oh, wait. Councilmember Filseth is waiting.
Oh, Councilmember Filseth.
Sorry, I couldn't find my hand raised button. Hey, thanks for sticking up for the city on Tesla. So I don't think anybody wants to see those guys leave.
Thank you.
Hopefully they resolve it.
Half of the council drives Teslas, right? All right, so there was going to be an adjournment for a longtime Palo Alto citizen who lived here that Councilmember Cormack suggested. Councilmember Cormack, since I think you have the notes more accessible if you want to read it or just say a couple words.
Super short. I don't have the obituary with me. Many of you might have seen it, but I'd like us to adjourn in memory of Carl Hoffner, who served both his country and then on our council from 1991 through 1999.
Thank you for that note. There was an obituary, I think.
I just need to make one correction. He didn't serve on the council.
Really? Because that's what his obituary said.
I was on the council.
I wondered about that.
Never heard of him, in fact.
Maybe he was on a commission. Okay, we can still adjourn in his memory. He served our country and our city in some fashion.
Absolutely. So in his memory, we'll adjourn this meeting and I'll see you all in 12 or 13 hours.
Yes, way too soon.
Thank you all. Have a good night. Thank you to all the staff who stuck around with us too, and the members of the public too. Thank you all.